This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox. Great to be back here in Estonia. This national cricket and rugby ground has been the scene for some big hitting in ECS cricket. Of course, last year it was huge, wasn't it? Records got smashed. Yesterday we had not one, but 2 centuries, 5 more matches today as we hurtle towards the weekend, Sunday finals day, and of course, our champion. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Estonia, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is Tuesday, it's day 2 in this European Cricket Series in Estonia. We've got some fond memories here. Of course, last year was such a big hitting series, and before that we did have a series, just a 2-day series back in 2020. So a long time between drinks. Was 4 years between our series here, but of course we are back for consecutive years in 24 and 25. So 6 teams here this week. We did see opening day yesterday. Some teams impressed. A couple of teams that did play didn't get a win are actually on the rack first with match 6 between the Talon Strikers and the Talon Riders. Let's see what happens at the coin toss with Tyrone Peters.
The Talon Riders to call. Tails is the call, and it's ahead.
We're going to bat first.
The Strikers have decided to have a bat.
So the Strikers want to have a hit. No surprises there. They do have some heavy hitting in their lineup, and in particular, it's hard to go past Arslan Amjad and the key that he holds. I mean, he scored big runs at the Khartoum Oval as well for Estonia in the ECC last year. Of course, he scored that incredible 183 last year, which included a record amount of Maximos, 25 of them in total. But I will say yesterday, unfortunately for the Strikers, they couldn't get over the line. They posted 125 in their first game, and the Stallions came over the top of them. So they do enter day 2 without a win. They'll be hoping to put some big runs on the board first up. For the Riders, well, they had some issues as well. They just played the one game yesterday. It was against the Hippos in game 4. Didn't really score enough runs and didn't actually take a point out of that game. So again, for them, I suppose they are big underdogs in this one for me, but they'll want to kind of maybe grab some of those early polls. Maybe they can get into that Strikers middle order. Let's talk weather here. Well, I don't know what anyone was complaining about yesterday. I heard it was going to be freezing cold. I heard I was going to need all these jackets, but right now I've got plenty of sunshine on me. It's 11 degrees. We're expecting quite a toasty Estonian maximum of 17. So I think it should be a brilliant day for cricket, and the field looks in great condition as well. Another guy that looks in great condition is Rico Fu, and he is in the commentary box right now. Great to be with you, Rico. We'll have to get reacquainted. It's not often we get to work together in the European Cricket Series these days, but I can tell you in match 6, the Strikers have won the toss. They want to have a hit. I'm over there in a sec. Over to the Igloo as we get ready for the start of day 2.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Sandy. Good to have him here in Estonia, and he always knows when to turn up to a country when the weather is good, and it is beautiful today. Well, before we talk about today, why don't we take a look back at what we saw yesterday? The Talon Strikers took on the Stallions. This was a repeat of last year's final, and it was the Stallions who were victorious again. This time round, the Strikers, they were restricted to 125. We didn't feel it would be enough with Etisham and Arslan Amjad both getting in the 40s. Rifat Khan, 71 of 25, led the way. Saifur Rahman was in sensational form, 47 in this match, but as you'll hear later, he then went on to put a big score on the board as well. A victory by 9 wickets with 15 balls to go for the Talon Stallions. Then it was time to see the Hippos take on United, and last year it was United that knocked out the Hippos in the eliminator. The Hippos wanted some revenge. Revenge is sweet, and it doesn't get any sweeter than this. 163 for 2. Stephen Gooch scoring another century on the European Cricket Network, 107 of 32 in that player of the match performance. A partnership of 126 with Stuart Hook. And Talon United, they were skittled out for just 36. They had all sorts of issues, personnel issues, etc. and 127-run defeat. That certainly would take some absorbing. Match number 3, the Stallions were back and they were still clubbing it. And I told you that Saiful Rahman did get better. He scores the second century in the day, 110, not out of 36 delivery. Another good partnership between him and Ankur Patel, who also made a 50-54 of just 13 deliveries. And despite Ali Raza's efforts, 71 not out of 23, they would go down the Wolves by 50 runs, but they would steal a point away from the Stallions, which was very important for the Wolves. Next up, it was the Tallinn Riders taking on the Tallinn Hippos. The Riders, a brave move to bat first. All that meant was that the Hippos would not muscle in a big score. Monsieur Rahman, 35 of 22, but that was all the highlights of the bat for them. They got to 78, and the Hippos knocked them off with ease with 25 balls to go. 4 points for them. Stefan Gooch, 46 not out of 15. So another batter, another left-hander, it has to be said, that has a good day on day one. And then our final match, well, the Wolves were looking to come back with a bang, as were Tallinn United. This was always going to be a close match. Two teams that had earlier lost their opening matches. The Wolves put 113 on the board. Mubashir Iqbal, their captain, 37 of 16, and a very healthy 23 of 13 from Marji. But it was Sahil Chauhan, the captain of United, who stuck around. He was given a lot of chances, though. He was dropped 3 times, made 48 not out, would hit the winning runs. But Samir Khan's 25 of 13 was pretty key. It went down to the last over, but it would be Tallinn United who would win with the 4 balls to go. And what a good win that was, considering they were bowled out for 36 against the Hippos. That meant that the tables looked a little bit like this. The Tallinn Hippos with not just 2 wins, 2 big wins, and taking all the points, would go home sitting top of the pile. And I think, well, we like to say on the network, they were definitely eating octopus. So well done to the Hippos. A very good morning to everybody. A lot of people in the chat this morning, and it is a beautiful morning here. I hope it's a lovely morning where you've woken up as well. Hello to John Heesham saying hi to me, and Vinny, Rob Thompson in there as well. Hello to Dave, who's saying hey to everybody. And who else is in there bright and early this morning? I mentioned Christopher Ward. It's great to have you all with us. We're going to have a great day. This is the way the table, as I said, look, Hippo sitting healthy at the top. Tallinn Stallions also won both their matches, but like I said, they'll be a little bit disappointed that on 2 occasions they were close to picking up the 4 points, all the points themselves, but wouldn't quite do it. United came back very strong, didn't they? From bottom, they moved themselves up into 3rd spot. So a big day of action coming up here. Tallinn Riders first up against the Strikers. The Strikers only played the 1 match, and they would go down in it earlier. They're looking to bounce back. A couple of changes. You see Nahid Manan coming in for the Strikers, and Hamun Kabir. And over the other side, some big changes. Riders, they've got Rupam Barum coming into the side. Remember, we saw him in Malta. He played very well. You got Udin in there, Asghar, Islam, Aurora, and Itisham Javid also in the side. So some changes there. But I think the captain and also someone like Zaman probably going to be key in that one. 66% to 34% at the moment. The win predictor expecting that the Strikers are going to be key here. And let's see if the Strikers can bounce back. I think their captain, Habib Khan, is certainly hoping that they can have a better day. Remember in that match yesterday that they would go down on to the Tallinn Stallions. At one point, they were looking like they were going to get a score around that 140 on the board, which we thought would be competitive. We thought that similar to last year, a 135 score would be around par, but they just lost their way towards the end. So we are ready to go. Another glorious day it is here in Estonia. There's Medagooch, who's just finalising some of the ground preparations by putting the 30-yard markers down. The reason they're not down already, because as you can see, look at the lines. Well done to the groundsman, Sam. He's given it a fresh cut, and it looks absolutely spectacular. And I can tell you, it's going to be rapido as well. This outfield looks like Tanvir Ahmed is going to start with the ball. So the Riders looking to come back. Remember, they didn't bowl badly yesterday, but the batting was the problem. Talking of batting, that's out of here. The first ball of the day is going to be 6. Shaba Kinna Sona Shakalagia. And maybe that just sets the tone of the day. Boom! Shukalug, yeah, it's a biggie. Goes over cow corner. 6 runs to start. No messing around there from the opener. And it is the captain, Habib Khan. So 6 to start. And on this occasion, he just defends that away. No run this time. Habib with Mohammed Ihtisham out there, who batted well yesterday. Oh, that's going to go all the way as well. I feel it's going to get over that boundary. That's a powerful shot outside the off. A little bit too short from Ahmed. And Habib is onto this straight away. That's a glorious looking shot, actually. Plays it on merit. Sees he's got the width. Look at the footwork. Gets into position. Lovely jubbly. And over the top. And it was only thing in danger there was one of our cameras. Ahmed got to go a little bit fuller here. Habib, the captain, is in a no-nonsense type of mood this morning. Works this one away. Fielder working hard. Has to try and stop it and does. Good work in the end from Ronnie Zaman. Gets there, gets a foot on this. They'll take a couple as well, the ball comes in and does hit the bails. The batters think about a 3rd run, but it's not going to be on. Welcome to everybody. And let us know what you've been up to. How was your evening? Today's World Flower Day, by the way. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And I'm talking about flower as in roses and tulips, as that one gets worked away. And talking about World Flower Day, I have to say, Estonia at this time of year is absolutely beautiful. Everywhere you go around Tallinn, there's daffodils and tulips. It's colourful, it's beautiful. Isn't it nice when you go somewhere and there's a lot of flowers around? It just makes everything look so beautiful. And the hotel is surrounded by forget-me-nots as well. It really is nice. And of course, one thing about flowers is their beauty and their fragrance, and it just gives the ear a lovely spell, especially in the mornings when you do have that little bit of dew. Talking about dew, I know there's just a tad of dew out there in the middle, but nothing that's going to stick around for too long. With the sun shining the way it is at the moment, I think that's going to go pretty quickly. That is the end of the first over, and 16 will come from it. It's quite a productive one. So, yeah, a bit more World Flower Day. They also play a significant role in romance, medicine, rituals, and religion as well. And you can spot them at christenings, funerals, weddings, parties, and decorations. This is what the stats look like. Thank you very much, Ravi, for providing those. So over 1,000 runs. And we can start to see some of the run rates. And as you see here, Estonia is pretty good at 12.6. That's just for starters. I do feel that one will go up a little bit as well as we go through the tournament. This tournament, well, I was quite right, wasn't I? Last year was 137. I thought it would be around that this time around as well. At the moment, currently at 133. But batting first, a high score, 187, the lowest 78. But of course, the lowest score yesterday registered was by United, which was 36. It gets played out into the offside. They will take the single. Loving the contrasting colours of these two teams. You can see that the strikers, they're in their familiar black and a bit of gold on that, and a little bit of purple from the riders. Another man who's on purple joins me in the commentary position today, and it's good to have him. It's Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Morning, Rico. Great to be back with you. Jeez, I can't remember the last time I was actually with you. Might have been Madrid. Anyway, here we go with Perua coming in, and he's going to get absolutely slaughtered. And geez, there have been so many Maximos in this competition already. Of course, last year was carnage, wasn't it? And that's a really good pull shot in front of square there, bringing 6 of the best.
Yeah, he's got that well. He's muscled that. That sounded beautiful as well out of the middle of the bat. And he got that good. Habib Khan, the captain, he's in there. He's kind of a no messing around mood this morning, isn't he?
Yeah. Got out of bed on the right side, I think. Yeah, morning to all the viewers. Nice to be back. I had a day off yesterday for travel. Peru with the comeback.
Well, it doesn't get it out of the middle. It's just going to bounce wide off the fielder. Trying to get there is Zaman, but it can't do so. It's going to be another boundary. And Ruben Baru, I like the look of him when he played for Estonia there in Malta. And he's a good player. He's handy with the bat. at the moment here, he just can't get that Yorker length in. That's what you feel that's needed here. Can they get one in the slot and stop this onslaught from Habib first thing in the morning? It's going to be lashed away. It's going to fly over that backward point area. More runs and more signals from the umpire. There's umpire Andrew Winter, who's out there at the moment. And we got Miguel Stoneman at square leg. There's the Portuguese connection here in the match officials here in Estonia.
Yeah, it's nice to see them as well. Yeah, Andrew Winter, Mr. Evergreen. Very good player on the European Cricket Network as well. Coimbra Knights. Yeah, you can see right now Habib Khan, he's not wasting any time in this power play. Only 10 balls down, 31 runs already.
That's a lovely shot. It's not a good delivery, it has to be said, but he's down the leg side, and that will go all the way. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shakalagia. It's strained down the leg side, and Habib just helps it along the way. Adios, Balota. 6 more.
Yeah, not a good ball, though. It was too short at the hip. It's one thing actually I was quite impressed in Landskrona last week is the bowlers, I suppose they hit their spots better than normal. I think we saw a lot of Yorkers hit, and on probably an equally friendly field, we saw the average score down around about the 120 mark rather than the kind of mid-130s I think we can expect here. But, I mean, that's probably one thing in Estonia. I always feel the batting unit's probably a bit stronger than the bowling.
Yeah, it was... that's up in the air. Is it going to go to hand? I don't think so. Zaman's got some work to do, and he's overrun it. He's overrun it, and he's gone and kissed the rope. Oh, dear. Well, that's your comedy blooper for the morning, and it comes, as you see here, Ronnie Zaman. I mean, he needs to stop this. He should stop it, but he overruns it. And this is when, first thing in the morning, you've got the wrong treads on. He needs to have a little bit of the wet ones. He's got dry on. Couldn't stop. Overruns it. It's going to be 4 runs.
Might have been one time the foot fielding was his only hope because I don't think there was any chance the hand was going to get down to ground. So just has to watch it kind of paralysed. End of the second over. It's 41 without loss. You know what that reminds me of? Just the powerless feeling. Remember in Malta, somebody just got out of their car. They were the other side of the fence. Yeah. And the ball got hit their car and they were just stuck. They just had to watch. Kind of, it was just hoping that ball would stop by itself. Anyway, here's Tanvir and over number 3.
It's another one that's going to get over the field. It's not happening at the moment this morning for the Italian riders. It seems like every time that ball is finding the bat, it's finding its way to the boundaries. That last over from Rupam went for 25. Tanvir Ahmed, he's first, went for 16. And the very next ball goes for 4. I've got to say, I was loving the action there from Landskrona. I think you and Tina did a fantastic job. It just took me, every time I see pictures of Landskrona, it takes me back to the first time I went there and saw that blue pitch. I have to say, though, it has faded slightly in the sun.
True.
That's another good shot. I think it's another boundary. Gets the swivel on this. A little bit. This one also goes for 4.
Yeah, again, just a little bit of length to work with. I just think balls that bounce are not ending well. Because you don't have too many bowlers. Well, one might have got Mickey in the back of the calf there. Mickey knows he's alive as well. Anyway, 49 on the board.
Ooh, that's a better delivery. Just takes the pace off that one a little bit. That's better. Got to think outside the box here, the bowlers. So that's well bowled.
Yeah, but it's almost that Yorker, isn't it? It's just trying to force them forward into an error. I heard you talk about it a lot yesterday. Just cannot bang it into this pitch.
Ooh, well, doesn't go anywhere. You can see he's trying to crunch it away, but that hits the top of the bat. That's the one that vibrates all the way back into your hands, and your hands are still ringing. Doesn't get that one right, but he gets a single. Habib Khan, the captain, he's on a mission today.
Not easy going back to a green pitch after you've done a week of blue. I've got to say, it's a bit unusual. 50's up, by the way, in the 50 partnership between these two.
He goes after it. It was a little bit wide. Probably would have been called a wide if he doesn't hit it, but he does hit it. He gets plenty of it. It's going to be another boundary. Habib is racing along at the moment. That's 11 balls faced. He's moved to 43. The strike rate is quite incredible from the captain this morning. That's a 50 up already with the ball to go in the power play.
Yeah, almost 4 a ball at the moment. Yeah, I was going to say, strikers, they'll be hoping to do what Ariana CC did last year. They were part of that unfortunate kind of the washed out group in Group E, and I know that was really, really disappointing for everyone. But Ariana Stacey came back, won the first ECN trophy last week. Maybe the strikers can do the same.
All right, this has to be a chance. The bowler wants it, Tanvir. And he's held on to it. Well done. They removed the dangerous Habib Khan, but only after he smashed 43 of 12 deliveries. That wicket comes right at the end of the third over, so power play complete. And the Tallinn strikers have made a very positive and dangerous start.
Yeah, needed to catch that. Otherwise, you've really got a tough morning ahead of you. And no credit to the bowler there. Tanvir battled, didn't he? And we'll see worse figures than his 1 for 29 in the tournament, I'm sure. But Habib, pretty good cameo from him, but it's only a cameo out at the end of the power play. It's 54 for 1.
Yeah, well done. So how are things? How are you?
Yeah, I'm great. Yeah, so
you're right. We haven't caught up with each other since Madrid, I think.
It was, halfway through Madrid. By the way, I saw that one of those moments went viral when I saw David Bumble Lloyd reacting to videos on the Cricket District channel.
Our friend Shah.
Yeah, and it was our friend Syed Shah, what's his name again? The stuntman, not the stuntman.
We did call him the stuntman.
The stuntman.
We did. Every time I see that, it's still, I mean, of course, when you've seen the clips, you know what we're talking about. I couldn't stop laughing. It's not often that I get to a point where it's hysterical and I cannot stop myself. But, yeah, Syed Shah certainly had me going. I couldn't stop. That's just a magical moment.
That was called for.
Those memories of Madrid we'll never forget.
Yeah, and it wasn't just that. I mean,
no, there was loads, weren't there?
He was always in the action. Anyway, here's Mofiz Uddin. He's going to start with a big wide. Yeah, I suppose the big news for strikers with no Amjad in the lineup, riders will probably feel they've got a bit more of a chance with us and Amjad out from the first game yesterday, and Guli Zaman also out. Nahid Manan and Human Kubir coming in for them. But, yeah, last year, the strikers, they made the final, didn't they? They kind of got blown away by the Stallions, got rolled in the decider.
Shot. That's going all the way. There's no doubt about that. Put your hands up in the air like you just don't care, Albitro. Porque always 6 carreras. That sounded good out of the middle. Mohamed Tisham yesterday put a really good knock in. When wickets started to fall around him, he stuck around and scored that very handy 46. And you're right, with Arslan not on the side, I think he's going to go well. And I think they'll want some runs from Shine Khan today as well, who went for a first baller yesterday.
Yeah, he'll be keen to make amends. It's always annoying when you've got the one game in the day as well and you fail as a bat.
It's going, and we'll go all the way. 6 more. Balls are flying today. Hey, you know what? You are a jammy so-and-so. I've got to say this. You turn up to events and the weather just miraculously changes. It is beautiful out there today. There's not even any wind.
You're a huge complainer because it seems absolutely beautiful. I've got all these jackets. They're just sitting on the table. I haven't even turned my hand warmers on. I was like, okay.
Talking of hand warmers, how many hands do you have?
I'm up to 2 sets. And that way I've always got one on charge and one that I'm using. But I've got to tell you something funny that happened during the final in Madrid. I don't remember Corey came and replaced you for the second half.
Nice played and missed outside the off. Yeah, go on, tell me.
I had it in my jacket, and you know where we were up in the corner on the balcony, like 2 or 3 floors up, and my jacket was on the table, and the hand warmer was in the pocket, and as I picked up my jacket, it fell out, and I just had to watch it fall.
Doesn't get it out the middle, fielder coming in, and holds on to a good catch. And he's saying, I can do the umpire's job. Don't worry about it. He's given the dismissal from the boundary. I think that's Rashidul Islam, who comes in, holds on to the catch, and gives the marching orders to Mohamed Ittisham. Says, you're out, buddy. You're out. Off you go. It's a good catch taken, actually. It's coming from the boundary. Takes it low down and says, out you go. Yeah. You're a goner.
He saw none of it because you can see with his shadow, he's looking straight into the sun there. But he took it well low down, despite it, I think not picking it up straight away. So, handy couple of breakthroughs and a window of opportunity here for the riders with the strikers now. 67 for 2. You can see here, the reason he's late getting in is because he's just kind of dazzled. But then what he did well, he got down to it, bent the knees to the ground, kept the head more kind of in line.
It's a good catch. We've seen quite a few go down here, Vinny, so he's done well there. That he had to come in a long way to do it. Udin gets a bad one here. Good work from the keeper. Saidashkar gets it. So the thing fell and smashed, did it?
Yeah. So it hit the ground, amazingly, it's fine.
Never.
It's fine. It's got a little bit I can't even tell which one it is. It's one of the blue ones.
Never.
So it had the button got a little bit. Look.
That's quite amazing. All right, in the air, catch it, they say. Nobody's catching that. That's right over the fielder. That's going to be 6 more as Elias Hassan has come in. Both batters start on 0. It's almost like the opening the batting.
Okay, feel that. It took a little. It
away.
fell onto bricks. You remember?
Well, I do know when we were stood up there, I did say to you, remember, look, me and you, we can get a little bit carried away sometimes, but we can't because of that fence. And I did say to you before I leave, I said, look, Corey's coming. We know Corey can be jumping around sometimes.
You don't want that.
And he's a huggerist, Corey, if some things happen. You didn't want him hugging and pushing you over that ledge. Yeah,
so the good news was, so I bought another pair assuming that they were broken, and then they came. And so, yeah, I'm satisfied with my choices. 74 for 2 after 4. And it's still, despite the 2 wickets, a very good run rate for the Strikers so far. But, yeah, of course, I won't need them too much longer because you can feel spring is in the air. It's been that way for a while. And Sweden, we had probably same as here. We had a bit of a mixed time. Mm-hmm. It's probably a little further south than we are here. But we had some chilly mornings there. We had when I was off that day, Tina almost took off in the igloo. I left her my jacket because she didn't have a jacket because she was playing the week before. Of course, well done to Tina. She was MVP of the T20s.
Played very well
in Greece
with good all-round bowling and
because of all her trophies. She didn't have room for a big jacket. So when I had my little mini break, I said, "Look, you'll need this." And that day was fine. So she said, "I don't think I will." I said, "Look." And then, sure enough, she said, "Thank you so much for leaving me."
We got to teach you the trick. You just put all the jackets on and travel with them. It don't matter if you overheat. Just wear all the jackets. Put them on. That's well bowled. It's good delivery. Just slightly down the leg side, but I like the length that's been bowled there by Ronnie Zaman.
Yeah, length. Surprises me that we don't see this length attempted a bit more. I know it can turn out to be a full toss and they get hit anyway, but I think on this pitch against top order batters, they love it if they've got something to get under. Yeah, so Tina, she's only off for a couple of weeks. She'll be doing Hornchurch with Nish. Still trying to get Charlie out of his busy schedule to maybe fill in for a couple of days.
Yeah, it was. You're right. It was good to see a bit of Nish as well. The network hits that well, but straight to the fielder. They want the run. Direct hit. He's a goner, and it's missed. Not by that much. You can see Elias Hassan. He just feels that he's hit this too well not to get a run from it. He starts going to fielder, picks it up beautifully, gets the throw straight away, but unfortunately, Udin doesn't quite hit the target. It's not that far away.
Elias Hassan was slow, so slow to get going there. He thought that he could just will himself to run with his mind. Forgot that he had to use his legs. That's why it would have been out by a mile if that had hit.
Well, World Flower Day today. You got a favourite flower?
Good question.
That's beautifully played. That's 4 runs. He's timed that so well. Gets it in the gap between long on and mid wicket. Lovely shot. Nicely played. Shahin Khan. He is in the runs here today. He got a first baller yesterday when he played quite an ugly shot. I remember Shahin here last year. He made an incredible 98. When he gets going, he's a great hitter of the ball. He's very unorthodox, but boy, can he hit it.
It's a good question. Do I have a favourite flower? I'm going to go with maybe sunflower.
All right.
I like a sunflower. Yeah. Just kind of nice and bright. I love the smell of a rose. I know it's probably an obvious one.
Yeah.
But, of course, the Estonian national team, both men's and women's, they have the cornflower, the national flower on their sleeve.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe I could be swayed. Could be a cornflower, part of the cornflower crew.
Yeah, could be.
I mean, I'm already part of Beanie Squad, which I
Squad.
thought was amazing with the Bulgarian team.
Hello to the butthole. That's close. That is close. Oh, well, the only thing I think that Miguel is thinking here is that ball is going to go on and miss the leg stick. Let's have a look at this. This is a close call, you know. He does go wide, and I think he's right. I think because of the angle of the bowler, I think that ball is going to go on and miss leg stick. It's a great call.
Yeah, never he straightens. You need a ball straightened down the line if you're bowling from that kind of an angle. So, yeah, an excellent piece of umpiring from Miguel Stoneman there.
Oh, he's got that pretty good. And that is what I'm talking about by Shahin Khan. He's unorthodox, but when he gets going, he's effective. That's a big hit. They've lost 2 wickets, 2 big wickets actually, have the Strikers. And with no Arslan in the side, that could be a danger for them. So this could be quite a key partnership. But they've got the runs on the board. They're scoring at a very brisk and healthy rate.
Really good wrists there. He's created bat speed where there was none. Wasn't a lot of foot movement there, but again, he had something he could get under.
It looks like the umpire could do with one of your hand warmers there. That's Mr. Winter. Well, Winter's the name. He's got to feel cold, really, isn't he?
Should be prepared. Last ball, the 5th here for Zaman.
Oh, that is hit so hard. And the two fielders just look at each other and say, I'm not getting it, you get it. 6 runs, 6 more, end of the 5 overs. It's 94 for 2. And the strikers, well, if these two can keep going, can put a big score on the board. Well, good morning to everybody. We are in the igloo. Rico Full is here. And look who's turned up. My
Hello.
best buddy.
And you look like you've come straight from the bull ring today.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hope you're well. Yeah, it's nice to be back in Estonia. And yeah, I was excited to come here last year because I hadn't been before for ECN at least. Because it was 2020 when we had the first series. Stu Hook, I remember, was MVP of that, a.k.a. Mr. Muscles. I assume we'll see him again in action today. But yeah, nice to be back. Nice to be back with you. It's not often we get time together in the European Cricket Series because the series has the whole network's become so crazy, multiple locations at once, and this seems just kind of almost serene to only have the one venue at a time. But it won't be for too long because I think it's just this couple of weeks, and then first week of Hornchurch. So it goes this week in Estonia. That's all there is. Next week in Romania. That's all there is. And then pretty much first week in Hornchurch. Have a look at this one because this is up in the air and it's a chance and it's taken. So credit to the riders because when they have had opportunities, they've taken them. So there still is time for them to turn the corner in this game. Giant's dangerous, but he's out for 17. It's 95 for 3.
Yeah, it's a good area. So if you're going to come round the wicket, go across. Look at Rahman here. Musha Rahman is celebrating as soon as he bowls it. And then he realises, well, hang on a minute. The fielder's got to take the catch first. And the fielder does not let him down. That is a really good catch actually taken. And you're right. There's not been that many opportunities. But when they have presented themselves, there haven't been any mistakes from the fielders. That's a really good catch. And the dangerous Cheyenne Khan, oh, he's going to have to make a slow walk off the pitch. He knows that he was in there. He was seeing the ball well. He was hitting it well. But he's going to have to depart. And thanks to that really good catch taken there in the deep.
The ball really flies here as well. So I love the fact they had the deep third. I just think it's a good position. It's a defensive position, but also an attacking position. And Islam Javed is the man that takes the catch down there.
They want to take the single. They will take it. And so, yeah, good catch taken there by Islam Javed and the captain. Rahman picking up the wicket. This is Hunaman Kabir, who comes into the side. Didn't play yesterday. Kabir, he's hoping that he can also get a little partnership going here with Ilyas Hassan.
A bold. I like that length. Again, when you can hit it. It doesn't have to be fast even, but just something to jam the bat up. Yeah, I've been pretty lucky with that weather for the most part. I think the worst of it was when I was midweek in Sweden when I was off. Came back and it was beautiful. Maybe it's time to put the jacket away. Yeah, so I was just saying we had a week here. That's just the one venue. Week next week in Romania. That's just the one venue. First week in Hornchurch, just the one venue. But then we've got the second week of Hornchurch, a bit of crossover because there's T20 eyes in Czechia, both men's and women's. Should be really good.
That's played away. A good shot. That's too spicy for the fielder. It's a lovely stroke actually there from Kabir. He's cut this wonderfully well. Gets it through the offside. There was an effort from the fielder. Gorgeous to get the field in there, but Joka Lagia. What about the Medina Cup then? When's that being played?
Oh, yeah. Actually, thanks for reminding me. You are correct. And there is Medina Cup, which I'm actually doing next week, so I should have known that. That's next week during the Romania.
During Romania.
Wednesday to Sunday.
May was just crazy.
Yeah.
May, trying to remember everything that was going on.
Well, that is still May. May Madness.
Yeah, May Madness.
We did May Madness last year. Thanks for reminding me of the T20s. It's actually, what's great about the Medina Cup is it's women's and men's this time. And, I'll be calling that one in as well.
Well, that over, good over from the captain. 7 from it, picks up the wicket, important wicket of Khan. And now they bring back who I would probably say is one of the key players here today. This is Rupan Abaru, who comes. Let's see if he can get a couple of wickets here. It starts with a good delivery. And look at this one. This is great. It's a great ball, great bit of cricket this, and it's been well dug out. But look at the spin on the ball here when it comes back. Watch this ball spin. Watch it. Look at it. Hey, it's like a Roberto Carlos free kick, that.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Couldn't do that again if you tried in 100 years. Yeah, Medina Cup, I like it because you've got a bit of a tradition happening now in Medina Cup. So, oh, no way.
2 in 2.
He could have run. They were never going to get to the other end.
2 in 2, back to the stumps. I've never seen that before.
You know how I floated the rule that if you hit it straight in the stumps, you should get 2?
Yeah.
Like, I think it should multiply. So, first time you get 2, second time you get 4, next time you get 8, 16.
You're right, though. Definitely should have taken
a run. Easy run there, because the bowler would have had to run back to the bowler's end or thrown to the keeper's end, which case it would have been fine. But as normally happens when the stumps get hit the bowler's end, it freaks everyone out.
Shorter to the fielder. Gets lucky, really, Rupam.
We had a bit of a run in Jersey with little fingertippers onto the bowler's stumps as well. I think we had 2 in a day.
Yeah.
We had them in some pretty key moments as well.
Now, that looks wonderful. It looked up like a lovely ground. What I loved about that ground was it took me back to some of my days of playing cricket in the UK where you had that hill, sort of a hill that went round the ground. So many spectators sat there watching. It looked absolutely wonderful. Some of the pictures and the shots from there are great. So, good event there. And, of course, it was, that's that Yorker again. I think it was bat on this. So, well dug out this time by Kabir. And, of course, not only did you see the men's cricket there for the women's. And lovely venue then, Vinny. Jersey.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Just, I'll speak to you about Jersey in a sec. Let's go back to Medina Cup. It's a Maltese tournament originally, but then they hosted it last year in France, and now this year they're hosting it in Belgium. So France aren't in it this year, but they still do have Malta and Belgium, and Portugal will be the other team in the men's this year. So,
gone.
Yeah, nice Yorker again, Rico. It's been pretty clear that when they have gotten the length right, they've had the results, and well, this wicket is unassisted. Kabir out for 5. It's 102 for 4.
It's a really good over. It's top over. He's got that Yorker in 2 times. It's been dug out 2 times. But look at this one. He starts a little bit wider, and he gets it to swing in. And on this occasion, the batter, he's trying to see if he can hit himself out of trouble. Kabir can't do so. He's going to get bowled, but he gets out to a top delivery. This is such a good over from Rupam. No runs from it so far. He's 3 dots, and now he's taking the wicket. We're on for a wicket maiden here.
Yeah, wow. I told you those wickets just could potentially open a window of opportunity for the Riders, and that's how it's panning out at the moment. Kabir can never get going there. Again, just don't give them something to get under. Listen, there.
That's it.
That's where you got to bowl it.
That's where it's got to be. Let's see if you can do that again to the new batter. Side Iftikhar comes in. It's a little bit shorter. Side plays it quite cautiously. Top bowling, really is top bowling this. And that is that the over? It is the over. Yeah, I thought there was maybe 2 to come there looking at one I've got on the screen here. But yeah, well bowled, excellent bowling. It will be a wicket maiden.
Wow, what you don't see many of those here. 102 for 4 after 7. Yeah, okay, so let me try and talk you through what's coming up. I mentioned that we've got Estonia this week, Romania next week. Medina Cup will run alongside Romania next week. That's T20 action, men's and women's. So Hornchurch is a 2-week series, but during the second week we'll have T20s in Czechia before their European cricket series. Then we'll just be across the ditch here in Finland. I'll be doing that one with Andrew Ryan, actually. Of course, his partner's finished, so that ties in quite nicely.
Good to have a little bit of Rhino on the network. Gets played away, so well fielded.
I've never been to Finland except for the airport, so I'm really looking forward to that. And I'll be there pretty much during the longest day of the year, which means the sun will set at about 11 o'clock.
Well, if you fancy it, you could always hop on a ferry from here, It don't take long.
I know.
Helsinki's only, I was going to say up the road, but it's down the river, isn't it, really? Or the Baltic Sea, more likely.
Not as close as Sweden and Denmark, though, where I was last week, where it's 2 kilometres across. I think this is a bit further. Okay, going back before I get to Jersey, as usual, the game's moving very, very quickly. So it's Rahman coming back for a second. He'll get a wicket now. Once again, go full and get results. The stumps get clattered again. Hassan never got going either. And the strikers just stumbling here in the second half of their innings. They're 104 for 5.
Great comeback. There's that Yorker length delivery. It's a teasing one, isn't it? Because he gives it a bit of flight. Iftikhar feels he has to go after it. He swings right around it. Look at the head from Iftikhar. It's all over the place. He's looking at the sky, not looking at the ball. He's going to lose his stumps. He'll go. Without scoring, it'll be a 2-ball duck well, that's Elias Hassan actually. That's
Hassan,
gone.
yeah.
Yeah, beg your pardon. It's not Iftikhar. He's still there. So Hassan is going to have to go for 11 of 9. Iftikhar is at the other end. He's got 1 to his name. Hits a shot, loses his shape, has a wild swing, and he's going to have to go, Hassan.
Yeah, he was good yesterday as well, Moshe Rahman. He kind of stood up with the bat when not a lot was happening around him. So he says Nahid Manan coming out to bat at number 7. Can they skittle him here?
Well, they're going to scramble through with something here. I mean, yeah, it's quite incredible. They were 94 for 2 of the 5 overs. And now look at them. Look how many they've lost wickets. They're hardly scoring runs. And that expected score, well, at one point was around that 170 mark. It's now come down to around about 120, 130.
Yeah, it's been incredible, actually. Just different kettle of fish when you get down to the middle and lower order, isn't it, in ECS cricket? So the Manita Cup, I mentioned, is women as well this time. So it's the first time we'll get to see the Belgian women's team on the network and the Switzerland women's team. They actually are just going to play a 4-match series. And then we'll have the men's with Belgium, Malta, this time joined by Portugal.
Well, that's a good shot. Fielder's got to try and get there, and he's
Oh,
gonna.
no.
Oh dear.
Well, don't know about the strategy here because
Oh, dear.
it's one thing to be backing up, but backing up from off the field is going to be difficult. Just have a look at Tanvir. Say, okay, you got it covered? Cool. No problem. And he's like, whoa.
What?
And even then he missed it.
What was he? Yeah, exactly. What was he doing?
It would have been an
outside the
awkward
field of play?
legal question if he'd come from outside the boundary because he hadn't touched the ball yet. So I think that if he had come from outside the boundary, it would have been 4 anyway when he kicked it. I wasn't expecting that. Into the 8th over, it's 108 for 5. But yeah, going back to Jersey, Jersey was absolutely amazing. Beautiful cricket ground. Actually, while I was there, I did have a day off and I got the opportunity to check out Farmers Field as well. They don't have an artificial wicket, so they couldn't hold the ECS there. But Farmers Field was amazing as well.
I'm watching a lot of junior cricket being played there at the moment. I know they're doing a lot with the young ladies there, and it just looks amazing.
There were a couple of trainings while I was there as well, which is great. Joined in a little bit. Jim showed me around. I got to visit the trophy.
Yeah.
You got to say, and Jim did say, look, there's room for one more. He just made it very clear. He said there's room for another one. So obviously Farmers winning the ECL this year. They'll be hoping to go back to that.
I have to say, Vinny, that having watched the women play there, that I think the Jersey women have got a great chance when it comes to the ECCW. You know,
they've been promoted. They've been promoted, and that's. Obviously they won last year, and that's Jersey actually home to 2 trophies at the moment, 2 major ECN trophies.
Yeah.
But I just think they're so committed, that player group. They're really, really committed. Again, there's still a variation in experience and age, but also it was great to see some kind of guests, I suppose. We saw guests from England, from Guernsey, from Isle of Man. And so they just bolstered the player group, and yeah, it was a wonderful weekend of cricket. MCC, of course, and MCC, well, they got a real initiation, but then actually did precipitate an amazing collapse. Can't remember what it was exactly, but it was like a 8 for 8 collapse or something like that. Eastern Royals went down by 2 runs against them. And the funny thing with the first MCC game, it's the first T10 they played on the network. They did play T20 last year in the Valletta Cup. But trust them to turn the first game into a test match because it was 9 down and they had about 3 overs to get about 4 runs. Yeah. And it was, it was tense. It was like they basically tried to take this last wicket. In the end, there was a pop-up catch with 2 to go and that was it.
That was it, done.
Yeah. Very good there. And I actually, because I did have that day off, I was lucky enough to go around the island, had a very express tour and checked out some of the history.
It's going to be a teaser for the fielder out there at third, but he has been put back and wide, and that works in the favour of the Riders to keep that just to 1. So the good, solid fight back continues here from the Riders. At one point, they looked like they were going to be chasing a lot of leather.
So did you know that Jersey actually doubles in size when the tide goes out?
Doubles in size?
Doubles
no.
in size. Yeah. Isn't that that's a cool...
That's nuts.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's a very comfortable place to build a house or whatever, and the doubled part.
And up in the air, the fielder doesn't want to take the catch. I don't mind that, actually. you're probably, the way things are going here now, you're probably quite happy. Just keep it to a single. Don't want to drop it. Don't want to give 4 away.
Maybe, but also he had plenty of time. He made up his mind really quickly he wasn't going for it, which I guess worked. But I would have liked to have seen him at least kind of hunt the catch, and then he still could have backed off. Could have, backed out of the deal. Anyway, we'll be the end of the over. It's 114 for 5, and have a look at those statistics. They're pretty close to each other in the Goldilocks zone. Quick hello to Johnny Heeson. Good to see you. Hello to Dave as well. Nice to see you. Deborah Hall. Good to see you. And Ucha is in there. I know we got new viewers all the time. Last week we had a viewer called Stanley who said he lived just across the trees, and he said he was checking us out from across the path. We said, "Oh, come over, see us." He's a bit shy, I think. So he never did. But we're wondering who he was. That could be out as well, Oh well, misjudged it round in, ends up putting up one hand and slaps it over the bar. Manan, the recipient of a maximal 6 runs.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, the fielder palms this over for 6. Maybe this is why the other guy didn't want to take the catch. And what's the worst story? Dana, as the ECM photographer, is right there, clicking away. There she is. That's going to be a shot and a half. Look out for that on our social media. That's going to be a valuable 6 runs for Manan. And now, wanting the LB, the bowler is asking. Not going to get anything for that.
A bit high, I think. Maybe hit him outside off as well. Maybe some bat. Now they're... I thought they were going to have a very sneaky run, but they're going to do the ceremonial bat swap, which I don't think you can get away with that often. Maybe once.
They're going to get... I think there'll be a few words said there. Anyway, let's see if the bat works for Iftika as well. Well, how about this for a shot? Well, Iftika, it looks like he wants to get funky. I think he was getting ready for the old ramp shot. It wasn't quite there for the ramp. And then, I don't know what you call this shot, Benny. what would you call that?
I've never seen anyone back away while playing the ramp, because the only possibility if you go through with it, you're going to ramp it into yourself. So, yeah, like a running bunt. But now this is going to be a runoff for Manan. Well, I guess we'll never know how that bat goes in his hands, because he gets stunned. And look, again, Rico, I'm no scientist, but there's a straight line and correlation between getting the ball pitched up and success. As the stumps take a tumble again, it'll be 122 for 6 with 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, good delivery this time from Udin. Straight Yorker length. And unfortunately this time, after being lucky with a 6 early, it's going to be gone. One thing I've noticed here, especially first things in the morning, Vinny, that ball, that Grizzly, certainly does swing around. And that one did an awful lot from Udin. Udin gets it, and Manan has to make his way back for the unlucky 13 of 8 deliveries. With the score 122 for 6, there's a couple of balls left in the innings. Can they get another boundary or so and make it kind of a 130 chase? Let's see what the new batter Tunju can do.
Definitely a little bit of late tail there, wasn't there?
Got a Munchie. Well, he hits it well enough. Got to be looking for 2 here. But the non-striker is running so slowly. That's not good running at all from Iftika. He's ball watching and hardly sprinting. He's just strolling to the other end.
He's got the lucky bat, so he probably feels like if I run again, I'm never going to face it. So maybe it's not a bad thing. He wants to be the hero. Let's see if he can bring it home. Nope.
Well, that lucky bat's got a hole in it now. It's going to be a dot ball to finish the innings. And, well, this match is very much in the Goldilocks zone, 55% to 45% now. Well done to the Italian riders. It looked like the way things began, especially with Habib crashing the ball to all parts of the ground, that they were going to be chasing a score in the 170s. But they picked up the wickets, they improved their length, we both touched on that. They're starting bowling the Yorkers, and with that, wickets would fall, and they've restricted the strikers to a score similar to what they scored yesterday. Yesterday, 125 for 4. Today, 123.
But for the riders, they won't get a better opportunity to knock over the strikers than this. I mean, if they botch this chase, then they'll be probably looking over their shoulder, wondering where a win might come from, especially because they went away pointless yesterday, as well as we reflect on very much an innings of 2 halves in the first innings of the day, with that 92 off the first half, just 31 off the second half. But early on, it seemed like it could be a huge score, to be honest, with Habib Khan leading the way.
Yeah, he was muscling the ball to the boundary. It was an incredible assault from him, really. He scored 43 of 12 deliveries, 4 sixes and 4 fours, but they needed a breakthrough. They did get it, but then, well, one would go and another hard hitter would come, and Mohammad Ittisham and Shaheen Khan looked like they were going to muscle in and get a lot of runs on the board. But the catching, when they presented the chances, they were taken. That was a nice one taken there on the boundary. And then there was a good one taken at third as well. That would remove Cheyenne. But not before. There was a couple of good shots. This one would have been out. There was no doubt about it if that hit. But they got lucky on that occasion. But an opportunity would present itself, and every time it did, they were taken. That was a really good pickup, though. It was a little bit too short. Into the pad, 6 more.
They gave themselves a chance because they held some of these key catches, though. And then we saw a little bit of the old spinning English, didn't we? This one hit the stumps. This one hit the stumps. Freaked out their non-striker who had to go back to his base. But this time the stumps were hit by the bowler a couple of times, actually. So the ability to just continue turning the strike over makes a huge, huge difference. And look, it's not easy to just suddenly bowl twice as fast as you can. So that's not going to happen. This was a novel strategy of trying to field from outside the field. Didn't work too well. Now, we had a couple of bloopers in there as well. We had the pad over for 6. But I think if you offered the Riders 124 at the start of this innings, they'd be very, very satisfied. But now it's time for them to put up with the bat and see if they can actually get the W here. Yeah,
you're absolutely right. I think you take that. You get a great opportunity to get a win against the Italian strikers, who themselves, remember, are winless with the one match that they played yesterday. So this is very evenly poised, but you just get the feeling here that something like Rupan Baru and also the captain is going to be key in this one. Mushir Rahman, he did bat well yesterday in the one game that they had when he scored that 35, and Ronnie Zaman's contribution going to be key as well. 43 at the top of the order there from Habib, and Itisham also came in with a nice healthy 23 of 11, but the rest just didn't really click.
Yeah, 5 extras I think meant the score didn't get inflated to kind of 140s as well. So yeah, I think it's just really good example, that innings of what happens when you get it right. And of course, good players are going to get runs, and sometimes you feel powerless, but you do have those powers, I think, to create a chance and perhaps take it.
It's definitely worth saying that all of the bowlers in the second half bowled absolutely brilliantly, and then, they just kept things nice and tidy. The Yorker net deliveries were great.
Mushir Rahman with some pretty amazing figures, according to the last scorecard. That looks a bit more correct, 215 on 2 overs. Mahfouz with 228. Barua chipped in with a wicket, as did Tanvir Ahmed, who took 1 for 29. Even Ronnie Zaman only went for 24 in his 2 overs. If you're winning the battle with 25 in this tournament with your 2 overs, I think you're doing a pretty good job. We'll take a break then. See you in just a few minutes. 124 for the Riders to ride their way to the first win. Or can the Strikers defend 123 and pick up their first? Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, back in the igloo with Rico Fulm. We'll see you shortly live from Estonia. This is the European Cricket Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back. The action continues here in the first match of the day, match number 6. Italian strikers, very similar to yesterday actually. They started well with the bat, looked like they were going to score a big score, end up with a blow par score of 123. Habib Khan, the captain, gave them a good start, 43 of 12. As did Mohamed Ittisham, 23 of 11. But once they got out, the wickets would fall quickly. Credit to the Riders for bowling very well. And they've given themselves a chance here against the strikers. Surely, will the strikers go down in the first 2 matches? We said already that it's World Flower Day, and let us know what your favourite flowers are. Remember, there are also flowers that are regularly featured in our meals. Nutritious vegetables like broccoli, cauliflower and artichoke are actually flowers. That's right. Similarly, flowers are used as spices such as crocuses, saffron, cloves and capers, and are used in beer. And dandelion and elderflowers are used in wines, cocktails. And of course, many flowers also make herbal teas. World Flower Day, well, there's no flower power there. That is proper power. That's muscle for a boundary straight away. 6 runs to start. And Ronnie Zaman, what a good hit from him. Clobbers this straight down the ground. Well, Ronnie Zaman is listed on my sheet, but I can tell you that's not Ronnie. That's Rupam Baru who clobbers that one away. 6 runs to start from Rupam. A lovely shot. Rupam almost scored his first international 50 there in Malta. Got very close. Got into that high 40s. It was in 47 or 49, I think. In comes the delivery once again from Kabir. That's down the leg side. Certainly bowling with a bit of pace. He's got some speed as Kabir, but this time is ill-directed. That's 1 more to go on the board. And needing to go at around 12 and over here, the Riders. And that's something that they should be looking to achieve. And do that, and you get a memorable victory over last year's runners-up, the Royal Strikers. Kabir back to his mark. Short one across the body of Rupert, and he just plays that away and hands the strike back to his batting partner, which is his captain. Yeah, Rupert, he scored his highest score on the network was 78 not out, which he scored that in 2004, and looking to, of course, batter that. He's got Monsieur Rahman out there with him now, the captain, who also has been a key player for the Riders. Plays that nicely into the ground, and no run this occasion. Rupam says, no, we're not taking that on. Has scored a 60. That was back last year. And earlier in this tournament, we saw him score 35 against, of course, in that match against the Hippos. Let's see if he can batter that here today. Inglesi's team to victory. In the air, and down it goes. Well, that could be the difference between the 2 teams. Remember, the Riders, every time a catch presented itself was taken. It's not an easy one, but it's one that you expect to be taken. It's up there in the air long enough. There's not a lot of power in it, and yeah, I think he'll be disappointed. And that's Tanju Katamanchi. I think he knows he needs to take that. So a big opportunity that gets missed. Rahman dropped on 0. Kabir disappointed as he comes back, comes round the wicket. That's a great delivery. That is a super ball. Rupam Baru will go, and he gets this right. And this is what you've got to try and do if you are bowling right arm round the wicket. You're trying to imitate what a left armer is doing, and this is the perfect delivery. It is just a lovely ball. Up until that one, he's been going wide of the stumps. He's been getting the batters to play wide of the stumps. This time round, it's straight into the pegs, and just a different line that the ball comes through at is enough to take the wicket. So should have had a wicket the ball before the catch was put down, but he comes back this time and says, well, and that's exactly what he does, and that's going to be the end of Rupam. He's going to go for just 7 or 3. Beautiful delivery though, it has to be said, from Kabir. And if you can keep the ball in that area, it'll pick up more than just the 1 wicket. The ball still to go in the over. It's 9 for 1 as the new batter comes out. It's Rashidul Islam, who's hoping to stick around there with his captain, Rahman himself. Remember, dropped on 1. And it was Tanju who put him down, and Tanju will know it wasn't that difficult of a chance either. Kabir once again, that's a good sharp delivery, which is, well, solid defensive shot played there by Islam. It's the end of the over. They need to go at 12. They'll get 9 from that, 9. But more importantly, they lose the big wicket of Rupan Baru. So well bowled by Kabir. Yes, Vinny Sandhu joins me back in the commentary cube.
Yeah, 58 matches since the Golden Ball. The last one was actually Finals Day Golden Ball, and it was part of a crazy ECS Jersey Liberation Series Finals Day. We had, Rico, honestly, the closest Golden Ball we have ever had. We are talking 50-50 run-out decision getting referred to the third umpire, where you're having to make a guess. Is there anything over the line? Is it on the line? And that was the difference between winning and losing the game. In the end, the batter, Ed Giles, got the benefit of the doubt. Ed isn't the fastest. We have seen him playing for Jersey a little bit before. He looked over his shoulder twice as the ball was coming in. But I'll tell you something funny about that. It was Joel Dudley who threw it. And honestly, it should have been a run out easily.
Yeah.
But the throw pulled the keeper so wide from the stumps. But then even the keeper could have hit the stumps. But he had another fielder that had come into the stumps, so he handed it to him. And then he took... If he had just... Oh, geez, that would have been pretty tight as well. Geez, I thought it was Kroot doing the backing up for a second. At least it was stopped. Hey, hold on, Kroot, you're umpiring. He's actually not on the field at the moment.
Speaking of the umpires...
Because he was in the position as well.
Speaking of the umpires, they've removed the jackets and they're looking nice in their grizzly
beautiful
blue.
Day. But anyway, so the funny thing was, if he hadn't have passed it off and just hit the stumps, would have been out. It would have saved a bit of time, considering it was already about a dead heat. But the funniest thing was Joel, who threw it, originally came up, and after all this hubbub, 2-3 minutes looking at the replay, eventually, one team wins. It's going to be stopped. In fact, he's overcommitted here. He has to scramble back to his ground as Rahman. But Joel said the best thing about that is everyone's forgotten how terrible my throw was. The throw bounced 3 times and pulled the keeper about 4 metres away from the stumps. And he said, Vinny, I'm so lucky. Because
nobody was
it was a
about
regulation. At that level, it was a regulation to get it back to the keeper. Another dot ball. So far, Habib was good early with the bat. It's been good early with the ball as well.
Yeah, he's bowled well, and you can see that they want to take these singles, but at the same time, they're worried they're going to get run out. So it's just dots at the moment. 9 came off the first, and so far just the 1 run of the 3 balls in this one.
Again, can't beat the field. Some kamikaze fielding.
Yeah,
considering it's power play, that's one of the negatives is having all these infielders, because you don't get these singles. Have a look at that though, Rico.
Yeah,
Can you believe this is the world we're living in?
I watched that game, and it was quite incredible. This one up in the air, well, it's going to land somewhere in front of us. That's going to be 6 runs. They needed that hit, certainly then from Rashidul Islam, because that was 4 dots on the spin. He needed to get something out of it, and he does. So 6 runs. But yeah, that was just some crazy game.
Blown it out of the water. And another record that Corey thought would never get broken is the 2-2-2 in a final by VOC Rotterdam. They looked on for more than that, the Southern Spitfires. And they're the team that actually won the Golden Ball earlier in the day. So that was absolutely insane. It smashed the record by 22. It's almost like running a sub-9 second 100-meter sprint in the Olympic final. It's that far above the second best. So that was, my final frontier list. I know we made it together.
Yeah.
The things
200 chase.
200 chase. Ticked it off.
200 chase. And I know it wasn't in the
I know where
T10
you're going with
format,
this.
but we did have the 7 wickets as well, didn't we?
We had a 7-wicket haul. And even then, that was in Prague. End of the over here, 16 for 1. So Kabir does a good job. And well, looks like he's getting ready to bowl another ball, but we'll see if he gets to. Unless, I know we're into the 3rd over already. Geez, things are moving very quickly this morning.
Just needed the.
I was going to say.
Just needed the score. Yeah, the graphics have been a bit slow this morning, but they'll catch up with us eventually. Kabir bowled a very good first over, and that's a good delivery as well. They're just looking at the height on that, probably the one for the over perhaps.
So it was an amazing bit of work actually. So it was Cyprus versus Czechia. Czechia at home obviously, and then Czechia still finding their way in the T20 game. It's less than 12 months since they played their first T20 internationals. There was Samanthi Dunaketania that took 7 for 15 or 3.5 overs. Okay, so didn't quite bowl their 4. But it should just be stopped. Well, it will, even though he does a 360 breakdance move on the fumble. They just need to get something going here. They're just stagnating a little bit in this power play, the Riders. But here's the thing. There were 8 wickets down. At this stage, Samanthi had 6 wickets, and she had 1 over still to go. She's about to bowl the next over, right? And there's no set batters left. So you're right down the bottom of the Czechia lineup. Here's Kabir. Use this one down leg side to get a bit of the thigh pad. Maybe it did. It doesn't get called wide, so it must have taken something on the way through. So then we have this situation where there's a no ball for height. It gets caught. Everybody stops. The batter's walking off. The non-striker kind of is halfway down the pitch going, oh well, and then walks. And then when they realized it was a no ball, they ran out the non-striker.
Yeah.
Where, in my opinion, I thought the ball was dead because the batter was leaving on a misapprehension. I'll be the upstairs for the over. In fact, I wonder, it must have been the second one, hey?
Yeah, I don't think, actually, they did call the one before, but as one for the over, but I don't think it was. I don't think it was over the shoulder, so I think that's... Yeah,
even
that's
then, even say that was a rough call, you know that as a bowler.
Yeah,
so,
as a bowler,
so you know that you can't bowl another one regardless of whether you agree or not.
Yeah.
So we've got a free hit here. Probably a perfect time for the Riders to get going. See if Islam can cash it in.
In comes Kabir, and it's a perfect delivery though, isn't it? He's bowled really well. In the end, they do take the single this time, but he gets over from the free hit. So
I was convinced that cooler heads would prevail and they weren't going to take the wicket. At that stage, they were 8. They were 26 for 8, and batting second. And I thought they're not going to take the wicket here, surely. It was the Terminator, Yana Kaminkova, and so it was a bit of a grey area because it wasn't the. It was the non-striker that was run out, but everyone had stopped, including the fielding side, because the batter had almost got to the circle and walked off, assuming she was out.
That's got to be
and
called
then
a dead
they were like,
ball,
whoa, okay, and the fielder ran in. It just didn't feel right.
Nah.
And even if you thought it was technically out, which I thought it wasn't, I don't think he would have appealed for it. That's going to be over the top. That's going to be 4 as well. So that's better power play batting from Rahman, who gets going with his first boundary. And it'll be the end of the third. The Riders are 23 for 1. But here's where I think it cost Cyprus, because, of course, that was the 9th wicket. And I knew that no one had ever taken an 8-wicket haul in any T20I, not just on ECN, in any T20 even. No one had ever taken 8 wickets. And I thought, geez, she's got a hole over. She could do it. And so, sure enough, she got another bowl. With her 5th ball, she took the 10th wicket, but that was the end of the innings.
That was the end of the innings,
and so never got a chance to take 8, which, I mean, we'll never know. It was a little bit disappointing, I thought. But hey, that was the way it panned out.
Yeah, it's always a grey area, isn't it, when something like that happens, because the batter thinks they're probably out, forget that it's a free hit or whatever, or it's a no ball, whatever it is, and then they're walking off, and then the bells get taken off, and then they're out. So, oh dear. Well,
over-attacking fielding there, actually. Just went with the one hand to hurl it back in, but it was always going to be a single, though. Never going to take 2.
Yeah,
just decision-making here.
Yeah, it's a lot of time, Hassan, here, but he just does this all wrong. Tries to do it with one hand, gets past him, and then that's a valuable 4 runs. They do need to get the acceleration going as the rate started at 12. It moves to past 14, so something's going to happen, and extras will help as well. It's Habib, the captain, coming back to bowl his second, and he's his first over was so good, it was very wicket to wicket. Just needs to go back to that again.
But I think there's a specific part of the law that exists to protect batters under the misapprehension that they're out. And this one should be fielded without too many dramas. It will be. And so I feel that that should have been applied, even though, so the non-striker kind of took a couple seconds to run and then stopped with everyone else as the batter walked off, and even she took a couple of steps just walking, like, you know how they walked. And it just, just didn't quite feel right. But that's experience as well, to know, like, it was actually pretty clear no ball above the waist and got caught. But yeah, the Czechs, they're still searching for their first T20I win. Obviously Estonia, they were too, but they picked up 3 of them last week. In fact, won all 10 games across 2 formats against Bulgaria.
That's nicely played. Work to be done out there from the fielder, and will not get there. So once again, this outfield had a fresh cut early this morning, and that ball is racing across it. Has 4 more runs to Rahman.
Didn't pick it up straight away. He didn't move at all, and then by the time he did, he'd already lost the race. If he'd seen that, I think he's reaching that. Of course, we had a 5-wicket haul since then, didn't we, Victoria Freight?
We did. Oh, that's a bit wild, and I wonder if they want to check this side on. Looks like the umpires might be just waiting to see that. It looked higher than maybe what it was. Let's have a look. No, it's still pretty high. I mean, I think you called that one,
I think, yeah, for me, probably would have. They didn't really query it too much.
Yeah, waist or above. I think that was about waist. So Habib gets away with it, and he finishes with 2 dots in the over. Only the 10 from it, and the score at the end of the 4th over, 33 for 1.
Yeah, so that's what I've been doing. Obviously, yeah, I did Jersey, I did Sweden. Obviously, before that, you did Malta, which was very, very entertaining once again, including those internationals, the men's internationals against Estonia, the women's against Croatia. So yes, it's been a good mix of, I suppose, club and international cricket. Before that, okay, Bologna and our very first ECSW there.
Bologna, doing Drew back again in France as well. France was fantastic.
But that's
the
not
thing.
Going in an ambulance this time.
That was just when that part, and of course, Nabi. I mean, we remember that final when he had to be taken away, and the ambulance had to, quite rightly, following the regs that they have, had to take him. But this year, he performs. Yeah, well, it was good to see him get going. He scored more in the final
than he did in the rest of the tournament.
Exactly. So it was good to see Nabi back, and that lovely smile also returned. So yeah, well done to Nabi. So maybe he's back, folks. Maybe Nabi is back.
Time will tell.
It's a well bowled, just drags away onto the leg side. It will be fielded, just the 1 run.
Obviously, the international series here looks like a really good development series for both sides. I know Bulgaria disappointed not to walk away with a win. I thought they did, again, as new teams do, like very new teams, they might win patches of games, but just had trouble sustaining over a full game.
That's not out the middle at all. It's didn't sound very good off the bat. No, one thing about Bulgaria, and that everybody that was here and was watching will tell you, their commitment, their desire, their passion was just amazing. And every single one of them are all so lovely. They're so kind. They really want to learn. They want to get better. In between those matches, they were in the nets, and a lot of people were helping them out as well. And they will get better. That's lofted, catching chance. And, well, in the end, I think it's a combination of being out of position, then looking into the sun. What he does do, though, he does manage to get fingertips onto this and push the ball forward and stop the boundary.
Second or third time we've seen today, someone running under the ball, and then he just swipes it. He's assuming he's going back over the boundary. Probably doesn't realise he's got time to catch it. If he did, he was running backwards so fast, he was worried he wasn't going to stop.
Tucks up the batter this time, does Shuvu, as Rahman can't get that one away.
But I think the thing that struck me about the Bulgarian side, and Estonian side as well, but they were so competitive.
Yeah.
The Bulgarian side in particular, because they kept losing, but they could see they weren't kind of accepting it. They're like, no, we don't accept this. And I could see that passion at least, and that competitiveness, which that's something you almost can't teach. In the cricket stuff you can.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you look at where they started, and this is one thing that I was saying right from the beginning, and I know me and Marco talked a lot about this, and we said, look at where they are now when they gave away those 65 extras in one of those T20 internationals. They gave away 45 on one of the T10s, and I said, just watch them improve. And by the time, that's too high. I think this is probably going to be called on the field of play. They're just checking this, but that's too high. That's going to be a minimum. I'm sure of it. This is going to be 5. 4 to the batter and the 1 no ball. It just doesn't come out right at all. They're giving away a lot of runs here. are the Italian strikers. It's another no ball. They've given away a few wides. Other than that, every time it looks like they're going to put the riders to bed. They give them an opportunity like that. Now, can they take it this time?
It's funny, even with the help they're getting, they're still only 11%. Shows you how far they've fallen behind with this rate. Shuvo has to deliver the free hit. Islam needs to bang it.
Well, he does try, but he will find the fielder again. That will be the end of the over. But yeah, just going back to that, 5 overs in, 43 for 1. I wonder if they think about pulling one of these batters here as well. I mean, they're not really going at the rate they would. If you're going to do it, you've got to do it now here, Vinny. Otherwise, you're falling too far behind. But one thing about Bulgaria, they did prove us right. They got better and better with the ball. And in fact, to restrict Estonia on several occasions just to a score of 70 was great.
Yeah.
You know, but they just couldn't get going with the bat.
Yeah, exactly. So and there was the one T20 where it looked like it's just that one run out where she just didn't put her bat back in her crease, and she just shouldn't. She should have. Anyway, of course, Challenger Division coming up, and I will say, if there is a group of death out of those two, I think Estonia is in it with Guernsey, Estonia, Isle of Man, Luxembourg. I think they are all threats to win the whole thing. Serbia, having said that, they're a year better off as well, and I don't think anyone will ever count out the Turks, who play with incredible passion. Serbia, a lot of native young players as well that will be a year developed as well. Malta, of course, you're talking about Malta. They're in Group 1. Of course, they were relegated along with Guernsey from the Premier Division last year. And how that works, basically, it's the 9 days in the middle of the ECC, 4 days per group, and then a finals day. The top 2 from each group go through to the finals day. So that should be a really great tournament as well. And yeah, it's a big success last year, the Challenger Division. Estonia they were a couple of minutes away from winning the whole thing.
Minutes away, yep.
Hello to Pranav if he's watching this morning. I know he's... One thing I like about Pranav, though, he can reflect on it now and know it could happen to anyone. He's still a very good bowler. I think we saw that yesterday. It'll be the old tunnel ball here, but again, it'll only be a single. So need boundaries, need them pretty quickly. And so that's one thing. I still think it's a bit crazy, and I think the time will come sooner rather than later with technology available that clearly shows line decisions at this level, and that you should be able to use it in T20s. Why is it the ICC decrees that if you don't have all of the angles and the $1 million setup, that you just can't make more correct decisions? It doesn't seem right, and it puts unfair pressure on the umpires in 2025.
Agree.
I think.
I absolutely agree, and we've seen that so much in some of the events that we've done. You know, Malta again was another good example. But just talking about that Challenger Division, I mean, looking at the first group, that was hit pretty well. Fielder is there, and no mistakes this time. Great catch taken by Habib Khan, who's having a very good morning, is the captain of the strikers. He batted well, he's bowled well, and now he takes a good catch. I like the way he gets into position early, then he gets himself nice and stable, holds on to the catch, and Rashid Al-Islam, his little fight comes to an end. He goes for 20 of 16 deliveries, but I think that could end up being maybe a good dismissal, especially if the next batter comes out and starts crunching the ball at a more regular pace to the boundary. Yeah,
well, I mean, they have to do something pretty special to get home from here. They need about 17.5 and over. Maybe somebody can play that cameo. I've heard a couple of the Bulgarian players are going to be recruited by the Scots for the Highland Games and the caber toss. Certainly love to bat toss, didn't they?
That was Vili Nikolova. She's a lovely girl as well, is Vili.
I love listening to Tyro and say, look, I know I have to talk to her, but I'm going to wait because she hasn't calmed down.
I think everybody saw the shot. Everybody's, because we saw in the highlights, and I said to Two Circles, I said, show the bit with Tyron. With Tyron goes that way, then he turns around and he's got a massive smile on his face, and you just know that one's another one that tucks up the batter. He just knew that what Tyron is thinking is, I've got to talk to her, but you know what? I'm going to wait because at the moment she is fuming. But the smile on Tyron's face was just fantastic.
He walked away, and in my mind, he's like, you know what? I think she's learning a lesson.
But look, I mean, Bulgaria, fantastic.
So funny, Tyron could go up to the biggest, baddest, male player and read him his rights. But this time, Tyron said, you know what? I don't want to go there. Oh, but for Super Kings, quite remarkably, they're looking pretty good to And they take all 4 points here against the Riders, and said it before the second innings. This is the kind of game that if the Riders can't chase this down, they'll wonder where.
Where do you get the
a win's
Super
coming
Kings from? Where did Super Kings come from?
The strikers, of course. Just saw TSK. We go through a lot of teams.
Well, Super Kings, you take me back to what I was saying about Malta. I think Malta are going to be good, you know. One thing, look, in that Challenger division last year, they didn't get a point, did they? They
were, I don't mind saying this, they were awful.
Yeah, they were.
They were
and they know
awful. They got 0 points.
Yeah, and they know it.
Even that was generous last year.
They know it. But the way that they're improving, I mean, have a look at how they performed in the ECL, the Royal Strikers. Obviously, weather played a part.
Did you think it's something to do with them picking their best players?
I think so, yeah.
Do you think, I've been in teams, and I've played a lot in Western Australia into cricket, and often like, this guy brings great energy to the team, this guy, this. I'm like, should we start with picking the people that are best at the sport?
Well, yeah.
You know,
it was like
that's quite an important criteria.
It was like going back to the old England selectors picking them out. But they're getting it right. Look at the way they played against Estonia and Malta. I mean, and with the likes of Priya and Pushpajan coming into their side.
Yeah, sure.
Michael Das, who didn't play, will also get the side. Lala, that's gone. Well, Lala, bye-bye, as Rahman, the captain, had to go for it, really. He never really got going, never really found the boundary as much as he needed to. So it's going to be 13, the unlucky 13 of 17 deliveries, full and straight from Ilyas Hassan. Jagalipote, adios. And the stumps, they're going for a walk, as will Rahman, the captain, back to the dugout. He's another one that's gone. But now, you got Michael Das, who didn't feature in Malta because he was away. You got Basil George, who was recovering from a slight back injury, to come into the side. I think they could be the surprise package this time around. I mean, what a story that would be if they are,
Redemption.
From a team that gets absolutely nada. Then they come back and they win that first group.
Czechia also in that group. I think they're a bit of a threat. They made the top 4 last year. They kind of ran out of steam towards the end. It was quite a grueling schedule, the 4-team playoffs over 3 days. I suppose this time the 4 teams just play 1 day of finals, so it's a little bit shorter. And the other thing with the Premier Division, it's a bit of a novel format with only 3 days of championship week or championship group. There's another one. It's 2 balls, 2 wickets for Hassan. He's on a hat-trick, making it look easy. It'll be the end of Tanveer, very first ball, and it's 45 for 4.
Yeah, this is an ugly shot really from Tanveer. He just swinging and hoping, and stumps go down. He goes for a walk, 2 in 2. Well, yesterday definitely belonged kind of to the batters. We saw some centuries, a couple of scores in the 70s. It was a high-scoring day, over 1,100 runs, close to 1,200. Can today belong to the bowlers, as this is the last wicket. It's just a simple delivery. Full straight is on the stumps. Tanveer plays all around it. He's going to lose his wicket. The next batter comes in. Here's the hat-tricks we've seen so far, and it was Lara Matris who's on there, 4 for 4. And of course, she also scored a fine century as well.
She was a standout. She loved it. Former Irish international, by the way. Still very young. Yeah, South African-born Irish international. Yeah, she's played some of the top teams in the world, New Zealand and all that. So she was brilliant. Although having said that, she did have a golden duck in there as well. So that's the kind of format it is, isn't it?
That's the way it goes.
For a hat-trick.
In comes Hassan, and it's been dug out. Another in-swinging delivery. Nice and full from Hassan, and Asghar just blocks it out. And you just feel that the Riders have got to be feeling they gave themselves a big chance, and now here they are.
Little laugh. Good morning to Kroom, who obviously I just saw a message before he deleted it. I think he must have accidentally fell on his keyboard.
Wake up, Kroom, wake up. He's probably just jumped up.
Some people thought it might have been his cat.
87 to just get a point here now. I mean, forget winning the match. They've got to try and get something out of it, Vinny.
Yeah, exactly. Well, at least the cat didn't put 6 emojis. And that would be in the end of Kroom. Thanks for nice to know you, Kroom.
What happened, Kroom? Come and tell us. And, well, they are running hard here. They will get a single, but singles are not going to really help their cause, the Riders.
You know the thing with Kroom is came across my desk that Upminster would be part of the ECS in Hornchurch. I know that's who Kroom plays for. Plays for Upminster. Mm. And then it came to my attention that actually only their women's are playing. So I said, well, Kareem, I know how much you want to be part of the European Cricket Series. Looks like you've got a big decision.
He's got to go to the makeup department.
he said he'd rather do that than change clubs. He's a loyal club man. That could be out. Bottom of the bat. Just checking.
I think this,
checking if it carries, but I think it does.
Good umpiring this from Miguel Stoneman as well, because there's definitely edge, and what Miguel wants to check is, does it carry? He looks at the square leg umpire. Andrew Winter says it does. I wonder if we got this on our side on camera. It's a bit hard to see there.
I think the first angle showed it better. That I think you could see the ball isn't going to bounce before it reaches the gloves.
Here it is again. Yeah. Also, look at the way the wicketkeeper gets underneath it, and he's in the upward motion. He's got it right in the end of the fingers, which tells me, look at when he brings the ball up, right? So this tells me they get it right down the bottom. See, look, there you go. But, I mean, the keeper, I think he also would be the first to say, look, if that hit the ground, he would say, no, that's not a catch. But it is the 5th wicket down, and a triple wicket over there. 3 for 3 for Elias Hassan. 48 for 5, and the Riders have fallen off the horse badly here in match 6. And now they need plenty even just to salvage a point. To be honest, I think they're going to start their series with a double donut. Yeah, it could be here. Remember, they went down after only scoring 78 against the Hippos. The Hippos knocked them off with 25 balls to go. So they've got nada yesterday. Strikers, they're searching for their first victory. This is a quick look at the next match that is coming up. And it will be, of course, United taking on the Stallions. Stallions undefeated yesterday. And United, well, we saw two sides of them. They're a team that are struggling with players coming into the side. And you can see some more changes from them today. Yeah. And
Ring the changes.
Look at that. I mean,
7 changes.
That's a
They've
lot
come from the
of
clouds
changes.
to the reinforcements have arrived. I love Angel Fernandez behind the stumps as well for Talon. But Talon United, I should say. Can't say Talon because that's 5 of the teams in this competition. But yeah, that game's coming up. There's a slight delay after this game. And of course, it's just the 2nd of 5 today. Jordan O'Brien is in the chat. Hey, Jordan, hopefully you're well. I'm looking forward to seeing you very, very much. Jordan, of course, Finnish international. And also, I'm excited to come to Finland. I'm coming to your territory.
I've got to mention today, well, the bee says gone. It is World Bee Day. It would have been great if, Chance gets fingertips to it, went over to take it. A great big bumblebee came in here today. That would have taken me on to saying that it is World Bee Day today. That's observed around the world. And we'll maybe talk a bit more about that later. Yeah, Gordon O'Brien. And remember him and Nicholas Sutherland, they played for Tartu, didn't they? Tartu CC last year, that 244-run partnership.
Yeah.
And now, this time around, they're in for the Hippos.
And also an unbroken partnership that we won't speak of.
Yeah, gets played away.
But Jordan's actually playing for the Hippos.
Yeah, both of them are.
Yeah,
both. Nicholas Sutherland and Jordan playing for the Hippos.
They're good pickups.
And I think other players that are also coming in from Helsinki, because Helsinki, as I've said before, is only up the road. And I think even for the strikers, we've got Amjad Shah is listed to play for them.
Yeah.
So we're going to have the Helsinki connection happening here, I think, at some point in the next few days. That's a discussion happening here between I think one of the fielders has just got something, a fly or something in his eye, and it says, hey, umps, here we go. It's either that or it's something to do with the contact lens. And it looks like Habib, I think he says he's okay, being sorted out. Well, he must be okay because he's not okay. He's actually going off the field of play, I think.
Oh, no.
Probably must have been maybe it's a contact lens or something. I'm not sure if he wears contacts. Lenses come out or something. So the captain leaving the field of play for the moment.
All right, 35 or 14 for a point. They need a late rush. Where's it going to come from? Davala with the ball.
That's well bowled. He's bowled really well, actually. His first over only went for 2. He's not trying to bowl too fast. There's Davala just getting the ball nice and straight and right up there. Hey, I want to say to everybody, those of you that are getting up and haven't quite left the house yet, you've got to wear your red trainers today. And I'll tell you why.
Not to stomp on flowers, is it?
No. And, well, he's got hold of that pretty well,
Spin.
But it's only going to go as far as the field. It's just going to be a single. Yeah, red trainers day. And not everyone knows that allergies can be life-threatening. So to educate on the fertility of allergies is one of the aims for wearing red sneakers today. It's something that's observed today. The non-profit organisation Red Sneakers for Oakley invites the entire world to join and requests that everyone wears their red shoes to draw attention to rising food allergy problems, which affects around, and this is the biggie, 250 million people around the world. So I should have told you earlier. I know you've got a lovely pair of red shoes.
I do, yeah. But I can put them on when I get home. That's
there you
okay.
Go. Good idea.
Hey, and they're not trainers technically. But let's talk allergies. What are you allergic to?
Penicillin.
Really?
Yeah, never give me penicillin.
So when you go to hospital and you have an operation, they've got to put a special different gown on you so they know. Yeah?
Yep. Had some antibiotics once. It was about...
Is it? I haven't sneezed all day and I just sneezed for the first
just
time.
when we were talking about allergies.
As soon as you said that. I'm pretty good with allergies. I'm allergic to something that's quite unusual. And I'm allergic to raw potatoes.
What you?
I'm not joking. Let me explain.
All right. You've only... how many years have I known you?
Well, there's
I could have had so much fun with you if I knew before.
No, I wish I hadn't told you that. Anyway, here's the 9th over, the need 33 off these two. She was crafty, isn't he? Sneak that first one in.
So come and tell me, what happens
When I was 6, I was in the first grade at school, and have you ever done potato printing? You know, probably not recently.
I've never done it, but I've heard of it.
It's for kindergartners. It's like you get a potato, you cut it in half, you carve something in, and then you use it to put it in paint and you make a picture. Sounds innocent enough till my face blew up. So I'm fine with potatoes. I think if it's when they get cut, whether there's starch inside. If they're cooked, no problem. And God knows I've had more hot chips than anyone should have in a lifetime, as you know.
So cooked, mashed, boiled.
Cooked, no problem. I think it cooks the starch out of it. But and so then I basically had to go home with, my whole face blew up. And so I thought it was pretty cool because I could go home. My eyes were so itchy. And then the only other time, you're allergic to raw potatoes. Stay away from them. Cool. Handy for avoiding kitchen work. And I do it, and I admit this now.
You're a little snide.
The
really
30-year statute of limitations is up. When I was about 11 or 12, I hadn't done my homework one day. And I knew I was going to get in trouble if I went to school. I hadn't done my homework. So I went to the fridge.
You did.
Cut a potato in half, and I gave the old...
Oh, really?
Like the devil's aftershave. Up it goes, sorry.
Oh, no.
Yeah. That was the last time I checked. So I wouldn't actually know as an adult. I still, when they ask me on forms and stuff, I always write it.
So all I've got to do, really... You're telling me this now. All I had to do when you were around and I wanted my way, just to carry a potato with me. That's all. Like an
FBI badge, just be in my face. Going,
freeze. So did you have to take anything, or would it just go? Would it just go back to normal eventually?
Antihistamines would get it under control, I think.
What about people in the chat? Anything that you guys? Anything weird?
I'm pretty allergic to cats and dogs to a lesser extent.
Okay.
Definitely, cats is something I got to. We're going over to a friend's house that has cats. I'm definitely popping a few pills before I go.
Weird one.
Into the over, that one snuck past pretty quickly, didn't it? And just seemed like that points crept out of control.
Yeah, we're just having a few issues, folks, unfortunately, with some of the graphics. Just a little bit slow this morning. Don't know what it is. It shouldn't be here in Estonia because we know that Estonia is world leaders in innovation and technology. But here at the ground,
we've brought
a few issues.
Our what do you call it? Old technology to Estonia, where they're on a higher bandwidth. That's why they got the scoreboard 2 balls behind.
Doesn't talk with each other.
All right.
Looks like it's going to be a big win here for the Strikers, looking to get all the points, or maybe not. Who knows what could happen here? Look, if they get to that 87, they take a point. So
let's sit back and enjoy it, because we don't really know what they need. I don't remember them getting a lot of runs towards the end of that last over, so it has 30 off 8. I'm going to put that 24 off 7 with 2 mystery balls that I can't remember because I was too busy thinking about what I'm allergic to.
I don't think we had too many off that over, I reckon. Well, it's played away. Got to make the stop. They do make the stop. They'll just get the single. So the Strikers, that would be a great bounce back for them. They did get a point against Stallions yesterday. If they can get 4 here, that puts them back where they would not want to be. And that's a good result for them, considering that they got a big player like Arslan Amjad not playing. So here comes Here's Hassan again. He's, oh, well, this one is going to be a no ball. Oh, that is going to be a 7-up. Well, it could all change. If only we knew what the score was, it could all change.
Wish I was paying more attention because I've got to be honest, I gave him Buckley's chance of getting anywhere near this point. As Shuvo was just
let's say
his way through that ninth
I reckon
over.
they probably need about 28 of this over. That's what I'd say. So
yeah,
that's about 7 up.
It was 30 off 8, so I know that they didn't get a boundary. I know that after the last 2 balls in the ninth.
So we've had
13 off 2 because
14. There was a single as well.
Okay, 13 off 3 free hit.
Wide ball, still a free hit.
You know the score. I mean, take it. You know, you never appreciate something until it's gone.
So, oh, maybe a score is going to help us. Something
14 off 4. Any information is good information.
Okay, so could steal a point out his strikers. Well, that's a good hit.
Hello.
And the fielders, will they stop it?
Oh,
they will.
Got to run.
Will come back for 2 though. It's a good throw.
Okay. 12 off 3. I'm gonna go with it.
Yeah, we go with that. 12 or 3 strikers.
We'd love to know what you're allergic to, but I can't read any of your comments. But I'll look forward to reading them in the break.
Yeah, we'll come back to you, folks. We'll come back to you. But keep them coming. We'll go back and read them. Dave is saying he's also penicillin. You can't take penicillin, not anybody else out there. So anything you're allergic to, any weird ones out there as well.
That's one that I think you got to try and run to strategically because Zaman had the hot hand. Now, you're asking Asgar to hit 2 6s, but good luck. Here we go.
Well, that's not going to be a 6. It won't even be a boundary. So it will be all the points to the strikers. They've come back well here, but with the Italian riders going down here and again not picking up any points, the chances of them finishing in that top 4 now, you feel Vinny's going to be pretty slim.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, that is in the air and will go for 6. So they will get one of those 6s, but the problem is they have run out of time. Feel that is the end of the innings. Once again, apologies, folks, for some of the issues we've had with the graphics.
He came back on strike and he was able to hit one of those 6s, but that's why I thought it was worth him pushing. So, yeah, it'll be a pretty comprehensive victory for the strikers who will take all 4 points. Just a reminder that the next game is coming up in around about 40 minutes' time. We'll have United taking on the Stallions and Cypher Rahman. Let's see how he follows on from that incredible century yesterday. The Baltic boss was bossing it, wasn't he? And Aurangzeb, he's a player I've always got a lot of time for, because he has a 45 run over at the ECL, and always happy to see him do well, because I don't want to see him just get remembered for that. Italian United, they swing whatever the reverse of an axe is, and they welcome in 7 new players from the team that we saw last night. Sahil Chauhan, of course, be really important with Shaquille at the top of the order as well. Watch out for Angel Fernandez with the gloves. But let's have a look at these highlights, and it was kind of a failure to launch situation, wasn't it? Despite Barua starting brightly, he wouldn't last too long. And you know, the funny thing was, it wasn't that they lost a bunch of wickets, but they were just so restricted, weren't they, by the strikers' bowlers? Yeah,
the bowlers early on, as you see there, Kabir, I think he bowled really well, coming round the wicket, which, you know, we don't always recommend unless you've got the knack to do it, to imitate the left armer, and he did. He bowled very well. Habib Khan, he bowled so well. And when you look at the over-by-over scores, until they're right towards the end, they just never allow them to get the 12 that it started off with. 12 soon became 14, 14, 16, and then it got to a point where they needed to go magical to get the win. And then it was all about whether they could pick up a point or not. But as you saw there from the bowlers, they just kept keeping that radar switched onto the stump. In fact, it's probably fair to say that both teams, in fairness, did bowl well. I do actually feel that the riders fielded much better than the Italian strikers in the way that they caught specifically. But the Italian strikers just got a little bit more know-how, a little bit more ability in that bowling attack. And once they got the early wicket of the first 2, especially when the captain would go and Rupan was taken out beautifully, clinically really, by Kabir, there was no fight left. And, well, despite a little flurry there towards the end, they were never going to be in danger, really, of not just getting the score, but also taking a point away from the strikers. So good start in the day to the strikers. They will finish with a win. They'll have a very tough match the next time we see them. They'll be taking on the Hungry Hippos.
Yeah, they will. Fortunately, just never happened, did it? 83 for 5 off 10. Not going to win you too many ball games here in the ECS Estonia. 21, Askar battled bravely to try and save the point, but wasn't able to do it in the end. Apart from that, Rashidul Islam with 20, but 16 balls used, 13 off 17 for Oman. I know that he was good yesterday, but just wasn't able to find the boundary. Just 2 fours in his 17 balls. And once again, not too many extras in the 10. Just 8 in total from the strikers. Bowling-wise, 3 for 28. Hassan was able to make some key breakthroughs, but I think it was the restriction work from people like Davala, Shuvo with his left arm spin, done for 14. Kabir chipped in with a wicket, but yeah, no one really went the journey there, did they? Probably Hassan, the most expensive, but he did get 3 wickets in amongst it all, and they got after him a little bit in there as well. We'll take a break though. We'll be back in around about 35 minutes. Take you in to the second game of the day. Still plenty of action to come here. Live from Talons, Mr. Maximo Vinisandu with Rico Full. We'll see you after this for more ECS Estonia. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the second game of the day. It's match number 7 and, well, I know that we have 6 teams here all competing for 4 places on finals day, which is on Sunday. We have the top 2, of course, getting that double chance. But match number 7, we'll see Talon United taking on the Talon Stallions. Did have a toss a little bit earlier. It was Sahil Chow, the United skipper, that won the toss and elected to bat. No less than 7 players coming in for Talon, who, do get a side on the park today. I know they had some issues with that earlier in the tournament, but you can see that the Chowan brothers at the top, they will have a big say in how this innings goes. For the Talon Stallions, though, well, we know that they've got a very powerful opening combination. Zishan Ali, the captain, listed with Saifur Rahman, who scored a T10 century yesterday. There's Ram Krishnan coming back into the side. Watch out for Hidirachi behind the stumps. Of course, he was one of the umpires for the international series that we just had. And Talon United, they start underdogs, but I will say that they will rise from that 27% if the Chowans can get going. Almost like they need to play a perfect game here to get the win, Talon United. I know that with the reinforcements, they might not have played too much cricket together. In fact, some of the Estonian cricket community, calling them the mystery squad. As the call went out, said, look, we need to get United. We need to get United out there on the park. So, yeah, we might be seeing a few new names today for them. But the Stallions, it's hard to imagine a score that you wouldn't back them chasing down just with the way they were going. So, I think early wickets key in both of these innings. And about to see, I think, the Chown brothers opening up for United. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo in Estonia for my first day of the year here. And it has been a pretty beautiful morning so far. Beautiful man next to me, of course. Rico Fours, get ready for match 7. Kind of crunch time, isn't it, for United? Although they are buoyed by that win late last night.
Yeah, what a good match that was last night. Could have gone either way in the end, but they got that win with Sahil Chauhan, the captain, standing firm and getting them the victory. So let's see how they play here. Remember, started the day in that 3rd spot, but since then, with the strikers getting a win, they know that once again they're slipping down the table, but they've got the games in hand and they'll be wanting to get a good performance in here. But they're up against the Talent Stallions, who were undefeated yesterday. They would have liked 4 points against the strikers, but though they did chase down the 126 they needed, they did it with 15 balls to go, not 18, so had to settle for the 3. And then later on, they put a massive 187 on the board. That's when Saiful Rahman did score that century, but did allow the Tartu Wolves to steal a point, thanks to Ali Raza making that 71 and not out. Here's the first ball, and it's going to be a massive wide to start off with. That's the Ram Krishnan, who just gets his radar a little bit wrong. And Krishnan has got a nice little bit of a hairstyle thing going on there. I don't know what you call that. You wouldn't call it a bit of a bob, I think, rather than a ponytail. So Krishnan starts with a loosener, bowling to Shakil Chauhan, the 2 brothers at the top of the order. That's another one that's going to be a wide. A lot of movement there from Krishnan, but he just needs to get that little bit closer, Vinny.
Yeah, he does. But yeah, the opening 3 overs of each innings I think is going to be real key, because either one of these opening combinations can break the game wide open. Got to create some scoreboard pressure if you're United. You've got to put a big score on the board, then at least get the Stallions openers feeling like they are under pressure. Stallions, of course, they qualified for European Cricket League a couple of times, 22 and 23. But they also won that ECS last year. It's Krishnan. Gets a good area there, just leaving the batter slightly. Sails through to the keeper.
Yeah, that's a better delivery. Interesting, he's getting so much movement, and he does have a little bit of pace, doesn't he, Krishnan? But they're electing to keep that. Well, I wouldn't even call him a 3rd. He's kind of a fly step. So, I mean, if Shakil chooses to swing at this and he does get an edge, you just feel it's going to fly down to 3rd. And that's exactly what sort of happens. It's more backward point than 3rd. That's going to be the first runs off the bat as Shakil Chauhan does get going. Of course, the older brother of the 2. I did have a bit of a chat with him just before the start of this match, and he did say to me, he said that I know you've been talking about Sahil Chauhan and his form lately. He didn't perform very well in Malta, and he was saying that, not sure if you're aware, and I wasn't aware that Chauhan has had a bit of a shoulder injury, that's Sahil, and he's been having some treatment on that. He was in India earlier in the year where he had some physio on it, so he's working on that shoulder injury to his left shoulder, and he said that's what's restricting him playing a lot of shots there on the leg side, particularly the pull and the hook shot. So it was an interesting conversation, but he is saying that he is recovering well. And of course, it's a good place to recover, especially because all of the spas around here in Estonia.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's talk about that in a second. So, I know we haven't really talked Eurovision too much yet. There's a couple of things I want to cover, though. They're kind of related. Saunas and Eurovision. That my 2 favourite acts, and I'm not just saying this because these are the last 2 countries I've been in, for sure were Estonia and Sweden. Easily. And I mean easily. Australia, actually, close 3rd. That one's going to be up over the top, and it might even go all the way. It has. Maximo! So they do break the shackles. They're doubling the score to 12. Again, length to work with. Okay, gets a little bit out shape, but John good enough to go after it. And 6 runs the result. So last ball the over. The Sweden one was sauna related. Bara Bastu
is what it was called. And it is so catchy. I know I showed you the Estonian one.
Yeah.
The Sweden one is awesome. It was a big favourite. I was a bit disappointed, actually, they didn't win because I was in Sweden and I thought it might. Maybe it was for the best.
So where did they come in the end?
They came fourth.
Fourth, okay.
Not bad.
Behind Estonia.
Yeah, correct. Flicked away this time into the gap. That'll run away for another boundary, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Despite the best efforts of Zishan Ali. So that will be the end of the over. And despite a couple of little wins for the bowler, he still goes for a few. 16, in fact, 16 without loss.
He plays that shot really well, Shaquille, doesn't he? We saw him play it yesterday a few times. So it's a kind of a good length ball, which you'd expect the batter to either fend off or push in the offside. But he's such a risky player that he plays his away. Look, we talked a little bit about the Challenger Division. What are your thoughts then in the Premier Division? And talk to us once again how it will work, because I know we have a bit of the Premier, then we have we have the Challenger, the Premier, then we go back. So it's back and forth, isn't it?
Yeah, I can actually show that in a second. But first, let's have a look at the groups.
Yeah.
One thing I will say, all the groups are hard, which you would expect. You've got 6 teams.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've got the top 20 teams in ECC cricket in the Premier Division, and the England, Netherlands straight through the Championship group. So you'll have Group A, B, C. Then you'll have the Challenger Division, which we just saw in the last game. And then you'll have the last 3 days being the Championship group. So it's not really a whole week now. It's just Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, 3 days.
So it's kind of do or die. Obviously, Estonia will be hoping to get in that.
Well,
I love that he got freaked out and just didn't want to play it this one.
Yeah, I think you throw the bat at it, but that again could be what we were telling. I mean, he's got an issue with that shoulder, and that may be why I know Shaquille was telling me he's not able to play those shots very well. So that could be again limitations because of he's not able to play it. Not that he doesn't want to. It's a free hit to come.
Yeah, so basically can't get out first ball then for Sahil. Gets a bit lucky here. Does the bowler, drifts into the pads. But Sahil, I mean, I know what you're saying with the injury. I also just think, just watching some of that Estonia versus Malta series in Malta, a lot of the players just looked a bit underdone. And Malta had just come off a 2-week European cricket series where most of them had played. By the way, that was their second European cricket series of the year, already. So they played a whole other bunch of internationals against Hungary earlier in the season. This will get stopped in the infield. So against Hungary and Austria earlier in the season. So, I just think it was a classic case of just one team was more in the groove than the other. I think we know Malta and Estonia, we saw here last year, play a pretty entertaining T10 series. We had the highest scoring golden ball ever, 177. By the way, we almost beat that in that golden ball in Jersey. It was 173, so it was pretty close. But still early in the season, still a lot yet to be written. We're hoping there's more days like this weather-wise. It is pretty as a picture right now.
Yeah, well, we had kind of a wet, damp start to the year, haven't we? That's another one that just gets flicked away. He plays his shot so well, Shakir Chauhan. Remember last year here, he did score a century. I think it was against the Italian Hippos as he just, look at that, he just steers that away quite beautifully in the gap. 4 runs, delightful shot. And that's precision timing, really, from Shaquille.
Using the pace. Do want to stay away from those pads. Every run off the bat has gone to Shaquille so far, including that one, which will bring him a single. It's going back to, going back to Eurovision for a sec. So I'll let you check those out in your own time. I know you saw the Estonian one. I haven't shown you the Swedish one yet.
No, I haven't seen it
but
yet.
When we get a break, that's on our to-do list. I also like the Australian entry. I know that now Australia, looking at their news, they're saying, well, should we even be in it if they're never... Look, you're never going to get in. Just to accept it. But we're lucky. I think it's nice when you think about the reasons that we're in as well. It's a bit of a Gundy ball, isn't it, down the leg side?
Yeah, they might be having a look at it. It's being given a wide at the moment. I think we'll check the height on this as well. Let's see if it is on the way down. And this time, you can see Sahil is trying to get that away, but it just drops down below the waist, so it won't be a free hit to come, but it's not a good delivery there from Khan.
Eurovision was designed to unite through song. And I think Australia has a close connection to a lot of these European countries. All right, that one is a monster. It might have taken a bit of time to get going, Sahil, but that one is a real statement. Maximo!
Well,
6 still going.
I bet that was Ragnar. You just see Ragnar Hullik just the other side of the boundary, the ECM banner. That's gone a long way. It's cleared everything. There's the banner. You'll just see Ragnar throwing it back in. That is a biggie from Sahil Chauhan. He needed that to get him going. Oh, madre mia. Madre mia, that's another big one. That's been absolutely walloped. Now, what surprises me is the fielder, for some reason, on the boundary feels that he needs to be running in. You don't run into these, you run backwards. That was absolutely peppered. 6 more.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Absolutely hammered out, a little bit short. Again, rolling the dice with the short ball. So just getting out of hand a little bit over. End up going for 20. So a magical one in the second. 36 without loss after 2. Let's have a look at the table with the Hippos leading the way with the Octopus yesterday. But the Stallions, they still had 2 wins. Just regular wins, though. United, I mean, their prospects are very different with that win last night. Again, you are going to play 10 matches in the lead up. You'll play twice against each of your 5 opponents. And so there's possible 40 points up for grabs. See how many you can grab. Try and finish in the top 4. Top 2 ideally, get the double chance. Oh, this is going to get through the fielder. That's going to be costly. Will run away. Shaquille with the boundary to start the 3rd.
Yeah, just noticing this one from Krishnan, who does come back to bowl his 2nd after going for 16. This time, no swing movement. It's pretty straight. And Shaquille has to make an adjustment. Well, he adjusts well. The fielder does not. Gets through him. That's going to be 4 runs. That's disappointment. I think that's probably the captain as well, Zishan Ali. That's allowed that to go through him. This time, no run. Good comeback from Krishnan. Just get the feeling whether he's holding the ball differently here. He's trying to stop some of that excessive swing that he got in the last over. But I think he can use that to his advantage if he can start it landing in the right area. In comes Krishnan again. And that's high up in the air. It's fielder is underneath it and will put the catch down. Oh, that's another error. This double teapots all around as Saiful Rahman. You can see the reaction from Saif. Down goes the catch. It's another big moment. He can't be putting these catches down. So Shaquille being dropped on 23. And the next one, as we know, as what happens on the network, gets hit away for a 6. Shaba Shaba. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. Sahil Chauhan seems to have found his rhythm. He's just dealing in 6s now. That's his 3rd. I just had the feeling yesterday, I mean, after seeing Sahil struggle so much with the bat, that he needed one good gutsy innings. And that innings yesterday, match-winning one for him from his side, where he scored 48. He was dropped a few times. He had a bit of luck, but you just felt that's what he needed to get back. Maybe that is the case, because now he's hitting it big. And that's a slower delivery. He's well bowled. Shaquille keen to get to the other end, but Sahil, his brother, just says, hang on a minute, just stay where you are. Talking about, mentioned already about days today. It's World Flower Day, so come on, send your loved one some flowers. Bring some flowers home with you on your way to work. If you've got some flowers in the garden, you know, pick them, put them in a vase. Let's brighten things up. This one's a bit of a wide one there. And brighten up parties, and they put a smile on people's faces. Used in medicine, used in cooking, used in teas. World Flower Day, also Red Trainer Day, which is all about awareness about allergies. 250 million people around the world who struggle with that. Also World Bee Day. I touched on this earlier. The good old bumblebee. And it's nice to see plenty of bumblebees around here in Estonia, because of course we do know that their numbers have been going down. And it's all about making the general public aware about the importance of bees and beekeeping. There is a special emphasis on the role of bees as pollinators and how they help to revive forest cover. Bee population is under threat. World Bee Day informs us how to protect bees and pollinators. So very important. Bees play a very important part of nature, and of course we know here in Estonia is all about nature, the tree hugging nation. 49 then at the end of the 3rd over. And that's the end of the power play. It's a good partnership from the two brothers at the moment. 49 without loss after 3.
Yeah, pretty productive power play, that one. Well, they are slightly behind on the percentages still. I did say if these two bat for any length of time, that percentage will fire up. It was 27 at the start of the game. It's been a bit short. Why do people keep trying this? Because it didn't work last year. It's not going to work this year. That one's another huge 6. A Maximo to bring up the 50 and the 50 partnership.
Well, maybe he has spent some time in one or two of the spas around here in Estonia, because tell you what, that shoulder, it may be troubling him, but he's getting better. And so is Sahil Chauhan. And that's his 4th 6.
In defence of Junaid Khan, he is quite pacey, but
Yeah.
I just think it's a comfortable hitting pace for these two. Comeback ball. It does rush him a little bit here, but nobody in this area. They probably think a 2. Probably not on, though, in the end. There's a bit of a debate about the balls, so I've decided to do my own research, which, as anyone who knows around the world, is always a good idea. But before I get to that, hello to Stephen Kelk. He's celebrating an anniversary. It's his 30 months as a silver spanner. 30. Well done, Stephen.
Congratulations.
From the Netherlands, of course. Hopefully you're well.
Played away, and may think about 2 here. Shaquille was keen. Sahil says, no, we're in
let
danger.
me set the scene. As in the chat, Wayne was asking, amongst others, are they 2-piece balls or 4-piece balls? And I said, I instinctively thought 4, but I didn't say anything because then he had me second guessing. I've signed quite a few of these balls over the years. He said the Tyrone. I'm like, well, who told you they were 4-piece balls? Thinking, like, is this an assumption? All right, well, that's going to fly. And I don't think anyone's going to find the drop zone. In fact, it could go all the way. In fact, it has. Maximo Sahil, he's taken the game. He's running forward with it now. He's overtaken his bro as he moves up into the 30s after that. So, yeah, yet another 6 runs. So, I'm just trying to work out, is Tyrone a liar? Is Tina a liar? Because apparently Tina also said they're 4-piece balls. Tyrone said they're 4-piece balls. We're about to find out. I haven't looked yet. And I feel there'd be some kind of scandal if it does turn out the 2-piece balls. By the way, I don't mind 2-piece balls. They swing more. That's fine. But I'm also second-guessing myself. So I'm about to take one out of the wrapper after 5 overs, and we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
Well, I do know that Tina and Tyrone at one point were doing all sorts of things with the balls. They were getting the knives out, and they were cutting things open or whatever. And I was wondering what was going on for a moment.
Concrete.
I was wondering what's going on. But yeah, a lot of ball talk at the moment. A lot of plant talk as well there also. A few people was piping in talking about the plants that they've got, and I'm liking that as well. And that was Alan Mount was saying he has a pepper plant and he's got bees also under his front walk. So that's nice. That's what it's all about today. End of the over also. It's 65 without loss after 4.
Yeah, hello to Dave Robson, who's completely ruined my reveal for the 5th over.
What's he done? What's he done?
He's basically given the answer. But for those of you that are in the chat, I'll give it to you anyway. Now I'm going to have a peek. Yeah, hi, Alan. Good to see you. I got to admit that if murdering plants was a crime, I wouldn't say murdering. I'd say criminal negligence. I wouldn't be a free man. I've even been given plants that are unkillable. It needs a teaspoon of water every 6 months. Can still starve it. I don't know. I don't do it on purpose. Just don't have a green thumb.
It's a funny thing. You know, as you know, we're on the road a lot, and I'm a very keen gardener, a lot of plants. And no matter what I say to the girls back home, whenever I get back, there are so many plants that just haven't lasted. And I always say, have you watered? Yeah, we have. Have you done this? Yeah, we have. It's just funny. Some people, plants and some people just don't get on. The same way goldfish and some people don't get on.
I think plants know to be scared of me, and they'll take the first step. They'll say, let's not hang around too long. But anyway, look, almost back to a 50-50 this game. Dillon United, we know they can put big runs on the board. So they have quite top-heavy order. Can't find this breakthrough at the moment. Stallions turning to Santosh here in the 5th. Powerful looking drive. Excellent fielding, actually. Just gave himself a chance.
put his body on the line there. Junaid Khan out at deep cover, keeps it to 1.
Yeah, did well. Yesterday, Santosh bowled superbly well. The slow stuff, and Zahar Khan supported him well in that department.
Fraction shorter this time. It's been a good over actually from Santosh. Just mixing up his length and mixing up his pace in subtle ways. Hey, can I just say though, to Wayne and everyone, I think that in a way you're both right, strangely as that may sound. Also, hi to Robbo, good to see you. Look, hope to see you soon in person. Right, here's the moment, or is it? Fielder's got to come in. He pulls the hatch, couldn't see it.
Oh dear.
Oh, well, can't catch what you can't see. Unless it's some sort of virus, as I say sometimes. 72 without loss. Yeah, Robbo, turning back the clock a bit yesterday. Robbo seems to be aging backwards.
Robbo just is, I love the guy. I mean, he gives so much back to cricket, but I think I've told the story already when that was a good delivery. Good over, actually, really good over from Santos. But he wasn't even supposed to be playing in Malta. He was there sort of helping the coach to score whatever. But there was a few injuries there, and the next thing you know, he's playing and he got player of the match performance, took 3 wickets.
And Robbo's always hanging around. I wouldn't be surprised if he plays in the ECCW when he comes to a coach. He'll probably still end up in the field. Might have to organise a few things first. Ta-da! Here is the ball. Okay, this is a Grizzly ball. It's just like the one in the game. Let me see if I can get this right. But here's the thing with the ball. I had to do a double take as well because it is 4-piece. But the seam, it's so well done by our friends at Grizzly, you almost can't see it. I'm going to try and... How close can I do this?
Yeah, probably that's not. It. You can see it there now.
There.
That's good.
Right?
That's a good bit. Yeah.
So you actually can't really make it out and unless you're looking at it here, and we can see. Tell me, I'm not a liar, am I?
No, you're not a liar.
Definitely,
4-piece ball.
It's definitely a 4-piece ball. And, well, this one is going to go up towards the field. A big moment. It's taken... And Saifur Rahman out there, he wasn't going to miss that. Very good pair of hands. So Sahil Chan's going to go on the first ball of the second half of the innings. Just looked very assured under that high ball, didn't he? Zishan Ali chipping in with the wicket. And Talon United have that opening partnership broken up. It's 73 for 1.
Yeah, Zishan gets a breakthrough. He bowled well against the Wolves at 2 for 18. And he brings himself onto bowl before actually... He goes to another bowler who bowled very well yesterday, Zahar Khan. And that's a breakthrough, Sahil Chauhan. It's been a good partnership between the two brothers. It's worth 73. But with that wicket going down, it'd be interesting to see just how the rate continues here. They're going pretty well. They're in touch for a sort of 140 kind of score. But, of course, we do know that once the two openers go, then they do struggle to keep that rate going.
Remember the innings this morning with the strikers.
Yeah.
Second half was very different. Wow, this in the air as well. It will carry. Could it be 2 in 2? It will be. So Shoaib goes. Very first ball. Zishan comes on with the golden arm. 2 balls, 2 wickets. He's on a hat-trick and the worm turns for the Stallions with United 73 for 2.
It's exactly what Zishan, the captain, did yesterday. Comes on. And it's going to be another one of the old... For Mohammed Shoaib, he'll have to go for a golden duck. 2 in 2. Caught brilliantly there by Junaid Khan. Well, he's going to have to make his way back. And hopefully things go better for him in the next match. But well done, well held.
It's a good catch. I mean,
yeah, it was a good catch.
It's like Australian rule style, like a mark. Lara Maritz, we just mentioned she was the last person to take a hat-trick. Didn't have any in Sweden. Here's hat-trick ball. Oh, it goes pretty close. Din comes in. Well, let's see if he can open up this innings now. At least you've opened up an end. I will say Shakil Chown's still there, 32 at the other end. So what I was going to say finally was it is a 4-piece ball, but maybe the reason it swings so much is because it is a very smooth, still very smooth on one side. It's almost imperceptible. Yeah. And that's one reason that these 2-piece balls swings, because swing so much when they're new, because their sides are so smooth. Normally you have the quarter seam and it just roughs it up a little bit aerodynamically. So Tina's not a liar and Tyron isn't either. About the Grizzlies anyway.
It's a good delivery, isn't it? It's a good delivery.
I'm sure Wayne never doubted them. True?
True.
Thanks to Grizzly as well.
Hello to Ian
because
Smuller they have chat as well.
Their factory, when they heard they got the contract for the European Cricket Series, they were ramped up operations. Because we go through a lot of them. That's the end of the 6th over. It's a double wicket maiden. You wouldn't believe your eyes. This innings has turned so quickly. 73 for 2. Having said that, it will be Shakil to face up at the start of the 7th over.
Yeah, great bowling from the captain. Comes in, makes the difference straight away. It'd be interesting now, do they go back to Santos? Do they try something different? Do they go to Khan first? And there's that scorecard. So the two brothers, they certainly gave them a good start with a 73-run partnership, but then 2 wickets falling in that over from the bowling of Zishan Ali. It's a double wicket maiden. So
thanks to Tyrone, by the way, for just giving me a ball when I presented myself and said, hey, it wasn't rude. I said, Tyrone, give me a ball. No, I said, can I borrow one, please? And nice with the new branding, the new European cricket branding on there as well. Hello to Ian. So Ian might have a couple of days off. Good for him. I know you're going to have a couple of days off from tomorrow.
I am indeed.
Well, that's in the air. That's into a gap. In fact, it might have even gone all the way, you know.
Well, just going to have to check this.
I got a feeling this is 6. But
he's hit it so well, I think it's
so
6.
bright, you can't actually see. What have we got? I can see it now. Yeah, not quite. In fact, it's not even close.
It almost takes the camera out, though.
Honestly, it's so glary here. You need some sort of special eclipse glasses. Can understand the field is bailing out a couple of times.
He hit that sweet, though. So Shakil, he's still there. He's the danger man at the moment. He's been joined by Shebin Din, who played out 4 dot balls. Ashwin Santosh just clipped away. They'll only get the single on this occasion.
So just going back before I get to asking you what you're going to do with your days off. But yeah, Eurovision was great. The Swedish one's sauna related, and I know you've touched on this already because I was listening in during the international series, but it was my first taste of the spa hotel when I came in yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, first, I'll be honest, my driver from the airport, there were things I admired about him and things I worried about him. I admired the hurry he was in to get me to the hotel and his disdain for the traffic we were stuck in. But I was a little bit worried that I may not live to see the hotel. If you'd seen this guy. He was mumbling in Estonian the whole way. Still gave him 5 stars because I was too frightened.
That he might find you again.
Straight back over the bowler's head. Might find the gap, it does. So Din will pick up his first runs. And that's after 5 dots, so he feels happy about that. Okay, another aside just quickly. I watched another game the other day. Sometimes games pop into my head, and I was walking back from having dinner, and I thought I just want to listen to this because at the time I was quite busy, and I'd never seen the full commentary. You and Corey, and it was Sophia Stars taking on Skanderborg in the ECL. Do you know the game I'm talking about? And well, this is a huge mix-up. They've gone to the wrong end, and so yeah, it was a missed opportunity there. That'll be the end of 7, and it'll be 82 for 2. So yeah, certainly. The Stallions getting back into it. Look, he never even looked at the keeper's end. That camera side on gave me the idea that he wasn't even aware that if he'd gone to the keeper, it was an easy run out. 82 for 2. Hey, while we're here, might as well have a bit of a look at what's happening this year on ECN, and of course, plenty. And yeah, that's kind of we're almost at the end of the first half of the season. I say almost, still got a few weeks to go. But this season's just going so quickly, isn't it? I know you'll be in Romania next week with Phil G, I think, and then Tina and Nish will be doing Hornchurch. I'll be doing Czechia, and I know you'll be doing a bit of that as well. Right, okay, up and under job. This is catchable, and it will be taken. Well, I was scared a Bermuda Triangle was going to form there, but Chown, he's going to go now.
Yeah.
And so that's the wicket they wanted, and you wouldn't believe it either. Zishan's come back on. He's got another wicket. So he's got 3 for none off 7 balls. Quite incredible. That one wasn't really caught in the middle of the hands. There's a bit of face in it, but hey, who doesn't mind a bit of face time?
Let's have a look at this catch again. This is I mean, how he's caught this is unbelievable. The arms come from everywhere. It's not the way to do it at the manual, but then he's delighted about it, throws it up in the air. Shakil Chauhan, look, that little shot of his when he's flicking the ball on the leg side, it works a treat most of the time, but on that occasion, he gets it wrong. And now you just feel they're going to struggle from here on in. I mean, they were expected at one point, remember, around that 140 when the two brothers were in there. And now, well, they might even struggle here to get to that 110 that Computer's thinking about.
Well done to Zishan, because he's got a run off Zishan Ali, and nobody's been able to do that yet. So let's see if Stallions can Cut a bit of a swathe through the mystery men here. Oh, maybe Saif won't be able to do it. Goes over his head, so it must have been hit well from Din. Just what he needed to break the shackles as well as United battle through this 8th over.
Well, this is good for Din. I mean, his first 5 balls, he didn't get anything, and now the next 2, he's clobbered 1 for 4, the next for 6 runs. So, well, good hit from Din. So come and tell me about this match. So,
yeah, so...
what was it?
It was so good is what it was. It was the group where they had to play kind of 7 and 8 over games.
Yeah.
If you remember that.
So this was the Bulgarian champions taking on
Sofia Stars
Skanderborg.
versus Skanderborg. Remember, Skanderborg made it all the way to they actually finished top of the table actually in Championship week. That's a good finish. Well, it's not even finished yet. He's got 2 balls to go. Looks like I'm just losing my mind. But this is the game, and if you remember, it was a crazy day. There was washouts day 1. Then they played matches 6 to 10 as 7 or 8 over games or 6 over games. And Grange only lost 1 wicket from Scotland. Uh-oh, 1 run, 1 didn't. Got to think quick. I think he's gone. I think it's a very good piece of fielding.
Yeah, given on the field of play.
Yeah, Kroot's going to give it, so Din's going to have to go. Just spent a lot of time thinking they ball watching. He turned his back on his partner. He looked and he didn't see his partner, which meant, hold on, if you're not there, then I guess you've run. But I think it's a pretty easy call for Kroot Patel. Makes good position as well, despite the despairing dive of Shebin Din. It will be a run out, and it's 89 for 4.
That's disaster. Just when Din, after he didn't do much, he then found the boundary a couple of times, gets to 10. With a 4 and a 6, and now he runs himself out, and that's his own fault. It's definitely a run there. Zishan does the right thing. Din is ball watching, and by the time he gets going, he's going to be well short. So well done once again to Zishan. His fantasy points are going up pretty rapidly in this match. Next batter comes out, and that's it up in the air. It won't carry, but they will at least get a run.
When I mention this match to you, you will definitely remember it. Now I've got a little bit of time, but first let's tip our hat to Zishan Ali, who's going to finish with figures of 3 for 8 of his 2 overs, and it's 90 for 4 after 8. Okay, so Sofia Stars held Skanderborg to 78 of their 7 overs, so they needed 79 to win. But they only needed 74 to basically qualify for the finals and knock out the Scots. I mean, Scots looked really good.
That's right. I
remember this?
They
looked really good. They only lost 1 wicket. They banged it. They got done in their 2 games they played.
Yeah.
Short games. In fact, one of the games, they didn't even lose a wicket, but they couldn't chase it down. So it came down to it, and there was an unlikely hero in Sahil Kumar for Sofia Stars, who, and they only needed like 4 runs to qualify off the last 2 overs, or they needed like 6 off the last 3, and they just lost a couple of wickets, and they just started missing balls.
Yeah.
Like miss. And Corey's going, oh, no, they're not going to choke you. Junaid's going to bowl the 9th, gets one through Zishan first up. So it basically came down to this. Sahil Kumar had missed 5 balls in a row, and then Gogev at the other end, he hit a boundary in the last over. But it came down to this. They were 73 with a ball to go. They needed 1 run to qualify for the finals. They didn't even have to win the game. They needed 6 runs to win the game, which is like for an amazing upset.
I remember.
And the other thing is Skanderborg didn't even care if they got 1 because they don't care.
Yeah.
In fact, you could argue that would knock out the Scots, which arguably were a dangerous team. And Kumar, who couldn't have hit a beach ball in his first 5 balls, to Christian Peck, who's a very Danish national team leg spinner, who'd just beaten him comprehensively several times before then. He just unleashed one, and then basically hung up in the air. Darmgard was there, somebody else was there, they're watching it, and both you and Corey just paused, like, I think. And then,
we were
Corey's just like, they've won.
Yes.
It was such a good game. In fact, you know what? I might even put the link of the last 2 overs in the chat, because if you get a break today, it's definitely worth a watch back. You guys called it beautifully. So then Bob Carey. And he was a hero. Just look at the scorecard. Sahil Kumar, 6 off 6 with 1 6. It was a problem. Webster, Chris Webster came out. They were like 62 off 3 overs. They needed like 16 off 4 overs, and went off the rails.
You know, during the Western Shield, we were asking the question about a single to bring up your century or go for a boundary. We should be asking players on the network questions about, all right, one to secure a spot in the next round, or do you go for a 6? Well, yeah, that was just amazing. It was quite amazing. You think all he needs is to get a single. Next thing, he just goes bang.
It made nothing about it made sense. It was a great game. Yeah, so I'll put the link in the chat. Save it. Watch it in between games.
Yeah,
there's some homework.
It's a must-watch.
Some ECN homework. I mean, again, because the ECL happened so quickly, and there's so much going on, obviously, with the weather issues and everything we ran into. It's 92 for 4 here after 9. Junaid with a pretty tidy set. Doesn't take a wicket, but only goes for 18. But, you know, things happen so quickly that, like, even now, I want to watch back the ECL final, Farmers versus Roma CC.
Yeah.
I know that was a really good game. But, yeah, check it out, and you can maybe watch the last 3 overs. Because they needed basically, to qualify, they needed 11 off the last 3 overs with, like, 8 wickets in hand. And I won't spoil it, even though I just explained the whole thing.
It was fabulous.
Enjoy it. Here's Aurangzeb. He's got a bit of ECN history that he won't want me to bring up, but I will. He is one of 3 overs that's gone for 45. But hey, it happens. But he got a shout out on Australian radio.
Now, did he?
Yeah, he did. And also, it's good. It can happen to anyone. We've seen plenty of hypersonic overs now. Still haven't seen the Big Bang, which is 50 run over. All right, in the air.
It's a fielder there, you know.
Yeah.
And it's been dropped.
It's always going to be a tough one. Now he's just got to try and stop him going for 4. Last over, I thought they might have tried on a 3, but it ends up fairly comfortable too.
Well, that's now going into this last over. The first 5 was 73. They've only just gone past the 20 mark in the, I know it's not done yet, still 5 balls to go in the next half of the innings, so they need a big finish if they can get one, and you can see that it's what we suspected, Vinny. Once the 2 brothers, Shakil and Sahir Chauhan, were out, the runs have just dried up.
That reminds me of the Milkshake Man Eurovision Australia act, but instead of Milkshake Man, it's come and have a taste of the Mystery Man. Doesn't translate that well, actually. But you get what I'm saying. It's Europe.
It's Europe, the Mystery Man.
I'll show you the Australian one. That's your homework as well. I'm going to show you the Sweden one and the Australian one. This is the difference. Digging in short to lower orders, bit difference. Isan 3 off 9 at the moment. At the moment, they're going to struggle to make the 100. In fact, they won't do it, I think, unless they get a boundary.
Couple of balls to come. End of the innings. Aurangzeb has bowled well. He's come back well. He gets another dot ball here. Zisan is swinging and swinging wild, but can't get anything on the board. And once again, it started so promisingly for Tallinn United. And it looked like they were going to get a big score, but wickets. You get a few wickets and everything changes. Not the first time we've seen that here. And that will be it. That's the end of the innings, and they'll finish on 96 for 4.
Things ground to a halt. No wickets in the last 15 balls of that innings. So 2 runs off the 8th, 2 runs off the 9th, and a massive 4 runs off the 10th. And if you think about the last 3 overs as kind of like there was a wide at the start of that over, so it's not over yet. Will it change the score? It will.
It will,
take it all back. It's a big finish. I suppose it is for Zisham, but still, he'll be disappointed he wasn't able to do more earlier. But it will be 101 for 4 after 10. But still, those last 3 overs go for a combined... Oh, it was a no ball.
No ball.
The ball before last.
Yeah, that's what it was. No ball.
Okay.
So it had to be bowled again. That's what threw us. But
still,
that takes it past
13
100.
off the last 3 overs.
Yeah.
So it's very, very slow finish, and the wickets all kind of stacking up. Tallinn United, 100 on the board, but only just 101 for 4 after 10, with the Stallions requiring 102 for victory here in match 7.
Yeah, and 28, I mean, you put it in another perspective, 28 come off the last 5 after 73 came off the first. So that's where the issues have been for Tallinn United. They've only got the 101 on the board, and with the firepower that we know that Stallions have with the bat, you know, the likes, of course, of the big hitters that we saw in action last time around. Ankur Patel was excellent. We know that Rifat Khan can certainly smash the ball. And then you've got the Centurion, Saifur Rahman. They'll be looking to knock this off pretty comfortably. In fact, it could be an opportunity perhaps for the Stallions to finally pick up the 4 points that they were unable to get yesterday. But it's a funny old game. Anything can happen. All it takes is one bowler to be at his best, and all the catches get taken by United, and who knows, they could pull off a bit of an upset here. So having a look at this early on, it was the two brothers playing some lovely shots, but the wicket would go. That was a good catch actually taken out there by Junaid. Holds on to it, and catches win your matches. We know that. That was when Din found a way to get things going. That was the end of Shakil, unfortunately. He goes to flick one away, gets the top of the bat. A good catch taken there behind by the fielder. Probably didn't know too much about it, but he held on to it. That was the main thing. Well done to Hamad Khan. And then the run out, and that was the unfortunate Shibin Din, who looked like he was able to get a few shots in and muscle the ball to the boundary. But when he went, then it was just swinging and missing and swinging and missing. And it's fair to play, there was a lot of dot balls in those last 5 overs. I'm telling United, after such a promising start, they whittled away pretty quickly for 101. The other sad thing about that is from them is they only lose the 4 wickets. It wasn't the fact that it was because they were 8 down or something. No, they were trying, they were swinging, but they just couldn't get the scoreboard ticking. 37 top scorer Shakil Chauhan, Sahil Chauhan, looks a lot better. He was hitting the ball sweet and cleanly before he found the safe hands of Saifur Rahman on the boundary. He would go for 35. Din got a couple of boundaries before he got out. But just look at the number of balls faced there by Zisan. 12 balls for 7. And I just think there, the captain, maybe Sahil, if that's the way things are going, he could sometimes be saying, right, I've got to make a change. Just get somebody else in there. You had plenty of batters that could have gone out and had a swing themselves. On the bowling front, once again, Zishan, the captain, comes on and makes all the difference. His first over was a double wicket maiden, and he only gives just 8 runs away in the second over and takes another wicket. There was a run out in that over as well. In fact, he's the only man who did take the wickets, and he was involved in the run out as well. So we'll take a short break here now. We'll leave you with a mid-match summary, 101 for 4. So it's Stallions needing 102 to make it 3 wins out of 3. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo, when we return in about 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back to a lovely sunny day here in Estonia. We are at the Estonia International Cricket and Rugby Ground, ready to talk you through the reply from the Stallions after doing a good sound job in the field, restricting the Tallinn United to a score of just over 100. 101 is what they put on the board. And knowing the Stallions and knowing the power that they have in their batting, I think they will see this as an opportunity to take all the points away from United. And to do that, they need to get this score inside the 7 overs. And, well, United are going to have to bowl their best overs right at the front. And you can see that Sahil Chauhan is going to bowl the first. See if he can get them a good start. If this over goes magical, if it goes high, then you know that the Stallions are going to be looking to get a win here inside the 7. So opening up, batter is ready to go. Here comes Chauhan, and he'll get a good one through here. Good bit of movement, but he's able to control that movement away. So swinging and missing at this one, and it's just going to be a dot ball. Rico Full here, and it's great to have Vinny Sandhu with me here today.
Yeah, nice to be here with you. First time in a while. Well, the thing is, if these Stallions get going, there's no holding him back, as Rifat might have missed the first one, doesn't miss the second. 4 runs, the first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, played away quite beautifully there by Rifat Khan, and he is, of course, joined out there by the other hard hitter, Saiful Rahman. And we know that Uncle Patel was sensational yesterday as well. So these 3, you need to get back early. Get through the first 3, then maybe you got a chance. But you got to get them before they get too many on the board.
Yeah, real bonus point chance here as well, about 14.5 and over to do that, which kind of pace these guys are pretty comfortable scoring at. So I did set some homework for the innings break to watch the end of that night in Kartama, and Gollum saying, yeah, I just referred a video that was 10.5 hours long. But it should have taken, the link should have taken you to the last 3 overs. If it didn't, I'm sorry. But I think Lithium might have had a look. If you didn't get the chance to watch it then, you can watch it maybe after this game, because the way you'd imagine the Stallions might attack this, it could be a little bit of a break between this one and the next one. And really, he's kind of overswinging at the moment, isn't he, here, Rifak? And just getting done by a little bit of the away movement here from Sahil.
Yeah, Rifat, he's showing what we suspected yesterday. He's not a great cutter of the ball, but if he's anywhere on the stumps, he picks it up quite beautifully. That's where his strength is. But you can see that the issues is getting to the ball that's outside the off. That's another great away swing and delivery from Sahil Chauhan.
He's found a chink in the armour, hasn't he? And yeah, that's fine. It's gone straight over the line. It's not a wide. I'll tell you who cut the ball very well over the weekend in the ECSW. Oh, that would be it. Oh, he's got it! Oh, wow! What a catch from Sahil Chauhan! I said it would have been a catch when he dropped it the first time, but who knew he would have had a second opportunity? He grabs it, and Rifat goes for just 4. What a mercurial moment there from the captain.
Oh, what a catch this is. This was travelling. Rifat Khan has absolutely peppered it. This is motoring. And uno, dos. Well, I'm going to call that a double jalebi. Double jalebi delight. Not the first time, get to the second time. And I tell you what, I think that the umpire is pretty happy that that's been taken, because I think that Andrew Winter would have been in danger of this one. That is a great catch.
What a catch. That's unbelievable. We've got to see that a couple more times.
What a catch. Watch this again.
I just assumed it was heading somewhere that wasn't his right hand after it bounced off. He actually turns around and he actually sees the ball come across his eye line. He's like, oh, hold on. I remember you. What a brilliant bit of fielding. And now, yeah, well, understandably, the magic spray's been called in. Not surprised. It was all worth it, though. Even if you lost a finger, I feel like that is probably worth it to take a catch like that. I don't think I've ever quite seen one like that in all my time. Yeah,
that's Metagooch going out there and doing a little bit of the old magic spraying and wearing the SCG hoodie there as well. Nice. And, of course, the SCG in Portugal. What a catch, what a moment. Well, that one's certainly going to make the highlight reels and on some of the clippings on the social media. What a catch. And Rifik Khan, he's going to have to go back. And it's Zishan Ali that's coming at number 3. So they haven't gone with Ankush Patel.
Saif Rahman finally will get to face 59 matches since the golden ball. Can't imagine this one going that way, but you never know. Chowan's opening the batting and the bowling then for Talon United. Saif doesn't mind respecting 1 or 2 early on, but then he unleashes fury on the bowling more often than not. His reputation precedes him when he plays in Estonia as well. He's one guy that they typically, the custom is here, they don't clap his 50 because they find it distracts him on the way to his 100. That's what I've heard. But you can see he doesn't mind having a look at a couple. Also probably knows, okay, we've probably got a couple of bowlers first up, then we've got maybe a couple of lesser known bowlers to come. But you know that catch, it's amazing. We do this so much, but occasionally to see something that you've never quite seen anything like it. It was the same hand that got hit. I've seen it go kind of one hand to the other, or one hand then two. It's always like he had a magnetic hand. Oh, Saif in trouble. He's gone for a duck. And the mystery men starting to believe here for Talon United as both openers gone. It's amazing how a breathtaking piece of cricket can just turn a match, hey? And it's 5 for 2. Saif, the big man out for nothing.
He's not taking this cleanly, I'm sure of it. Let's have a look. I reckon he ends up rolling up his arms and ends up in his gut, but he keeps the arms on it. He takes the catch. It's probably the best moment that Nazmul Haq has had on the cricket field, and he's going to enjoy it. So the man who scored the century yesterday, remember, scores of 47, 110 not out yesterday, he's going to go for a 3-ball duck. And, you know, sometimes, Vinny, being a little bit cautious early on. I mean, he defends the first 2. Now he's walking back and thinking, I should have just hit him. And when he did try to hit this one, he finds the fielder and the catch. And the moment of joy there from Nazmul Haq as well. He's loving his moment. He really is. Hugs all around. 2 down. 2 dangerous batters down.
ECN cricket's a funny game. You never know what's around the corner. Krishnan comes out at 4. He gets a full toss. I wouldn't worry about this one. There's the way he had to play it. He had to kind of defend it from hippish. Let's have a look on the replay. He's out of his crease a bit. We'll say that. Let's have a look. Probably not because of where he plays it from. I think it'll be okay. But, gee, what an opening. If you thought this was going to be a routine chase, think again.
Yeah, well, there we were all thinking that the Stallions would want to try and get the 4 points here. Now they'll be just happy just to get a win. As Shakil comes again, well bowled. It's respectedly played by the captain, Zishan Ali, who, don't forget, took 3 wickets. Was also involved in the other run out, the early 4 wickets that we saw. So he's now looking to dig in here and get his team out of a hole. It's quite surprising that Ankush Patel doesn't come in at all yet. Maybe they've decided they'd rather keep the aggressive hitter back at the moment because they don't need another a quick wicket to fall here. I think they've gone with a bit of stability here. But look at the rate. It will start to keep going upwards. Only 8 on the board after the first 2 overs. But more importantly, 2 big wickets. Rifat Khan and Safi Rahman back in the shed. The thing about that caught on bowlers is because he's the power of the shot, it's actually swung him round. And because it swung him round, the ball's gone up in the air and he's ended up facing it again and taking it second time round. It's quite an amazing catch.
It's a perfect analysis, you're right. It did spin him in the right direction. And the ball could have bounced anywhere off his hand. Anywhere. But it just happened to bounce. Even the ball rotated in the same way he was rotating.
Yeah.
That's freakish. Anyway, this is in the air as well, but this will fall safely. Big chase is on, and the ball wins the race. So, a bit of a breaking of the shackles there. Krishnan gets 4.
Yeah, it's a risky shot, but one, we're still in the power play that he can get away with, and chased with all his might does the fielder there. And that's Seven Din, but couldn't get hold of it. This is a big over. Sahil Chauhan knows he's bowling his last. He'd love to get another wicket. And I think this is where the Stallions really just got to think to themselves, right, we've got to try and stick out there for 2 more. That's well picked up. That's a lovely shot, actually. Beautifully played from Krishnan. And that is rammed out of the middle of that bat. That's 6 runs. Shaba, Ginna Sona, Shaka Lagya. Boom. 6 runs.
Yeah, good enough contact there. These two can also hurt you and hurt you pretty quickly. So it's a start, but it's only a start for United. think as well the challenge bowl out the first 4. I feel like they might. Just straight down the ground, not really the cleanest contact. Just a single. And yeah, what do you think? I'm looking at the comment. People going crazy about that catch. Makes sense as well because that was freaky.
Yeah, well, moments like that can change the way a match is going. And then, of course, Shaquille also takes a wicket. So 2 wickets. The 2 Chauhan brothers, first of all, great partnership with the bat. Now, can they do it with the ball as well? It's well played, defensively played, well dug out this time by Zishan. Captain wants to play the sensible role here. He's quite happy. The same way it's fair to say that Saiful Rahman was blocking out the good balls.
Yeah, it's almost like having a... I'll wait for that in a second because first we'll see this pull, which isn't really timed either. Think about too, but it's not there. I was going to say it's almost like having like a top soprano. You hear them warming up in the dressing room, and you just wait for them to come out with big performance. They just walk off. That was kind of Saif for you. He's box office, isn't he?
But you did say that they normally wait for him to get his 50 before, don't even applaud his 50 because they know he's going to go on to score big scores.
All right, here we go. Another high ball, and the bowler wants it. Don't know why, but he's decided, and he's taken it. So how about that? It'll be another wicket. This time, here's Sahil Chauhan, who just calls everyone off and says, hey, that's my wicket, I'm going to take it. And that's exactly what he does. So Krishnan, for hitting a couple of good ones, he'll go for an unlucky 13. And it's 20 for 3 at the end of the power play.
Well, it's another caught on bowl. The first one was hit like a rocket. This one, he had to cover a lot of ground to get there. But the captain says, leave it to me, mera kacha mera, parero me parlena. And he does. Holds on to it. Lovely jubbly. And Sahil Chauhan picks up a wicket off the last ball of his spell. I've got to say there, that's not very clever batting from Ram Krishnan. He should have been thinking about, look, he's got one more ball here. If I just push it for a single, I'll take that. He wants to be aggressive, gets it wrong. He'll go for the unlucky 13. 3 down now with 20 on the board.
So it looks like they might make a change here. I would have been pretty tempted.
I would have gone with Shaquille.
Shaquille took 1 for 3. Thing is, if you take him off, you never know if you'll ever get the game back. But I can also understand if you're confident in another option, looks like going to Mohammad Shoaib here, then you trust him to get through an over. You can always then bring him back in the next over. But let's see. End of the power play, so can have 5 outfielders from this point in time. But really, they need wickets, don't they? Ashwin Santosh has come to the crease now at number 5.
I've got to ask you, what do you think about these shirts? Because yesterday, I was thinking, well, why are all of these shirts patched up?
Oh, jeez. Hit it straight to the fielder and run. Yeah, I know. Well, they are the mystery men. A couple of them got the old retro edition. I quite like it. It's giving me Tetris vibes. Shoaib bowls off spin. Not enough to entice the keeper up to the stumps. Fernandez. It's serviceable off spinner there from Shoaib. Santosh is off the mark.
Yeah, still, I think a lot of people, including myself, just cannot believe why Uncle Patel's not come out there. It's got to be, is there an issue? Has he got a bit of an injury? Because, he was batting brilliantly yesterday. He did score a half century, but they're not going to him just yet.
It's been good over so far from Shoaib. I think it too here. They're going to go for it. Throw's going to pull the ball away from the stumps. The worst thing is I've got an ECN planning meeting in about 10 minutes, and there's some thinking that this game might be over by then, but
you're going to have to drag yourself away.
Yeah. I'm going to have to keep my eye on the game.
So, yeah, just checking his field. He pushes long on back. He's got square leg back, but mid-wicket stays in the circle for now. And gets a dot ball in here. You can
hybrid,
see
isn't he? It's this kind of pace on off spin.
Yeah. Disappointment there from Zishan. He wanted to put that away in the covers. Ends up getting it wrong.
50-50 game right now. These overs just slipping past. I suppose I would have been tempted to bowl out Shaquille, but the truth is, if you're going to win this game, you can't just win it with 2 bowlers. You are going to have to bring other bowlers on at some point and hope that they do well. Shoaib has done very well here. Obviously, got the protection of 5 outfielders now on the 4th. Last ball of it. Yeah, can't get it going. It's a very good over, just 5 conceded. And the Stallions, at the moment, they aren't even trotting. They are walking along at 25 for 3.
Yeah, it's been a good performance. And it's also going to be a real test for the Stallions. Look, we know the Stallions. You talked about 2, if not 3, of their key batters. Now, there will always be times when you can't rely on those guys all the time. So this is going to be a good test for them. And their captain, who's out there at the moment, Zishan Ali. So can they get to a score like 100 if you're not relying on the likes of Yusufur Rahman, Rifat Khan? Of course, they haven't used Ankur Patel just yet, but you can see that they're a long way behind where they need to be, and they're needing to go at almost 13 and over from here on in.
So I talked about my day off yesterday. In fact, I went to some of the amazing saunas and spas in the hotel.
Yep.
I know that you've got a couple of days off. You've got your weekend in the middle of the week.
I have
indeed. Very
indeed.
ECN thing to do. I did it last week, actually. Had a pretty good time. Okay, double change here. So they are going to Shebin Din. First one's in edge, well handled. Oh, they're going to fire. Probably a wrong end, actually. Bowlers end might have been a chance. So do you have any plans for your weekend?
Well, I definitely will be using the spa. I think, of course, there's a number of alternatives that we can use at the hotel we're in, and I think I'll go with what you did yesterday. That sounds like a good idea. But I'm also toying with the idea of looking at the timings for the ferry. Oh no, this is going to go all the way for wides. I think it's down the leg side. No, bides.
Right,
It's gone
bides.
through, has it?
That
It's gone
took
through.
a little bit of pad on the way through, I think. We'll check it out because the keeper never actually makes a play on it here.
Let's have a look.
Fernandez.
Does it get?
Just flicks
gets
the pad. But to be honest, he was never in a position there, Fernandez. He kind of guessed it was going to come out one side of the body, but it came out the other.
Doesn't move at all,
So he
does
had
he?
no chance. He lost the ball in the body there. So he was guessing it was going to come out the other way. He was wrong, as we see it. Tempted foot field.
Yeah, so no, I'm going to look at the times of the ferries as well, because
Cool.
I might even fancy a little journey to Helsinki.
Yeah. I know there are also some tours you can do that kind of includes the ferry, and then you have a few hours and then get the ferry back. I've heard some good things. That's lifted up. That could go to fielder, actually, and it's been taken. What a fantastic catch. And just when it looked like they were going to catch a break, we had the 4 off the leg, but the very next ball, Zishan Ali holds out, and the Stallions, unbelievably, are 31 for 4.
It's an interesting shot, this, from Zishan. It's a shot that you play if you think there's nobody out there, but he goes back and he kind of chips it. He goes for like a chip shot, but he finds the fielder and the catch gets taken. It's the 4th wicket goes down. Captain will go for 7 of just 9 deliveries. Here we go again. See, he kind of chips it up in the air, and he doesn't clear the fielder, goes straight to him. Thank you very much, he says. That'll do nicely. No mistakes there from Zishan. And another one bites the dust.
I suppose the thing is, you often just don't worry about the fielders in this format because you think, I'm going to hit it over you.
Yeah.
And the truth is, if he hits it slightly better, he does hit it over him. We see it all the time. So, yeah, in the end, it was important the catch got taken, and it was. Mohamed Zishan out there making no mistake. And now a pretty good ball. So they've bowled well as a team so far, haven't they? Even the 3rd and 4th bowler they brought in now, you'd be confident that they could have a second. But Stallions just made an absolute meal of this chase. Now a big swing and a miss. Patel can't make contact. And you mentioned that he'll be a bit of a key. And right now, it will be the end of the 5th over. 31 for 4. So they have left themselves 70 to get in the second half. 71 to be exact.
Well, it could be the complete reversal of what we saw from United. United scored 73 in the first, then scored 28. So they're going to have to do it the other way around. Let's have a quick look at what we've seen on our tour of Estonia so far. Of course, we've enjoyed the T20 internationals between the women from Estonia and Bulgaria. We thoroughly enjoyed the 7 T10 matches as well, but it was Estonia that just had the upper hand over Bulgaria all the way through, though we certainly saw some very entertaining cricket from both the sides. And then, of course, yesterday was the start of the European Cricket Series here.
Yeah, what a start it was. 2 centuries in a pretty fast-paced day's action. Here's guys, not so fast-paced. Shoaib, he's going to come on to bowl a second over. So yeah, I think the next 2 overs write themselves. So you go 6 and 7. Then you with these 2, Shoaib and Din. Then you need someone else for 8. You need a 5th bowler. You can always bring Shaquille back in the 9th. But then you need your 5th bowler. We are calling them the mystery men because of the 7 inclusions that have come in talent. What I mean, they lost by like 100 and how many yesterday?
Oh,
First 125
was it? 127 they lost by.
It's ECN cricket though. By the end of the day, they were winners, and now they've kind of playing like winners against last year's champions, a team that have qualified for 2 European cricket leagues. In the Tetris-style retro jumper, Shoaib. I just don't see it happening at the moment. Patel just having a bit of an off start to his innings, 0 off 4.
Yeah, I mean, look how far he back. I think he's still going in reverse as he's playing the shot. He's never going to get anywhere near that.
He's lucky not to get knocked over. I think he's struggling with a lack of pace here. He can't time it. He's overswinging. Gets a little feather on this. Rolls away, French cut style. Do you want to go for 2? Good throw might have been interesting. It wasn't a good throw. It was too much for the keeper to deal with. So hello to Tina as well. Tina's in the chat. How are you? Yeah, Tina's back in the office, making sure her key card still works. So Tina has gone from ECN commentator to lurking while working status. Tina, it would be good if you could take over, because I'm about to go to a meeting. Oh, that's trouble, isn't it? Yeah, he's gone. He's gone a long way in front of his stumps. Patel trying to get something going. Couldn't, and Shoaib deserves that wicket. What a team effort from United. United, they stand, and Stallions are falling now to 34 for 5.
Incredible bowling. So the key wicket, they were holding back Uncle Patel. Exactly what they were holding him back for, I don't know. But he comes in at number 5, or number 6 actually, and he's not able to do anything about it. He's going to be gone. He knows he's in trouble. That's why he's not having a look at the umpire. He knows. And he turns around, and when he does, he sees the finger up in the air from the umpire, Group Patel. Well bowled from Mohammad Shoaib. And another one goes 34, 5 wickets down. Junaid Khan is the next batter.
I mean, I saw Mehta pretty much walk on an LBW in the women's. Yeah. This is one I think you could have walked as well, because that is middle of middle territory. And you can see, non-striker wanted to run, he said, put his hand up, but you know what? You're looking at a dead man. So... Junaid, can he save the day? He's 16 and over. I think he's a fair way off that 71 at the moment as well.
You know what? We were seriously talking about the Stallions will be looking to get all 4 points here and knocking these off in 7 overs. It could work completely the other way around. It could be United that take all the points here. Quite incredible.
All right, Shoaib, 1 for 8. What a follow-up from the openers. Big swing and a miss from Junaid first up. So they are in huge trouble now, the Stallions. Down to 2%. Oh, this is very ECN cricket. You never know what you're going to get. End of 6, it's 34 for 5. Yeah,
that's quite amazing. I don't think anybody thought that this is what we would be seeing here. And like the Rifat Khan, Saifur Rahman, and as we just saw there, Uncle Patel, all players that scored big runs yesterday. But Rifat scored 71. Saifur Rahman scored 47 and 110. And Ankur Patel, who was in the runs as well. Remember, he scored a fine 54. All back. And really, now it's the also canned bat that are out there. And they're expecting him to score 68 and 24. Oh, can't see it happening.
Need a big over. Need it soon. I think his Din bowled a pretty good first over. This one just gets away from the fielder. But a 5th bowler, I think, is going to make a bit of a difference as well. Because if you have someone come on and concede 40, let's say they completely lose the plot, that can change the game.
Yeah, well, I suppose using those bowlers at the right time is key. That was one thing I think yesterday we saw that the Tatu Wolves got a little bit wrong when they did lose out, of course, to Tallinn United. So that's going to be very important. And that's why I think they've held Shaquille back for one. It's clever. But I love the bowling from Din. I love his action. I really like his action. He's bowling the old leg spin. He's coming in between the umpire and the stumps. Lovely action. That one's a little bit short, but he will get away with it. It's a long chase. So it might go to the boundary. Actually, it will. It's a long, hard chase for Rana Rashid. And he does eventually catch up with it, but not before it goes over the stumps.
We'll need more of that. Now you're at this situation, you need kind of 3 boundaries and over to be competitive. Okay, there's one.
That's one of them, yeah.
This is also my last over for my meeting. They can get them to push it 10 minutes.
All right. I don't think you need to push him back on the boundary, actually, because it means you're taking one of those key fielders away from important boundary stop. They've got everybody in front at the moment stopping those boundaries. It's a good field set, actually. You've got square leg, mid-wicket, and long on the boundary. Then on the offside, long off, and an extra cover. So basically, they know the batters are looking to hit down the ground. So keeping the field in the right areas. That one has been hit pretty well. That's a very good stroke. Just strays slightly onto the leg side, and Junaid Khan gets this lovely jubbly out of the middle. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shaka lagya. Well, that is your second boundary in the over, and it's a biggie. Can they get one more?
Yeah, talked about 3 and over. They get 3 boundaries and over 2. They have. Want 3. That's hit pretty well as well. Maximo. So there you go. That's how you get what you need off the over. In fact, exactly 17 off this over now. Still a ball to come.
Yeah, 3 boundaries. Hits that well. Powerful striker, Junaid Khan. And Chebin Din, after a very, very good first over from him, 6 and the 1 wicket. Can he finish this off nicely? It's too short, but is he going to get away with it? Yeah, he will. Sneaks it in, and look at the reaction there from the batter, Junaid, because he just plays the wrong shot. He knows he should have been trying to look to play this outside the off. His big swing, it's the wrong shot. It's never a wide as well. I mean, I like the way he misses that. I love the way he swings at this one. And then look what he does here. Look where he ends up. And then to try to tell the umpire, look where he is here. And then look at the exaggeration. He said, umpire, it was here. Look, it was here.
Yeah. I mean,
nice try.
It's worth a try. But yeah, that will be the end of the over. 51 for 5. Well, I'm going to leave you with Rico full for the last 3 overs of this. This could still be a big finish, but they're going to have to double their score in the last 3 overs, Rico. You don't see that very often.
You don't see it very often, but like you say, this could be a complete reverse of what United did in their innings. So 51 required of 18 is not impossible. I wonder if they're not going to Shaquille straight away. I think they might have thought about that. Go with Shaquille straight away, get a good over in here, and kind of sort of kill that game. They're needing 17s per over. So they are going to go with the man who took the great catch, Nazmul Haq. Well, I said that maybe that could have been his highlight when he took the catch. Well, maybe there's more to come. Not with that delivery. He's going to start with a wide. So Nazmul, and remember Vinny, before we left, as he did say, that, got to use another bowler. And that over goes for 20, 25. Then it could make a big difference to the match. So now just checking something here. Let's have a look. It bounces. Does it bounce a second time before it comes down? No, it's okay. I think the double bounce they might have been looking at. So probably we'll go with the original call of a wide. Santosh on strike. Hits it. It's in the air. Fielder going back, and he's dropped it. And not only does he drop it, I think that's going to be 4 runs. That's Sahil Chauhan. You wouldn't expect he puts it down, but once again, he's pointing at the sun. Question is, where does this land after his drop? So there's the drop. That's going to be 4 runs. Even if you could have saved the boundary, that is a huge, huge moment. So Santosh dropped on 8. And he's dropped by Sahil of all people. And thing is, though, you can see the players. It's about the 4th time we've seen players drop a catch and then blame the sun. Well, he's got a cap. Get the shades on. Be prepared for it. Nick the shades on the bowler. Next one. In the air. Will only be just a single this time. And that's a good result. Santosh gets a boundary, then hands the strike over. Santosh there being dropped. I think he was on 4 when he gets dropped there, because he doubled his score, didn't he? Full toss. It goes high up in the air. Massive moment. Will this one be taken? It will go down. No, you're kidding me. And now they come back for 2. Junaid now gives a chance, and he gets dropped. Oh dear. This was hovering up there forever. The fielder gets underneath it and then never really is in the right place to take the catch. Kicked away. Got to stop it. Will stop it. They will come back for 2. And I think he's out here. I think he's out. I think this time it is out. They want to double up here. It's a good throw. I think he's short. Let's have a look. see how much of these got. But my first impression is out. No problem there. In comes a throw. Good throw from Zisan. And I don't think he's anywhere close, to be honest. Yeah, he's a goner. He is an absolute goner. So they'll get one, but that's going to be Santosh who will get run out. I think they just decide to go for it. I don't mind that. You know, I think they've decided that maybe Junaid Khan can be the match winner. So Santosh getting run out, trying to go back for the second. They'll get one. New batter will come out to join Junaid. And, well, Santosh makes that slow walk back after sacrificing his wicket. And whether he was keen to do so or not, I don't know. But good work actually done there by the United side. Oh, Tallinn United need to be united. Can they be united stronger together? If they can pull off a great win here. Still, 42 required of 14. Junaid goes back on strike. New batter that's joined him is Vimukti Hetarachi. Oh, it's a swing and a miss. It's the second time we've seen Junaid trying to hit the ball so hard that he ends up on his knees. So dot ball is like gold dust. Need to get this one away, really. Only the 9 off the over. Hit hard, hit high. Going, gone. 6 runs. So Junaid, he does get a boundary at the end of the over. The over goes for 15. There was that wicket, though, that's happened. 15 off the over. They're needing magicals from here on in. 66. For 6. Remember, 71 to at least get a point. Stallions won both their matches yesterday. Fighting to stay in this one. Are they going to go down? Are they not? 36 of 12 deliveries required. And do they go back to Shakil? It doesn't look like they're going back to him now. What are your thoughts, folks? What are you thinking? I'm thinking to go back to Shakil. In fact, I would have probably gone back to Shakil in that last over, because I think go to Shakil, take it to about 22 and a if he bowls a good one, and then you can hope the other bowlers can do the rest, but they're not. It's not going to be Shakil. They're going to turn to Mamun Al-Manan. So somebody who hasn't bowled yet. Little bit of a risk. They don't want to go back to Din, who went for 19. So this is the key over. If they're going to win the match, the Italian Stallions, this is the one they're going to do it. And, well, 66 for 6. You can read that any way that you want to. Right, Manan, he's doing the exercises. He does the stretches. He looks around at his field. They're giving him encouragement. They're saying you can do this. Manan bowling to Vimukti, who does the right thing, plays it away, gets a single, gets Junaid on strike. So Vimukti Hetarachi, remember we saw him umpiring during the women's matches here earlier. 35 off 11. Junaid will be swinging wild. High in the air, catching chance. Is it? No. And he gets away as well. Vicious bound, but it won't go to the boundary. Oh, that's a stroke of luck, really, for probably both teams. Stroke of luck, really, for Junaid that it doesn't go to hand, and a stroke of luck for United that this ball, I mean, it goes so high. And what's the spin here? It spins away, but it doesn't go to the boundary. That's hit firmly. Fielder's coming across, must make the stop. They've got to go back for 2. Now it's Vimukti running to the danger end, but he will make it. They will get a couple, but they're needing boundaries here. Boundaries is what they need. Every time that ball is not going to the boundary, it's a win-win situation for Tallinn United. They get into a situation where at least the Stallions, if they do go down here, they will pick up the point. Of course, the Tallinn Hippos will be watching this with intent. Crunched, hard hit, and can't keep the ball from going to the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs. That's been absolutely clobbered. And muscles it out of the middle. Watch this. Hits it hard. The fielder, I don't think he's really got no chance there. Has Mohamed Zissan to stop it. Gets the 4. Still a couple of balls to go in the ever. Really want both of these to go to the boundary. 27 of 8 deliveries required. Goes for it, up in the air, catching opportunity maybe. Will they come back for 2? They've got to be thinking about it. They will come back for 2. And on this occasion, it's Shakil Chauhan who's not able to get there to take the catch, but it's been perfectly placed for 2 runs. Look at the 2 batters. They're running hard. Vimukti just turns and runs. Says, come on, I'm there if you're going. What a finish we're going to have here. This is such a crucial delivery. Gets hold of it. Where's it going up in the air? Can anybody get to this? They're coming in from all over the place. They can't take the catch. And they will come back for 2. Will they come for 3? They're taking it on. Or are they? Well, it made sense to go for it because it would have meant that Junaid goes back on strike. I think you go for that. And if it's Vimukti who gets run out in the process, you don't mind it because you get the right man on strike. End of the over. They'll get 2 off that last one. It's a good over, actually, from Manan. It's a pressure over. He does. He'll go for 15, but still, I think it doesn't go magical, and that was the worry. So it's going to need 23 to win it. So there is a point in the match on the Stallions. So to do achieve a point, to get a win, the last over has to go for 23. And they got Vimukti on strike to start off with. So you know whatever happens, they're going to be running here. Whatever happens, they're going to be running. Vimukti knows that he's got to get bat on ball. And then Junaid is going to be hoping that he can then finish things off with the boundaries. Or is Vimukti going to surprise everyone? Hetarachi, will he be the hero by clubbing a few boundaries? Goes to the last over here. Well, he misses it, but they will run. And that's worked out a good result. It'll be just a bye. 22 then, of 5 deliveries. Shakil Chauhan with the ball. Looking to pull off an incredible defence. Only got to 101. It's going to be just a single, and they do take the single as well. It's interesting that they take this one, really, because it means that you get Vimukti on strike, who's not likely. Well, we can see that he, at the moment, hasn't looked like he's likely to get that boundary. And he just drags this away for just another single. So, unless there's any errors from Tallinn United here in the field, then this will be a very, very good victory. It really would be. And that's the wicket, and that's curtains. Just look at the celebration. Shakil gets it full and straight. Junaid Khan, he's battle, and it's been a gutsy battle, a gutsy innings from him will go. He gets 38 of 16. In fact, his ball number 17 that sees the end of him. And beautifully bowled there by Shakil. Hasn't Shakil been good? It picks up his second wicket, 2 for 5. Timber, Jagade Patte, both badhiya bowling from Shakil Chauhan. And Tallinn United will defend 101. And the Stallions are going to taste defeat for the first time. Remember, yesterday they chased 126 quite comfortably to win their first match. They piled on the runs against the Tartu Wolves, scoring 187. And Tallinn United only playing the one match here today, 2-2, and with a ball to go. We've already talked about hat-tricks here, and we could see one as we see Aslan Aurangzeb go first ball. Lovely Yorker, the perfect delivery. Can Shakil Chauhan get the same ball in again to the last batter and complete a hat-trick as well? So, yeah, Aurangzeb will have to go. Long walk back. Let's have a look at it here again. The perfect Yorker to a new batter. Didn't really have any answer to it. New batter comes out knowing the game is done. It's interesting how this will be played. Lara Moritz, the last person to enter our Hall of Fame for hat-tricks. Last ball. It's all about a hat-trick or not. It won't be a hat-trick. And in fact, the batter, that's Azan Khan, will pick up a run. But it means nothing. It will be Tallinn United who end up winning this match. They believe, don't they? They believe in themselves. They may not have all the players that they would like available to them. But the mystery men from Tallinn United have pulled off another incredible victory. Remember, it was a close one yesterday when they chased down the 114 to beat the Tartu Wolves. And that was after they were bowled out for 36 against the Italian Hippos. And on this occasion, they look like they're going to be well short of the number of runs they needed against the high-flying Stallions. But it's the Stallions that are being tamed here. And look at that. That's a lovely shot. I mean, that tells you know what Sahil is saying there. We played as a team. We believed as a team. We were united as a team. And being that way, we win as a team. Well done. Congratulations. Well done to Tallinn United. They really put a good performance in. That's them done for the day. They only had the one match. It's their second victory. And that's certainly done the Tallinn Hippos a huge favour. Speaking of the Hippos, we're going to see them in action next. They will be taking on the Tallinn Strikers, who themselves brought up their first victory earlier on the day. So well done to United. Next up, this is the next match coming up. The Arslan Amjad does come back into the side to Tallinn to strengthen the Tallinn Strikers, and the Hippos unchanged from the team that we saw yesterday. Of course, Stefan Gooch in fantastic form with the bat and with the ball for the captain, Dave Robson, and young Henry. But this is the massive moment. That's the game-changing moment for me. Rifat Khan getting out to this catch. It's quite unbelievable. That will be doing the reels on the socials, that's for sure. But what a catch, what a moment. And then this one, what a moment that was, of course, for Nazmul Haq, who took the other big wicket. And then after that, the Stallions could never get going. I was a little bit surprised with them holding back Ankur Patel, really. I think they just wanted to hold him back, thinking that if they lost a few wickets, he could maybe be the bit of support that could make the difference at the end, but it wasn't to be. Now, that was another one that was put straight into the hands of the fielder. That was Zishan Ali going. That one, not too much doubt about it. Absolutely plumb. Well done and well bowled by Mohammad Shoaib. And you just got to say that, all the bowlers that were used, they all worked hard. They're not stars by any means, but they just thought, we know what we've got to do. They listened to the captain himself. We thought that could have been a big moment. Then that one as well, as catches were going down, but they managed to hold on to the ones that mattered. I mean, this run out was pretty key. That was when we saw the run out of Ashwin Santos. We thought for a moment that maybe Santos and Junaid Khan were going to be the men to make the difference. Junaid stayed there. His luck would continue, but it would soon run out as the tactics really from United with the ball were just perfect. They held back to Shaquille. They held him for the last. I think in all fairness, by that last over, it was done and dusted, but he made sure and showed everybody just what a top player he is. 3 for 6 for him. Beautiful bit of bowling. And I love this moment there at the end when Sahil Chauhan got all the players in and he said, look, you guys, what we just did here is quite amazing. It's a fantastic performance, fantastic team effort, and that's the word there. And I think that was where the team dynamics were more powerful than perhaps the individual talents that we know that Tallinn Stallions have. There's the scorecard. Junaid Khan, 38 in a battle, a really good gutsy fighting battle from him. He does get his team a point. That was what was so important about that. 7 extras also only conceded there by United. And then you'll see some very good bowling figures. I don't think any bowler you could look at any bowler and say, you let your side down. I think they're all bowled remarkably well. Of course, I know that pick of the bowlers will be Shaquille for the 3 wickets he takes, but Sahil Chauhan taking 2. That wicket right at the end of his spell, I mean, that caught bowl, the second caught bowl, Ram Krishnan. I think Ram needs to think about the way he gave his wicket away there, but Sahil, that caught bowl that started things off, was quite amazing. And then all the other bowlers just chipping in. 2 overs there from Shoaib, just going for 8, and the 2 overs from Din going for 19, and even Nazm al-Haq being asked to bowl there, asked to bowl the 8th over, only going for 15. So well done, tremendous team effort, a brilliant performance there, and it is the Tallinn United side that stay united and stronger together. They get the win. And when you think how they were blown away by 127 runs by the Hippos in their very first match, 163 to 36. They've come back stronger together in the next 2, winning against the Wolves and winning here against the high-flying Stallions. The Stallions facing defeat for the very first time, the reigning champions. So they've got to regroup and come back stronger. And remember, they will play a very, very difficult match later on today, match number 10, when they take on the Hippos. Speaking of the Hippos, they're next up in action. They will be taking on the Tallinn Strikers. That match coming up in about 25 minutes time. Vinny Sandhu will be back by then to join me and Vinny when we talk you through the Hippos taking on the Strikers, and the Hippos looking to keep their 100% record intact.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Well, 2 games down here on day 2 and still 3 to go. So plenty of cricket ahead here on a Super Tuesday of action. So coming up next, we have the Talon Strikers taking on the Talon Hippos. This one is a blockbuster clash with 2 teams that certainly can do a lot of damage out there on the field. Another guy that can do a lot of damage is Tyrone Peters. He has the coin and the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
The Hippos to call. Heads is a call. Tails it is. They are going to bat first.
Strikers win it then, they want to have a hit. I think both teams were pretty happy to bat first, but the Strikers will get that opportunity. And again, it's a very different side, I suppose, if there's no Amjad, so that makes a bit of a difference for them. I'm sure they'll welcome him back when available. But the Hippos, they certainly had a good day yesterday, taking all 8 points. They did achieve the octopus on opening day. Stephen Gooch with a big century on his return to ECN cricket. And look, with the Hippos, they've even got a pretty good squad. A couple of guys yet to come in, such as Jordan O'Brien, that could make them even stronger. So the Hippos, they'll be hoping they can make it 3 in a row. The Strikers, though, we know they're a very good side. They're a side that have qualified for the ECL. They will want to make a bit of a statement here in match number 8. Rico Full standing by. Let's get ready for the first ball with the news from the toss. The Strikers will bat first after winning it. Over you. Let's get ready for more cricket.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu, looking dashing out there with his purple in the glorious sunshine here in Estonia as we do get ready for this next match. And Talon Strikers, they did get a win earlier today after the disappointment of the loss yesterday. Habib Khan, the captain, was their player of the match. 543 from him, and the 123 was more than enough to beat the Riders, and they picked up all 4 points as well. They get strengthened this time around with Arslan Amjad coming into the side, but having heard Vinny talking there, they need all the strength that they can get because the Talon Hippos have made a wonderful start to this series. They won both their matches, and yeah, Vinny, they did have octopus last night. I'll tell you what, we didn't have octopus just now, as we just had some lunch. I want to say a big thank you to Sahil Chauhan and his brother Shakir Chauhan, because it's their restaurant Monk here in Tallinn that provided us with some lovely lunch. It was very nice. A bit of sweet and sour chicken with some rice and some salad. It was beautiful. So thank you, guys. And of course, thank you to the Federation here for arranging that for us. It was beautiful, and we're very well looked after here. Spoilt, really, we are. And, well, sport today as well. Even more so because we've got beautiful weather. The wind just picks up slightly as I've been for a wander and talked to some of the people around the ground. It's just getting a little bit windier. But still, I think when you're playing a sport and you're running around, I think you want that little bit of wind. Interesting start here. They're going to go with no pace on the ball. It looks like it's going to be Malcolm Sedgwick who's going to open up. And I think this is all tactics, feeling that Sedgwick could, without the pace being on the ball, be the man who makes a difference here against the hard hitters of Habib Khan and Arslan Amjad. And we wait for Rado, our official timekeeper, to give us the heads up. Krup Patel is one of the umpires, and he's out there with Miguel Stoneman. So here's the first. Malcolm ready to go. And Habib Khan will be looking to latch onto the first one straight away. Let's play, says Krup Patel. So here's the first in our afternoon session. Floated up, and it's been lofted to the boundary. That's the only thing here from Malcolm Sedgwick. I think if he over-pitches, there's every chance that both these batters, Habib Khan and Arslan Amjad, are going to get after him. But if he gets the ball pitching just short of a length with no pace on it, and he gets the batters in that mind of, right, do I come out to it, do I not? That's where he can be. That's where he can be useful. That's the sort of line I'm talking about. But that's a good delivery. But it's a good shot as well. It's a better ball, isn't it? It's one that's not full, but it's in the swinging hit. And Habib Khan, he does hit it. Shaba, getting us on it. See, he takes a long step out, so he gets there to the pitch of it. But of course, if he doesn't, if he gets the miscue, it goes up the air. It's a catching chance. So this is a gamble that's the Talon Hippos are taking, and they hope that it pays off. But at the moment, it's 2 big boundaries from the captain, Habib Khan. Just making a change in the field. You can see there is the man behind the stumps. You've got Stuart Hook keeping wicket. And that's high up in the air this time, out in the off, and that one also is going to go to the boundary. This time 4 runs, so 2 sixes and a 4. And nicely played. Marco Bake is playing, but not behind the stumps. You can see Stuart Hook is there. So another boundary. So Malcolm Sedgwick yesterday, I liked his bowling for the Hippos. He took 1 for 13 in the win against the Riders. And just get the dot ball in this time. So good comeback. Nicely taken there by Stuart Hook as well. That's well bowled. This time it's not in that hit zone, is it? Just outside, just wide outside of it. And that one might be too wide, but he still goes for it. Lashes hard, the chase is on, but not going to stop it. It's going to be 4 more. And that's Ramesh Tana chasing after it. Mr. Romeo himself, but no love from the Grizzly for Romeo. And that one will go to the boundary. So it's another boundary. So it looks like it's going to be a magical start here. As so far the tactic to go with Sedgway doesn't go. And that's going to be another one goes to the boundary. So it's going to be an expensive over this. 4 more. So it's gone 464.4. And that one just bouncing before the rope. You can see Dave Robson giving the signal. It is now the end of the over with another boundary coming to the last. So 24 coming off the first over. So it doesn't quite work. And I think Dave Robson will probably say, right, that hasn't worked. And is he going to go back to the pace? Doesn't look like. Let's have a quick look at this. Maximum rate so far from all the teams. You can see the Stallions. Well, that changed a lot earlier today, didn't it? After the first 7 matches, and let's have a look where the Hippos are. In fact, I'm trying to see where are the Hippos. Where's the Italian Hippos? Something's not right there. I tell you what's not right. The strikers are there twice. I get the feeling that the top one of those strikers should be the Hippo. So, Ravi, I think we need to do that. We're going to need to do that graph again. It's wrong because the Hippos are not there. We're still going to go with some of the slow stuff. This is Ramesh Tana going to come on and have a bowl. So they're going to keep the pace off Tana. So they're not going quite to Dave Robson straight away. Hit hard in the air. Fuller coming across. Won't make the catch. We'll just keep that to the single as Arslan gets off the mark. We'll try and get that graphic sorted out for you. I'm on to it. I'm on to it, folks. I'm on to it. And 6 more. Manos in the air from the umpire. 6 carreras. And it's once again Habib Khan that's made the aggressive start. Of course, he did the same in the last match. But I think here it's once again the same. The Italian Hippos, as we've seen already in both matches today, teams make a quick start but then slow down. We saw that with the strikers in their first match when it looked like they were going to get a big score but ended up with 123. We saw that with maybe even with United. It looked like they would go big and they sort of finished on that 101. Up in gonna be a tremendous top. Brilliantly done. That's Stefan Gooch back in his familiar place. We saw that Gucci was kind of in the 30-yard circle yesterday because I know that he is nursing a bit of an injury to his thumb, but he's back where he belongs, I think, where he takes a lot of catches and does a lot of good work. That's a fantastic stop from Steph. Arslan down the ground. That's going to go a long way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginnasona. And this is classical Arslan Amjad. It really is. Nobody hits the ball cleaner and purer down the ground. That's a lovely shot. I wonder if you can see that from the other side again, once again, and just look at the technique from Arslan. This is very close to being one of our shots of the day. It really is. Super, super hit. Have a look at this. Next one, catch it. They say it's in the air. Can they get there? They will get there. The catch has been held, and that is going to be the end of Arslan. He doesn't quite get this right. Well, a little bit of the old moonwalk celebration there. Well, I don't know if it's the best moonwalk that I've seen, but it certainly is worth it. Well, I've never seen a hippo doing the moonwalk, and now we know why. It's a really good catch. Gets there, holds on to it, well done. And then he's thinking here, right, what celebration can I do? He thinks, I know what I can do. Here we go. Only thing he doesn't do is he doesn't flip the cap away afterwards. Really good catch held. Arslan Amjad, after hitting a classy 6, is going to go. And it's Marco Vake who takes the catch. And Marco is showing there that, well, he can catch without the gloves as well. And Ramesh Tana picking up the wicket. Well, Ramesh Tana, Romeo, you know where the love is. You know where the love has to be. The love has to go to Marco Vake. Holds on to the catch. And now, well, he said, you've taken the catch, you can have a bowl. So Marco is going to have a bowl. That over came to an end. The score 38. 38 for 1. And here is Marco Vake after holding on to a catch. He's going to have a bowl. That's going to be hit away. And that's going to be not out. Well, this is a little bit crazy, really. So Cheyenne Khan gets sent back. And if he was able to catch this one, he would have had him out. And it's a definite huge chance to run out Cheyenne Khan for a diamond duck. That's been hit pretty well. That will stay hit as well. It will go to the boundary. 6 more. Now, Habib's done this before. We know that. But will he be able to stay there this time and put a big score on the board? He scored 43 early on today. But he needs to stay there and make it count. I mean, Arslan wasn't able to. He'd be disappointed, Arslan Amjad. He didn't play the first match. He comes to play this one and gets out for 7 or 4. Thanks to that catch from Vake. All right, Cheyenne, well, just remember that could have been run out. First ball. That's it, up in the air, up and over the offside this time. It's going to bounce just before the rope. 4 more, so Habib keeps on going at the moment. But I think the Hippos will know that once they get him, especially with Arslan out the equation already, okay, you still got Mohamed Intisham to come out. So another 2 or 3 wickets and it can really slow things down here pretty quickly. That one is going to be too wide. Interesting change of tactics also here from the Tallinn Hippos. I wonder if this is, I mean, look, they're going to play a lot of matches. You play each other twice. They're sitting pretty at the top at the moment with 8 points, 4 and 4 from both their matches. They've got a superb net run rate. I wonder if they just thought, look, you know, let's bowl some other bowlers. I think they're very keen to keep the likes of Stephen Gooch and Dave Robertson as fit as they can for those crunch matches and also going into finals day, which you'd expect to see them there from what they've done already, what they've achieved already. So use some of the other bowlers. That's out, I think. They're liking it. Oh, well. Both the bowler and the keeper, Stuart Hook, go for asking this. And I thought for a moment it might have just taken a bit of the edge. They like it. Everybody likes it, apart from Kruk Patel. I don't think we get a chance to see it again. If we go straight back to the live action. The next one is played out towards Steph, who keeps his eyes on that and just keeps it to a single. Yeah, it was a close one. I thought there might have been a bit of feather on it, but the umpire says no. 50 now comes up with a ball to go in this, the 3rd over. It's played out and too well hit. He plays that shot really well. It's kind of the shovel sweep from Habib. And that for... Yeah, that's Cheyenne Khan, beg your pardon, having taken a single to Steph. Habib is 42 of 13, and that's the first runs from Cheyenne. Remember, though he could quite easily have been run out without facing a ball. 54 without loss. We'll have a look at the way the over by over looks. So that over from Marco goes for 16. The over before from Ramesh Tanner went for 14, and the big one was the first one, which went for 24. A magical start it was. And time to change it up a little bit, and I like this change. And, after a power play of slower bowlers, it's the young Paddington, Henry Paddington, to come and bowl over number 4. Bowled very well yesterday, did Henry Paddington. 2 for 13, his best bowling figures on the network. He'd be looking to better that, and there's every chance that he could. The way he bowled yesterday, he bowled with some pace, and he attacked the stumps to the young bowler. This has been put high and away. That's a really good shot. It's a shot of some real intent. Habib Khan playing the Hollywood shot here. Attacking. Look, he goes down the wicket, walks down the wicket, and he plasters that big over the leg side boundary. That's a very good shot. Paddington will know what he's doing here. We'll probably think, okay, I need to go maybe just a little bit wider and shorter outside the off. Well, this gets played away. We'll take the single. So Habib, the captain, moves to 49. And hands the strike over to Cheyenne Khan. Welcome back, by the way, to everybody. I know Ian Smullen is in the chat. And Paul is saying, when do bowlers like Robertson and Gooch bowl? Yeah, interesting question. And that's nicely played. That's a lovely shot, really. That is classy. Cheyenne is an interesting batter. He doesn't play orthodox, but this is just like a gentle nudge, but that's a glorious on drive. Oh, look at this. Well, I suppose Paddington had a chance to stop it if he wanted to, but skipped over it, and as he skips over it, he's got nobody that straight to stop it. And gone. Well, that's going to be the end of Cheyenne after playing 4. He goes for one of his favourite shots, actually, but he gets it wrong. I think the ball straps him on the pads, goes onto the stumps. Here comes Dad. Give him a hug. And good comeback there for Henry Paddington. Picks up another wicket, but it's not a good shot from Khan. I mean, have a look at this delivery. You can see what he's trying to do. It's tries to shovel. Is he shovel shot again that he likes to play? Afterwards, he knows what he should have done. Have a look here. Stumps are down. Then he practices the straighter shot. But by that time, you're gone. It's done. So breakthrough. Paddington gets these man. And Cheyenne, after just two boundaries, 2 fours, it's time for him to go for 8. 8 of just 3 deliveries. He's a better player than that, Cheyenne Khan. And he, once again, he lets himself down, getting cleaned up by Henry. But well done to Henry. Henry Paddington picking up the wicket. And welcome to everybody in the chat, by the way. I said hi to him, hello to Lithium as well, who's in there. And Ghulam Mustafa, Paul Kemping, John Hisham, Dave. Nice to have you all with us, enjoying the action coming from Estonia. New bat who comes out is going to be Mohamed Ittisham. So these are now the 2 wickets that you really want to get. I think if you get Habib and you get Ittisham, then really you've got the key players. It's well bowled. Good Yorker length delivery. This time Paddington does try to stop it. It can't. They'll take the single. And Habib on strike. I think they're just checking the umpire that there is one to come. I believe there is one to come. So Habib, captain. It's a start, but he knows he's got to do the same again. He knows he's got to get the 50 and start again. He needs a big score here. It's going to be one that's down the leg side. It's a good take, actually, from Stuart Hook. Down the leg side just strays a little. Habib's, yeah, you can see he's practicing that one again. He's disappointed that he's missed out on it. Yeah, welcome to everybody. Anybody that's joining in now, I want to say that World Flower Day being celebrated today. We love flowers because of their awe and inspiring beauty and fragrance. This one, how does that go over there? It's going to be I think it's going to be 4 runs. That's going to be 50 to Habib Khan. I'm not quite sure how that ball ends up there. So Habib, well, he gets to his 50, puts the bat up as he appreciates the applause of his teammates, 53 of 16. So he charges down, yeah, just hits the top of the bat and flies over to that vacant third boundary. And that boundary comes at the end of that over from Patterson. He does pick up a wicket, but also goes for a few runs as well. 17 come off that over. And 71 is the score, 71 for 2. But can they, question is, can they maintain it? That's the thing. We've seen today that hasn't been the case. They haven't been able to maintain it. Teams have made good starts and then got out. Also, Red Trainers Day. It's all about wearing red trainers. Oh, go on, red shoes as well, for awareness about allergies and how life-threatening allergies can be. So wide to start off with as they go to Aditya Paul. So Red Sneakers for Oakley invites the entire world to join and request that everyone wear red shoes or red trainers to draw attention to the rising food allergy problem. Over 250 million people are affected by those. That's a better delivery from Aditya Paul. Also, World Bee Day. Beekeeping events are held to educate the general public about the importance of bees and beekeeping. There is a special emphasis on the role of bees as pollinators and how they help to revive forest cover. And main reason for all of this is because the bee population is under threat. World Bee Day informs us how to protect bees and other pollinators. It's going to be worked away. It will go to the boundary. It's not quite where he was aiming for, but Aditya, I suppose, he gets that movement away, doesn't he, Aditya Paul? So it might be an idea for him to think about perhaps getting a backward point in. Because if the batters go with the area where the ball's going, there's every chance that that ball could go in that area. And they are making that change now, and it looks like it is Kevin Patterson that will go in that area. So they just tighten that gap a little. So they get a wide third on the boundary, and points that got a line of 4 now, literally in a straight line from one part of the field to the other. And it's going to go once again in that same sort of area. So even though they make a change in the field, can't be stopped. That's a good shot, actually. That's Malcolm Sedgwick who's trying to catch up with that. But it's nicely played from Mohammad Isham. He gets himself in a good position, and he's not swinging wildly here. If you watch this, though he gives himself a little bit of room, he knows exactly what he's trying to do. So he's toying around with the fields a little bit here. Aditya Paul concedes another boundary, 9 off his first 3 balls. Can he get it just a little bit closer to the batter? That's hit powerfully. That's going to go all the way. Balle, 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 kinna sona. Shaka lagya. Well, that's gone beyond the net area. Let's see a few players in there having a net at the moment, but that is sweet out of the middle. Well, that is sweeter than some of the sweet pastries, jam-filled pastries that we've had after lunch here today. And that's very nice with a cup of tea, by the way. Good hit, sweet hit, solid hit. This one is Fuller. Stefan Gooch comes across, makes a stop, just a single this time. All about the length, isn't it? All about the length. Myself and Marco talked about this yesterday. Even when you get a delivery like that one, it's more of a full toss than a Yorker, but it's better than bowling too short. So just a single taken, hands a strike back to Habib, who's probably the most time he's been off the strike, actually. Can he keep going now? He just brought his 50 up. Well, gives himself a lot of room to play this shot. It just goes comfortably there to Kale Vispalu, who probably also will be warming up to have a bowl pretty soon. That's the end of that over. Goes for 17. And at the halfway point, the score 88 for 2. So 88 on the board, 2 wickets down. A lovely sunny day in Este. And remember, you can stay in touch with us a number of ways. And it's always good to hear from you. And of course, a lot of the entertainment and excitement we've seen from the women's cricket lately, and also the cricket there in Landskrona, you can see in some of the social posts that we made. And you can go on to the European Cricket Network, our website as well, or just type in ECN and you'll see us there. You can find out about our movements and where we will be on tour next, as Romeo will come on to bowl his second. That's up in the air and nothing that anybody can do about it. It's hit well, it's hit hard, it's hit for 6. So Ramesh Tana, that did pick up a wicket, remember, in his first over. But on this occasion, it's a little bit too short. And Habib, if it's short, he's going to go after it. There's no doubt about it. That's what he's been doing. So getting close to putting the 100 on the board here now. It's high up in the air, but it's a catching opportunity, and it will be well taken. And there he is again. No problem. Let's see the second time around now. I think the first time was better there from Marco Vake. And well held. And Habib can't. He does get to his 50, but he can't add too many more. He'll go for 60. And Romeo takes another wicket. There's the catch for Marco. Look at Romeo. Well, there's Romeo. He's holding up. He's holding up young Henry Patterson in celebration. Well, Romeo has found his love. Well, we know that Ramesh Tana, we call him Romeo. Well, Romeo, where's your Juliet first? This is the catch from Marco Vake. And then the bowler, Romeo, that's his celebration. He said, come here, Juliet. Well, it's not Juliet, it's Henry Patterson, actually, but there's still love in the air. And well done to Ramesh Tana, picking up his second wicket, 2 for 20 now. And that wicket well caught there by Vake. It's the end of Habib Khan. He'll go for 60. And it's Ramesh who takes his second wicket. So congratulations to Ramesh. And he ain't done yet, actually. Well, it could be another. Fielder gets underneath it and holds on to the catch. It's 2 in 2. Brilliant catch there taken by David Robinson. There's got to be more celebrations here, surely. Here comes Romeo. Well, I don't think Romeo is going to try and pick up Robinson. And he says, I'll pick Henry up, but not you. Well done. And second one taken. That's his third wicket. Brilliant stuff. And this is exactly what we've seen in the day, isn't it? We've seen teams make good starts, but unfortunately, they then fall away when a few wickets get taken. So it's a great highlight. So the best bowling figures on the network now for Ramesh Tana. And Romeo has finally found his love. Ramesh Tana, Romeo 3 for 20. It's going to be a first bowler. And one batter comes, one go. Hat-trick ball now coming up here, everybody. Hat-trick ball. Ilyas Hassan was the man who gets the golden. Hat-trick ball. Romeo Tana checks his field. Can he get on the board? And it's pretty close. Has a flash at this. Does Tanju. This is Tanju Katamanchi. In comes Romeo again, and it's a little bit short, and now that's commitment and desire for you. Romeo says, I'm not giving you anything. And he looking to finish his spell well here, 3 for 20. Best bowling figures he's had on the network. And, oh, well, it's going to go for 4. It's been struck really well. It's the second one we've seen hit straight and hard, but it will be a boundary for Tanju. Katamanchi hits it well, and it just goes under the fingertips of Romeo and going to be 4 runs. But still, great spell of bowling from Romeo. Ramesh Tana with figures of 3 for 24. And the Italian strikers, 94 on the board, but they have lost 4 wickets. that over. A little bit of everything. 10 runs, a couple of boundaries, 2 wickets as well. And it looks like Marco Vaik is going to get another go here. So very much giving all the others a bit of an opportunity. Robson is there to bowl. We know that Vislapu is there as well. Stefan Gooch that can turn to him. But I think they just say, look, we're happy with where we are here. We're happy with where we are. Well, to do the switch gets this completely wrong. It's, well, Mohamed Isham, we know he's a good batter. He probably can play this shot. It's not a bad one to try and attempt when you have a look at the way the field has been set. And well, now he goes for the sweep. This could be another. It should be another. And Kevin Patterson holds on to the catch. It is another. And Marco Vaik continues to do his moonwalk celebrations. He's done it a couple of times when he was catching. Now he's doing it with the bowling. Kevin Patterson doesn't make the mistake. And there's more joy and more celebrations. And, well, the Hippos are certainly doing the dancing today. Disappointment from the batter, and Marco Vaik, there he goes. Well, you try and stop him. Celebrations galore. Itisham, you can see he's absolutely disgusted with himself as he gives his wicket away. Kevin Patterson holding on to the catch. And, well, the unlikely figure of Marco Vaik taking the wicket. Itisham goes for 16 of 8. It's all going a little bit pear-shaped here now, and this is Kabir who comes out at number 7 and joins Tanju Katamanchi out there. And let's see how many they get now between now and the end of the innings. Well, that's a good hit. There's no doubt about that. Well, Kabir, I liked his bowling earlier today. He said he was the pick of the bowlers in that contest. And the first thing this morning, he bowled with some real power, I thought. And coming around the wicket and making things difficult for the opposition. And he shows they can give the ball a good crunch as well if it's in the right area. That's the shot really that Itisham should have been looking to play. Now a little bit shorter, just gets played out. And Romeo is after it, does the fielding. It's a day that he'll remember for a long time. His best bowling figures. And a few people were asking, well, Dave, is he going to bowl? Is Steph going to bowl? I just get the feeling here, as this one gets played away to Steph, and a lot of people are asking here, Steph, is Steph going to bowl? I think the Hippos know. Maybe they're thinking that last year they put a lot of effort in getting into the final stages. They had to play a lot of matches as well. And when it came to those key matches, I think a lot of them were feeling it. You know, they were feeling it. They weren't able to get their best, as this one is going to be launched, but into the hands of the fielder. And that's a very good catch taken. Makes it look easy, doesn't he? And that's the end of Kabir. Kabir gets hold of this pretty well. He's probably thinking it's the boundary. Here's the hit, but there's no pace on the ball. Marco Vaik's having a look. What a good catch that is. Just plucks that out of the air, does Bilal Masood. And Marco Vaik, it smiles all around. He's probably thinking, all these years I've been stuck behind the stumps. They've made me put on a pair of gloves, put a lid on, and, well, I could have been out here having fun. He's taken 2 wickets, he's taken 2 catches, and I reckon he's saying to Dave Robinson, that's it. You're never getting me behind the stumps anymore. Picks up his 7th wicket. Kabir goes for 7 of 3 balls. Good catch, though, there by Masood. He's a good man to have in your side. I think they're very happy to have him with them this time round. Oh, Saeed Iftikhar now is the batter that comes in at number 8. But yeah, look, just going back to that, if you're taking wickets, there's 6 wickets they've taken. It's 106 for 6. And they haven't used it probably, apart from, no, I wouldn't say that Cedric is not one of your regular bowlers, but they haven't used any of the main threat bowlers as yet. So they're just quite happy with it. And if you can keep players like Robson, Gooch and others rested, why not? Look, if they don't go on and win the match, let's say that they lose the match and it's a close match because the batting doesn't click, you could probably then turn around and say, well, hey, you know, that's the reason. And now this is David Robertson, but he's not steaming in this. He's bowling some spin here. So he's very keen to keep himself fit. Now that's probably a bit high. I wonder what the umpires think of this. Let's have a look at this side on. They think about 2. It's just going to be 1, or is it? Let's see the height on this. Get the feeling that, let's see where that is. I think that's probably high for me. Yeah, it will be called. So no ball called. Free hit to come. Tanju Ganamanchi will be looking to... Well, disappointed he didn't get that away. It's Iftikhar who gets the chance to get off the mark with a free hit. And he's not going to. So well done from Robson. Interesting tactics from telling Hippos, but you know what? It's working. You wouldn't have thought so after the first 3 or 4 overs, but certainly the way the last 3 overs have gone, well, why not? If it's working and you can win a match by resting the likes of Gooch, who no doubt he'll bat. Dave Robson may fancy having a bat as well, but at the moment he's quite happy with the way things are going. This one's going to be another swing and a miss, and I think Stuart Hook's done a wonderful job behind the stumps as well. So I think the Hippos, if you can get a win and get a performance like this in, where you're getting the likes of the other bowlers, you can see here that side Iftikhar just can't get anything going. But look, you've given Ramesh Tana a couple of overs here. Marco Vaik has had 2 overs. And you've still got 1 to come from Henry Patterson. You probably Cedric will probably come back for 1 as well. And you take that. So Robson here, he's not bowling pelt, he's not bowling quick, he's just tossing the ball up, bowling a bit of spin, and they can't get it away. So the Hippos, you'd have to say, well on top, and the win predictor has them 62% to 38. But I'm going to give them a little bit more than that, if I'm honest. I think this is about an 80-20 at the moment, and maybe things will change to that sort of margin after that over. Hardly anything off it, just 2 runs to Robson. Even when he's not steaming in, you can't get runs off him. No wicket though, I suppose, but 108 for 6. There's 2 overs to go. You've got to be looking to get to at least to a 130 plus score here, I think, on this ground. And that means you're going to really have to go for things here. So they will go back to Malcolm Sedgwick. His first over did go for 24, but then he was bowling to 2 very different type of batters. That was when Habib Khan was out there smashing it all over the place. All right, let's see how Malcolm goes. He is bowling to Tanju Karamanchi, who does play at this one, but it is a wide. It's well taken by Stewart. Yes. Kind of scuffs at that one, doesn't get any power in the shot. Got 3 men waiting on that leg side boundary. Square leg, mid wicket. Stephen Gooch is that long on, long off, and a wide extra cover in play. Now that one's been well hit. I don't think anybody's stopping that. It's hit well. It's a in fact, it has been stopped. Marco Vaik. Well, the shades might have gone to the boundary, but the Grizzly hasn't. That's a brilliant save. It really is. Let's have a look at this fielding. It's a tremendous stop. I didn't give him a chance. Throws himself at it. Makes a stop. The shades are on the boundary rope, but the ball isn't. What a save that is. Terrific fielding. And he's going to be in the action again. This time, it's a much easier stop. Yeah, he saves an incredible 3 runs. That only went, they only took a single there as well. Brilliant save. Straight to him, ricochets. Well, where's he running? Running backwards and forwards. The ball was ping-ponging off everybody here. Comes off the bowler and almost wrestling each other. Kabaddi, kabaddi. What's happened there with the batter? I mean, his lid's fallen off. He's obviously not got that, hasn't got that buckled in at all. Has Tanju Karamanju. Oh, Karamanchi. The lid just came right off there. Well, he's trying to get that sorted, but it's all happening. Anyway, let's go back to Sedgwick. He's ready to bowl here. We can maybe have a look at that a bit later. Sedgwick with the ball. Floats it up. That's it. Hit away and, well, stopped by the infielder. It was just going to be a single. He's had a good day, hasn't he, as Ramesh Tana. He's enjoyed himself out there. He's made some good stops. He's picked up wickets, 3 wickets. Oh, change of mind from the batter. Wanted to go on the leg side, changed his mind, and a very tidy over completed there by Malcolm Sedgwick. Just the 6 runs would come from it. And of course, don't forget that great bit of fielding we saw there from Vake. He's, well, talk about top performers here would have to be Marco Vake with his catching, his bowling, and his fielding, and then the bowling there of Tana. 114 for 6. So that 130 doesn't look it's going to happen, and Robson is going to bowl some more of his spin to finish off. He's bowling to Tanju Katamanchi, who, now that he's got his helmet secured, you see, just not getting himself in the right position here. It's a short delivery, which there's so much room there behind square. That's where he should be putting this away, but he just can't seem to get anything on it. So, well, oh, it's a great effort from Dave Robson. This would have been one of the greatest catches. We've already seen one superb caught on ball from Sahil Chauhan. Well, this probably would have bettered it. Look at him go here. Oh, that would have been absolutely sensational. Dave Robson turning back the years. It's played out pretty well, and this one is not going to be stopped. So finally we see a boundary. Yes, Saeed Iftikhar gets this one away. Hits this pretty well, hits it on the up. Now, how many more can they get in this over? Robson won't be happy with that one. It's a good effort from the field to try and stop it, not able to do so, and that will be cuatro carreras. 119, 3 balls to go. Can they find a way to get some more valuable runs here? Asking the question, gone. Goes right across the line. Dave Robson gets his man. He'll celebrate with Stuart Hook. More high fives. Henry Paddington in there as well. And there comes Papa Kevin Paddington as well. And just hasn't been able to play this well as he's right across. And the umpire, I think, seeing that's not going to go over the stumps from the bouncing there, it's going to probably go straight on the hit middle leg. I don't think there's too much doubt about it. So Iftikhar, after hitting a boundary, loses his wicket and go for 7 of 10 deliveries. LBW to Robson. And Rashid comes in at number 9, Rashid Mahmood. Well, let's see if he's in the mood to hit boundaries. That's what they need here to try and at least get past and into the 120s. Robson will be looking to go full and straight to him. See if he can get another breakthrough. It's hit pretty well. Stephen Gooch will watch the bounce and they'll just take the single. So 120, this one goes for Robson, goes for the batter, but it is backed up. 120. Ball to go. Expected 121. Let's see if Katamanchi can beat the computer. No, he can't. It's going to be another one that's going to go. So it's a wicket to finish with. And it will stay at 120. Let's have a look at this one again. Just hasn't been able to get these away. He's chewed up a lot of deliveries as well. 12 balls for the 9. Goes for it, swings, and that's right onto the stumps. So there's the wicket. Let's see this side on as well. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, top of the stumps. No issues there from Stuart. I thought for a moment, Stewie, sometimes wicket keepers do tend to get a little bit too close to those. So it's going to be a wicket for Robson. He'll finish with 2 for 8. And the Italian strikers, 120 for 8. Once again, it's a team that came off to a brilliant start. At the halfway point, they were 88. And at that point, you thought, all right, 88. double that, you're talking easily close to that 180 kind of score, aren't you? But it's not to be. They finish on 120. And that means in the last 5 overs, they only score 32. It's kind of been the story of the day. Teams start well, but don't finish well. And the story of this match has been about the celebrations. Well, I suppose this is where the men show that they can celebrate maybe just as well as the women. We saw that a few times. And this one was jumping over the ball, which went for 4. And there was the wicket. That was not a good shot, actually, from Shane Khan. He keeps finding a way to get himself out. And he's a better player than that, as I said before. But then the celebrations would come. That's Habib. There was a little bit of celebration, I suppose, for the strikers, as Habib, the captain, does score a half century. But he would then get out to this catch. And the celebrations all around. There's Marco Bake, takes the catch and thought, you know what, I'll celebrate. Romeo, well, he found his true love as he picks up Henry Patterson. Romeo. And the catching still continued. As this time it was Dave Robson who holds on to that. And another wicket that's go down. And Romeo was having a field day. And so were some of the fielders. A bit of catching practice. This time it was Kevin Patterson who took another to the disgust. And Marco Bake would be doing his version of the moonwalk, a hippo style maybe. And this one, Marco, good catch that was from Masood. Some more of those celebrations to come, surely. And then that was a fantastic save. Well, the sunglasses might have gone on the line, but not the ball. And then Dave Robson, he could have finished things off with an incredible highlight with a great caught and bowl. It wouldn't be, but he would finish off things off with 2 wickets here. There's the LBW. And then after a single came off the next delivery, he would be knocking the stumps over with another wicket. Well, whether he's bowling pace or off pace, he just finds a way to pick up the wickets. He'll finish 2 for 8. But Ramesh Tana, probably the star with the ball, 3 for 24. And don't forget, of course, Marco Bake was in there as well with his own highlights as well. He took 2 for 24. Likewise, there's the scorecard, and telling strikers need to put this right, don't they? They start well. Habib Khan, the captain, once again, the main contributor with 60 in the match before, 43. But then nobody else really getting themselves in. Shane Khan, disappointing from him. As you would say, from Arslan Amjad, both played some two very nice shots and then get themselves out. Mohammad Intisham, very much the same. So they've got to start being just a little bit, I suppose, better when it comes to the batting. They got away with 123 in the first match when they restricted the Italian riders to just 56, but I get the feeling that 120 against the Italian Hippos probably is not enough. But having said that, what do we know after we saw Tallinn United defend 101 against the powerful Italian Stallions, who also, before that match, won both of their matches yesterday? So I suppose it's that kind of day. Maybe it's the kind of day for the underdogs. Maybe it's the kind of day which tells us that in this game, that in sport, you never doubt yourself. You always feel there's a chance that the unlikely can happen. Or maybe the unlikely can happen here as well. Well, certainly the strikers will be hoping so. The Hippos, though, will be looking to make it 3 wins out of 3. The question is, could they get 4 points here as well? Join me, Rico Ford, and Vinny Sandhu, who I'm sure will return after his office and important meetings to join us for the second innings. So join us back in about 10 minutes' time.
and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and it's been another topsy-turvy kind of innings. It's been that sort of day, isn't it? Where the Italian strikers, very much like they did earlier today, it looked like they were going to go on and put a big score on the board, especially with Habib Khan, the captain, going well. And he fell, and then just like that, the innings sort of kind of crumbled. And as most people are saying, the Italian Hippos probably didn't even use their key bowlers, so they've contained the strikers to a score of 120 by using, I mean, I'm not going to say they're weaker bowlers, just by using bowlers that they would normally use sort of outside of the top 5 overs. They've gone to bowlers that keep the pace off, the likes of Ramesh Tana, who took 3 wickets. They used Marco Vaik, who normally is the wicket keeper, who ends up taking 2 wickets as well, and held on to 2 brilliant catches, made a great save. It's just been a really good performance, but they're not messing around with the bat, are they? Stefan Gooch, powerful left-hander, who's been in very good form, and 2 scores yesterday. Scored a century in the very first match, and then he was not out 46 in the second. He did give a few chances in that second match. I think he gave a couple of chances, 2 or 3 chances to remove him. He was dropped on 1. Then I think he was dropped in the 20s and 30s. They never took him, and he ended up winning the match quite comfortably for the Hippos against the Italian Riders. So let's see how he fares here. And it's going to be the captain, Habib Khan, to start off to Steph. And it's not a good ball onto the pads. That's going to be whipped away quite easily. You can't be bowling there to Steph. It's an easy put away. He's out there with Stuart Hook. So Stefan Gooch off the mark with a glorious stroke. Just clips that off his pads. So 4 runs straight away. Nicely played. In fact, it goes all the way for 6. Forget 4. That's a remarkable pickup. Lovely shot. Seis Carreras to start. He's just been in awesome form. And this is what he did yesterday when he made that century. From the word go, he just attacked every ball. And if you don't bowl well to him, he'll score freely. Well, that one went a long, long way, in fact. I think it might have even ended up in the road. So, Habib started around the wicket. Now we'll come over the wicket, looks like. Just waiting for the fielders to come back onto the field of play. Here's the next one from the captain. And it's just as bad, really. It's another wide, but the only difference is this time Steph can't get hold of it. Habib bowled very well in the earlier match. He kept things nice and tight. Him and Ilyas Hassan. We also saw good bowling from Tarun. And that's just not quite where it was meant to go. It was uppish, it was streaky, but it's still going to go to the boundary for 4 more. You can see some of the fielders, look at them, they're holding their heads, thinking could have gone anywhere, could have gone a hand, but it goes to the boundary. It's another boundary. So boundary, 6 wide, 4. Now coming back again round the wicket, it doesn't help. Oh, big appeal, but coming round the wicket here, get the feeling that he probably is going down the leg side. So speaking of left-handers, Stefan Gooch, of course, out there at the moment, gives the strike net Stuart Hook, 1977, birth of Anjum Chopra, a left-handed opener for India, who has been compared to David Gower. Chopra was one of India's premier batters and played in 4 World Cups. That's played beautifully timed, but it will go straight to the fielder. Yeah, played in 4 World Cups. She was rewarded for her consistent performance over the years when she won the Arjuna Award, one of India's highest sporting honours, in 2007. She played a final game for India in 2012 and then got into television commentary. Born today in 1977. Anjum Chopra. Happy birthday, Anjum. And from one left-hander to another, Stefan Gooch Plays that one away, but this time it will be fielded. 14 off the over with the ball to go from Habib. Need wickets, need him quickly. The bat deep to the telling Hippos. And that's going to be left by Stewie. He sees that one is swinging away. It's in an area which he feels that he could maybe get a little snick to through to the keeper, and says, no, I'll stay there. End of the over. And it's a comprehensive start for the Hippos as they get 14 off that first over from Habib, who just never really got his line right to Steph, the left-hander. 60 matches now since a golden ball. Well, are we going to see one here today? Myself and Marco were feeling that maybe that match yesterday, match number 5 between the Wolves and United, was heading in that direction, and then of course it all went pear-shaped for the Wolves in that last over. Speaking of the Wolves, we will, of course, we'll be seeing them. They'll play just the one match today. They're playing the next one. The Tatu Wolves take on the Tallinn Riders. The Riders, who no points from the first 2 matches. It's got to be now or never for them, really, against the Wolves. That's not a good delivery at all. It's going to go all the way. And, well, it goes and hits the cables of a camera to Kabir. Now, Kabir does normally bowl around the wicket to right-handers, and that's going to be the issue for him, because now he's bowling the line he would be bowling to right-handers, to a right-hander. That's an okay delivery, but of course to a left-hander it is not. So this is going to be a real test for Kabir, because his automatic reaction is going to be getting that ball going to more or less where Gooch's thigh pad is, but really he needs to be getting it the other side. Let's see. Does go wider. He plays that out. They think about the single. They will get there. It's a wild throw that needs backing up, and it has been backed up well by Arslan. Comes across and makes a stop. Just as well that he did. Anyway, Gooch gets off the mark and hands the strike over to Hook. After, of course, those 5 wides, a minimum off the very first ball from Kabir. Does bowl with he bowls with a bit of pace, does Kabir, if he can get the ball right. So this is more like it for him. And let's see if he can get this right. If he gets the Yorker right, he can be a real challenge for any batter. Well bowled, good areas. And a little nod of appreciation there from Stuart Hook as well. And Kabir walks back to his mark. It's going to be far more comfortable, I think, bowling to Stuart Hook, what he's trying to do. I just wonder if he may try over the wicket to Gooch. He comes in again. It's well bowled, good delivery. Very good delivery. You can see what I mean. That's the difference when he's bowling to, whether it's a right hand or left hand. Left hand, he's going to always struggle to try and keep it away from the pads and the leg side. Now that's pretty close, isn't it? I mean, he beats Hook comprehensively there. Stuart Hook's just trying to give himself a little bit of room and just work that away. So started badly with the 5 wides, but he's come back well with the next 3 deliveries. And that's another one that's been missed out by Hook. Stuart Hook, he does play that shot normally pretty well. They have got a point back on the boundary and also kind of wide third backward point in play. So if Kabir is going to stick to that line, he's got the right feel for it. I mean, you might feel that you might be better having that field, the ring move around one as well. And the reason for that is you sort of have one in between the 2 fielders that are on the boundary, sort of in the catching position. I like that idea as well, but he feels that he wants more protection in the cover area than the backward point. That's the one that goes wrong, and it's going to get away from the fielder, and it will go to the boundary. And that's the delivery where he strays onto the pads, and Stuart Hook kind of one-handedly works this one away. See it here again. So I mean, it is uppish. They have got the man in that area, but there you go. One hand over the fielder. And it's going to be 4 runs. Arslan Amjad, nice shot of him. He's kind of puts both of his hands to his face. It's like he's biting his nails in a nervy moment. Well, they're taking the single on there. That's very good running from Stefan. Comes the throw. It is backed up. Arslan Amjad doing the backing up. And one thing that we've always said about Stefan Gooch, he's not a selfish player by any means, is he? He's not thinking about himself. Yesterday, if he was a selfish player, I think he would have got another 50 to his name when he was 46 not out. Plays for the team. He could quite easily have just stayed where he was and been on strike for the next one, but he makes every one count, whether they go down to him, extras, or the other batter. 25 without loss. I'm sure that Shauna Gooch is probably tuning into the chat somewhere. Shauna, if you're there, welcome. And welcome to everybody you know. If you are new, I always say this, myself and Vinny, and all the commentators, if you're new and if you're watching and you've never done so before, send us a message on the chat and say, hi, how are you? And where are you from? We'd love to give you a shout out. Right, looks if though Habib wants to have another go. His first over wasn't the best, but he is bowling here to the right-hander to start with. It's lofted. That's a lovely shot. Controlled shot. Good one in the first 3 overs. He knows that if he gets this lofted over the infield, he's going to get reward for his shot, and he does. Look at the way he puts the effort in to get it over the top. Holds the pose as well, doesn't he? Getting out the photo wali honi hai, kitne kite, meri photo bhi khich rahe. Smile, please. A nice shot. As he's holding the pose as he goes for the walk. Gets 4. Arslan gives the captain a bit of advice. The captain not having it his own way in this one. That's a better delivery. It gets blocked out. It will be a single. And Stefan Gooch comes back on strike. Stuart Hook gets another single to his name. That moves on to double figures. Need wickets. That's what Arslan is probably saying to his captain. Hey, Skip, we need wickets. Sanu wicket chahidiyan. Habib is saying, "Pata hai yaar." Bad ball. And only gain 1 place. And that's a boundary. That's the way that Gucci started. And that's the way he carries on. It's just not good bowling from Habib. He just hasn't been comfortable. Just look at this one. Stefan Gooch. It's, well, any left-hander loves it there. It's an easy clip away. No danger of LBW. Gets the foot in the way and just, yeah, little clip. The one before went for 6. This one does go for 4. Habib gets a little tap from Arslan to say, come on, Skip. You got this. Has he? No, he hasn't. And that's going to go all the way to the boundary. Minimal, the second one. There was one, of course, at the start of that last over from Kabir. And now we've got one here from Habib. They're not helping their cause at all, are the strikers. Just not getting it right. I always find this interesting how if you look at the action of Habib and the same really as Kabir, how are you... By bowling in that way, how are you expecting to keep that ball outside the off? You're wanting to keep the ball outside the off. And now, most left-handers, and I had a good chat about this to Tina Goff. That's a full toss out on the offside. That's going to be 4 more runs. This time it's beautifully placed in between the 2 fielders. Cuatro carreras más. They just haven't bowled well. I don't think any of the teams have bowled well to left-handers, if I'm honest. I know that Saifur Rahman, he got out cheaply in the last one. But they just haven't bowled well to lefties. And Tina Goff, talking to her in Malta, was the first to say she, being a left-hander, loves it when the bowler's right arm overs come round the wicket to her. Now, this one they're asking the question. And the umpire says not out. Habib goes up, but look, he does come over the wicket. Let's have a look at this. So, pitching outside leg can't be out. But it's better, isn't it? You got more of a chance, and that's exactly what Tina was saying. You know, if your bowler comes round the wicket, right arm round, you're thinking, yep, happy days, because you know what's coming. Coming over the wicket, there's always a chance that ball can just come back in to you. That's not well directed. So that's the delivery, but it has to start outside off. The Habib Khan, his troubles continue. Extras galore, 44 without loss. 54 for 1 is where they were in the power play. So I suppose you could say they do win the power play. But after the first 5 overs, things went pretty downhill for them. And that's well directed. That's a better delivery. That's where he needs to be. So this is a good example where he uses that natural swing to his advantage. Look at this ball come in, and it's a much harder shot to play, and Stefan Gooch has to think about that. Whereas all the other shots he's played when he's coming from around the wicket, it's just been easy pickings. The Habibi will finish with a good one. 45 though on the board. That last over, again for 20. Doesn't help himself, giving away those 5 wides in there. And they need somebody to try and find a way through. Who do they go to here now? They've got options. Looks like they're going for Shuvu here. I like the bowling in the last match of Tarun Davala. He certainly bowled very well, very tidily. So they have got options. Tarun Davala took 1 for 7 off his 2. It's also got Ilis Hassan, who after his first over was 3 for 3. And did go for a magical 1 in his second though. All right, need to tidy it up. Just over, or I should say just under the 11 required per over for victory here for the Hippos. It's in the air, but not going to go to hand. It's going to go the behind square all the way for 6 runs. Stefan Gooch gets a swivel on this proper. That's a good look at the field. So, of course, the square leg fielder fetching the ball, but look at the field. It's very much an offside field that gets set, but no bowler so far, particularly to Stefan Gooch, has bowled an offside line. It's been too straight or too much down the leg side. They just haven't, and they're not the only team. The Italian strikers, they haven't been able to get the line right to left-handers. I wonder if they're here in Estonia. There's not too many left-handers. Maybe that's the issue. The bowlers just don't get a chance to bowl like lefties. Well, if that's the case, well then, when you're practicing, you gotta pretend there is a left-hander here. Make believe that it's a left-hander and get it in the right areas. That one is also going to be hit away to the boundary. It's too hot and too powerfully hit for the fielder. It's another short, long hop that's been bowled by Ashral Shuvu. And it's 6 and 4. Hungry for more is Stefan Gooch. He's having a fantastic start to this series. Started with that 107, 46 not out yesterday. And here in his 3rd match, he's now moved along quite briskly to 31. That's the 50 that comes up on the board as well. And they are big time favourites to go on and win it from there. There just doesn't seem to be anything positive. No positive vibes out there at all from the Italian strikers at the moment. There's no... You can't hear them. They're not vocal. They're not trying to support each other. And it's just pretty sorry looking as Stefan Gooch will take another boundary. And, it's almost like they're already ready. It's completely different, isn't it? Completely different to what we saw from Tallinn United, who put 101 on the board, but they believed and they thought, all right, fair enough. They did pick up some early wickets, which, of course, if you get wickets, you keep on believing. And strikers haven't had the luxury of doing that, but they haven't bowled well enough to do it. They haven't really earned themselves the chance to take a wicket. Or I would like to say they haven't earned themselves to get the break, to get that lucky break to get a wicket. And again, more... And it's not often that I like to use words like garbage, but that's what I'm going to use here. It's more garbage being bowled from Shuvu. I don't want to just pick on Shuvu. He's not the only one, but this is just terrible bowling. It really is. I mean, I think any left-hander in the world, I know Stefan Gooch is a very classy player, but any left-hander in the world will be saying, hey, bring that on. And I don't know if that is a garbage truck over there. Well, if it is, you might as well put all these sort of deliveries in that area because they're just bowling terrible. Well, at least this time he gets it out on the off, but he's going to get the same treatment. This time he gets cut away. It was too wide. But at least he's gone for offside, not leg side. And Stefan Gooch is on his way to another half century. And I don't know the thinking also, I have to say, about the captain. I mean, he's bowling Shuvu here And if you go by the first match and the bowlers who bowl well, he's all right. Habib himself bowled well, Kabir bowled okay, but I mean, what about the other bowlers? Why hasn't he gone to Ilyas Hassan? Why hasn't he gone to somebody like Tarun Devala? Why Shuvu here? And Shuvu is just bowled badly, and Habib's had a chat with him, but 24 already off the over, and Gucci smashes a 6 here. It'll be the first supersonic that we've had. Haven't had a supersonic yet. Had a couple of 29s. Well, he hits this pretty well, and there you go. That is your supersonic over. It is also going to be 50 to Stefan Gooch. He does it in style. He does it with a 6. He does it of 15 deliveries. But to be honest, I know Stefan Gooch is a very honest man. If you had him in here now, and if you were to say to him, well, Steph, how was that 50? He'd be the first to say to you, Rico, they bowled badly, and I just punished them. And that's exactly the way you would describe that. They bowled badly, and they're being punished. You can't bowl badly to good players, because good players, they're not going to take no mercy, and that's exactly what we're seeing here from Steph. So supersonic, 30 off the over, every ball going to the boundary, 6, 4, 4, 6, 4, 6. 75 without loss. What I can tell you is that the opposition at this point were on 71, and then it went downhill pretty quickly. So Shuvu becomes the first player to go supersonic here in Estonia. Will he be the last? I don't think so. You can probably hear in the microphones that the wind has picked up a little bit as well. All right, what's the plan here? Well, the bowler's got a very long run-up. That's what I can tell you from what I'm seeing here. And they are going, again, back to Kabir. And Kabir, well, this is a long run-up. I wonder if we can see where he's starting from here. With the, look, there he is. And he's a long way away from those stumps. There's the 30-yard circle. He gets past that now. And that's neatly played away by Stuart Hook. He's now, it's a role that he's been used to playing, I think, Stuart. Just keeps one end going. If he gets a bad ball, he'll put it away. And if not, he'll just support now. What are they needing here? 45. Can they get the 45 in, what's that, 17 deliveries? You bet they can. Need to get the wicket here of Stefan, get another batter out there to slow things down. Otherwise, the Hippos, they're going to be taking all the points again, aren't they? Well, that one does get through from Kabir. Gucci, the rare miss from him is, let's have a look at this one again. I think he's, yeah, rare miss. It's a bit straighter, not quite going down the leg side, and first time I think we've seen him swing and miss at a delivery. And I think here a lot of people that were puzzled and a lot of question marks were coming in there. That was pulled away to the fielder. It's a short ball, just be a single. Yeah, there were a lot of question marks, weren't there, about the bowlers that the Hippos used and what their tactics were. And I said there at the time, it's quite simple. You know what their tactics are. They tried something, it didn't work in, I don't think, the first over, but then they were happy with the next overs, the overs from Ramesh Tana, the one from Marco, and they stuck with them. They rested the likes of Gooch, who's now batting, so keeping him fit. We know that Stefan's got a bit of an injury to his hand, so they're keeping him and getting him fit for the big matches coming up later. Robson himself didn't bowl his pace. They didn't bowl Vislapu. They're keeping them all fit, as that one is up in the air and will go all the way. 6 runs. Manos arriba, arbitro, 6 carreras. And, you know, good teams do that. Good teams do that. I mean, they won both their matches yesterday. They won picking up all the points. They got a massive net rate advantage. And I think it was their tactics today to say, you know what, guys, we're well ahead. And with certainly with the Stallions also losing, they thought, look, we're well ahead. The Stallions are nearest rivals. They lost, so we keep our advantage over them. Look, we're going to rest a few players. We're going to take it a little bit easier because we feel that this is what we're going to try and restrict to, the 120, 130 score, and we're able to then come back and get a win. And that ends up being a really good stop from the field. It does really well. It's actually very well played by Stuart Hook as well. That's good bowling. It's a sharp delivery. Watch this. He's fired it in. Stuart Hook takes a bit of evasive action. And the fielder, yeah, does well. That's a really good stop. Well done. Doesn't give it up, does he? There's Tanju. Right now, he's tried the short one to Steph before. Steph will be waiting for a short delivery here, I get the feeling. And, well, he was waiting for it, but he's missed it again. That's the second one that's got through him. So Kabir, he gets a good over in. Is it good enough to maybe at least get a point for the Strikers? We'll have to wait and see. It's 84 without loss after the 5 overs. So they're needing 37 in 2 overs. Gooch is still there. They haven't lost a wicket. They've got to go for it. On the 1st of December through to the 20th, we'll be partying once again in Spain, in Andalusia, the wonderful region of Malaga, at the lovely ground, the Field of Dreams, the Kalama Oval, because it will be the start of the Euros of Women's Cricket, the European Cricket Championships, and those are your groups. Emerging Division, Challenger Division, and the Premier Division. And the Emerging Division, Czechia, Malta, Greece, Croatia, and Sweden will be in action. I'm pretty sure from what I've seen already, it won't be long before the likes of Estonia and Bulgaria will be in there as well. They certainly have shown plenty of potential of in the next year or so being amongst those teams. And Arslan Amjad is the bowler. A dead ball called here. I wonder if is this because I think this is mainly because I think Stuart is saying, hang on a minute. I mean, it's played at here, and then afterwards he's saying, wait a minute. Not sure what that's about. Whether he wasn't ready, whether he says I didn't know what you were doing. Arslan, next play away now. Arslan is going to be interesting because I know that and Arslan he's had to work on his bowling action. I know that sometimes they've had to talk to him about the legality of it. So let's see if he's done enough work on it to be okay. So I think he's come on here really because they know the importance of getting a good over in. Gucci launches into it. That's going to go all the way. Balle, 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 ginna zona. Shaka lagya, says good at smash. Steph has got one thing on his mind, and that is to attack, be brutal, and muscle the ball to the boundary to try and get this victory in 7 overs. They want to continue what they started yesterday, which was winning inside of the 7 overs or chasing in 7. They want 4 points here. Arslan now comes over the wicket, goes short, and that one gets missed out on by Steph actually. It's a short delivery which he was looking to hit over the top of the short cover fielder into the extra cover area. Arslan wants a good over here, wants to try and give his team a chance to take up all the points. It's a slow delivery which has been muscled over the top for 6 more. Says Gadir Azmas. These two, of course, know each other very well. Stefan Gooch and Arslan Amjad. They play in the Estonian national team, but that's just too short. It holds up there for Steph to power over the boundary. It's going to be another 6. So 24 in 26 to win, but that's not in doubt. They want to do it in the next 8 deliveries. Oh, that's been absolutely crunched. That's a cracking shot. That is clean out of the middle of the bat. Que guay, que genial, que grandísimo eso es. Ay, ay, ay. Ah, dekh Ah, ta changi good pariya. Chittar pariya bowler nu. Changiya juttiyan pariya. That is a biggie. And Gucci, he's loving his moment out there at the moment. 100 now comes up. 18 required for victory of 7 deliveries. I wonder if They'll take a single here, or will Gucci just go to pound another boundary? Well, he goes to pound another boundary. This time he gets down on one knee, and that is humongous. So Arslan Amjad, the experiment to go with him does not work. He goes for 25, and with that big boundary, they just need 12 runs for victory. And if they do it in the next over, it will once again be all 4 points for the Tallinn Hippos. Oh, that was a brutal bit of hitting. A little bit of carnage out there. And Stefan Gooch races to 76, 25 off that over. And now I think it's just a matter of when. And 109 without loss. There it is. Stuart Hook just played the supporting role. Only had the 13 balls, mind you. 76 from 23 from Gucci. And if he was, you feel, chasing another 50 more, then I think they definitely would have been talking already about another century. Hassan will finally come on to bowl. Why we haven't seen him or Tarun Devella earlier, only the captain Habib will know. Anyway, here's Hassan bowling to Hook, who just places away. It's a long chase on the fielder. They should be thinking of coming back for 2, but I think on this occasion, the plan was always Hook gets the single and Gooch finishes off the job. 11 off 5 for all the points. Can Hassan get that special ball, and can there be a special bit of play here to get the wicket of Gooch and put the pressure on the new batter? And, well, he is going to get this one through, and even the ball that would have been a wide gets worked to the boundary. He could have left this alone, Steph, quite easily, but he gets it, bat onto it, gets wide off the fielder, can't get there, kind of maybe half a chance perhaps. It's going to be 4, 7 off 4. Hassan, I think Hassan seems disappointed, but if Stefan doesn't play that, it's a big wide. But you can see Stefan's mindset now. He's playing at everything unless it's going to be a huge wide. Doesn't want to give a dot ball in here. 7 required, 4 balls. Elias Hassan again. Goes short, and this time now he gets through the keeper. So even when there should be a dot ball, they end up getting a bye. I suppose the only good thing here maybe is they do change the strike. Stefan Gooch go to the non-strikers end. And Stewie on strike. 6 off 3. Can they get a dot ball in here? And no, they can't, as it's bowl 2 straight. And that will be it. It's going to be 6 runs from the bat of Stuart Hook. It will be once again all the points in the bag for the Tallinn Hippos, as the sorry-looking strikers will walk off the pitch. And remember, they got beaten in their first match yesterday when they scored 125. The Stallions got there easily. They didn't bat well this morning, but they bowled well against the Riders and were able to defend that 123. But in this match, you never thought they would be able to defend that 120. And the question was, though, would they be able to get a point? The answer, no, because Stefan Gooch, 80 of 25, supported well there by Stuart Hook, who played his role beautifully in that partnership worth 121. He makes a fine 26 of 15. And it is victory to the Hippos, who continue in their very impressive form. 3 matches played, 3 matches won, and on all 3 matches they have taken every point available to them. So this time it is the Tallinn Strikers who walk away with nothing to show for. Next up, the Tartu Wolves take on the Tallinn Riders. Usman Jamal and Safraz and Amarul Hassan come into the side for the Wolves, and some changes in there as well for the opponents that they're taking on. Let's take a quick look at the highlights. One thing, as you can see, from those first few deliveries is they bowled terribly badly, did the Strikers. And they're a team that pride themselves on good performances and good victories and good cricket. Unfortunately, in this match today, there was very little of that good cricket. Very few players can hold up their heads and say that they put a good effort in out there. I don't think the leadership was that great as well. Habib went for 14 in his first. He didn't bowl very well at all to the left-hander, yet he chose to give himself a second over, which would go 20. It was the first of the magical overs we saw. Then he went for Shuvu, rather than going for the likes of maybe Hassan or Tarun Dhavala, who bowled very well in the earlier match, and they would be taken to the cleaners as well. I think the only way to describe this would be is, when you have the boys taking on the men, and the men showed the boys how to play the game, and that's exactly the feeling that I got here. And the bowling at times was quite shocking. And one of the words I choose to use, especially to some of the deliveries that were coming and being bowled at Stephen Gooch, was garbage. And the thing with Stephen Gooch is, as you saw there, he knows how to put away the rubbish, and he knows where to put it as well. And just have a look at the extras there as well. And that's worth pointing out if you think about it. So they get to this victory with two balls to go, if you like, is where they get to it. So they get all the points. But look at the extras: 15 extras, 12 wides, and 2 occasions it was 5 wides. And that's where you give up the point. You give up the point in the extras, but you lose the match because of a number of things. One, when it came to the batting, you batted irresponsible. Key batters should have done better. But then with the bowling, I mean, he just bowled a very, very bad line. And I think the captain there, Habib, has to hold up his hand. He wasn't good. And the way that he made those changes wasn't good either. So 121 has been chased. It's been another very good partnership between Gooch and Stuart Hook. Remember, the two of them yesterday put 126 together as well. So that's a partnership. There's a combination that is working very, very well for them. Well done to the Hippos. We will see them in action a little bit later on as well. They'll play the last match, and what a match that promises to be. The Hippos unbeaten, taking on the Stallions. The Stallions have to come back from a defeat. Remember, they went down to a surprise loss to United, so that one is definitely worth sticking around for the end of the day. But before then, remember, coming up in, I think, around about 45 minutes from now, will be the Tartu Wolves will be taking on the Italian Riders. The Riders need things to start to happen for them. They have lost both their matches in a row, and they haven't got a point to show for it, really. Whereas the Tartu Wolves, they're a team that certainly did show a little bit of fight yesterday. They fought hard to get a point against the Stallions, and then they went down narrowly to a close encounter against Tallinn United. So they're looking for their first win. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu when we return in about 40 minutes time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Well, still 2 matches to go here on day 2 of this European Cricket Series Estonia. Coming up, a battle between 2 teams that desperately want a win. Right now, they don't have one between them. I'm talking about the Tartu Wolves, who are taking on the Talon Riders in match 9, live from the Estonian National Cricket and Rugby Ground. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago. Tyrone Peters had the 2 captains.
The Talon Riders to call.
Tail.
Tails is a call, and it's a head.
We will bat first.
They're going to have a bat.
So the Wolves have won the toss and the men from Tartu want to have a bat first, kind of continuing this trend of teams that generally have wanted to put runs on the board. And I will say they didn't disgrace themselves yesterday, the Tartu Wolves, but they didn't walk away with a win. They had something to show for it, but right now they find themselves in 5th place on the table. But they are still above the Riders, who've had a bit of a shocker so far. They haven't taken a single point out of either of their games. And that was kind of surprising because earlier in the day they were able to keep a very strong striker side to 123, but just faltered in the chase and ended up not taking a single point out of that game. So 2 teams that desperately do need the win here. It's hard to see room for both these 2 teams in the 4 or maybe even any of these teams. So it becomes really important when they play each other. Rico Fu in the commentary igloo. Thanks for covering me, Rico, but I'll be there very, very shortly to join you for the start of match 9 with the news from the toss that Tartu, the Wolves, they've won the toss and they're going to bat first.
Hello viewers and welcome back. I hope you've had a nice break and enjoyed your little time away. Maybe you've had a spot of lunch, dinner, maybe even breakfast, depending where you're tuning in from. Well, it's good to have you back as you return to the action. And as you heard from Vinny Sandy, 2 teams that are pretty desperate to get back to winning ways. Well, Talon Riders, they haven't got a point to their name, but the Tartu Wolves, I think they're better than what we've seen from them so far. Let's take a look at what they did yesterday. We saw them play in a very entertaining match against the Italian Stallions, and even though it looked like they were being battered out of the game when Saiful Rahman scored that fantastic century, getting them to 187, they showed a lot of character when they got to 137, and Ali Raza's 71 not-out helped them to get to a point. So you can see there from that team sheet, Ali Raza, and also I think Mohammed Usman Sr. are going to be their key players. Maybe it is going to be Usman who's going to go well here. Yesterday he did make a start for them. He scored a good 35 of 12, but he showed signs that he could go on to get a big score. And then the Tartu Wolves did go on in the last match, score 113 when they batted first. Of course, they needed a few more than that, and a few more would have been enough. Even if they got to that 125, 130 score, I think they may have got that victory over the Italian United side, who won with 4 balls to go, chasing and getting to that 114. So 72% they are favourites in winning this one. You can understand that because, of course, their opponents made 78 for 3 and were sort of wiped off the field by the Hippos yesterday, who got those runs with 25 balls to go. Then earlier today, even though they did a very good job against the strikers, especially the way they came back against the Italian strikers, restricting them to 123, they were unable to knock the runs off, only getting to the 56. So with the ball, I think they've been useful. So they won't mind trying to restrict the Wolves to a low score. But can they do that? Can they restrict a low score? What we're talking about, I think around 90. I think once it gets to over 90, then there are going to be some serious question marks about their own batting and who's going to get them to the score. It looks like the bowler who's going to start is going to be Tanvir Ahmed. Ahmed with the first. Let's see how he starts. And well, it's going to be oh dear. Well, we've seen this a few times today already, but it won't go all the way to the boundary. It does get chased down. The batters probably could have run 2 there. That's going to be a wide ball first up. Let's have a look. This comes out. It's that little bit of movement. The wicketkeeper not really able to make a good stop there, side Ashgar. The go side on, really. I think he would have been better off just getting his legs together and letting the pads making the stop. Ali Raza now on strike. So you've got the 2 big batters at the top of the order. I don't think Ali Raza was quite ready. He's saying, hang on a minute, I'm not ready yet. Well, the umpire thought you were ready, otherwise the umpire would have stopped the bowler. So I'm not really sure what Raza's thinking about, but he's ready now. And he drags this towards the leg side boundary. Fielder's coming across, but can't stop it. So it came from a long way around, did Ronnie Zaman, but he's not able to take it. Ronnie Zaman, I think someone like Chandarapa, Anand Chandarapa, will have to be key in this on Mushur Rahman as well. But who else could be a key player for them? They've got a few new ones in there. Chandru Monogram is in there. You got Arkim Shahid. And they're desperately looking for somebody who can give them this special Midas touch maybe to help them to get some sort of victory. Mushur Rahman 2 for 15 and Mufis Uddin were the pick of the bowlers in that earlier match against the Strikers. Another swing and a miss. Quite a wild one on this occasion. Not going to get anything from that. Welcome back to everyone there. Hello to John Hisham, who joins us back. John, hope you're well. Hope you're having a good time. Enjoying the cricket. Hello to Helix. Thomas Martinez, ¿cómo estás? Muy buenas tardes. ¿Qué tal cosas en Madrid? ¿Y qué pasa, Que tiene poco de triste, yo creo, porque ganamos la Liga. Barcelona. Yeah, it's Barcelona winning there. I'm sure to the displeasure of the Real Madrid and the Madridians. Lily Panda, hope you're well. Giving much love to myself and Vinny, and much love back to you as well. Up in the air, but over the fielder. Zaman does the fielding. Got to say that the brightness here, I think a few of us have touched on this, the ECN crew. It's a kind of brightness that really does, what's the best way to hurt your eyes, I can say. It truly is very bright. And it's sort of, that's nicely clipped away, just a little glance off the pads. But, well, again, they're not doubling up here. They've got to be running 2 there. And that's one thing. If you're not scoring a lot of runs, and the Title Wolves, they've had that issue, then you got to double up when you can. And that's 2 runs for me. You got to run hard, run the first one hard. Yeah, going back to that. So you can understand why there's a lot of times balls go up in the air. You can see the fielders, they follow it and then lose it. And I think it just seems to be a glare. And to give you an idea on it, I mean, where I am now, we got all sorts of obstacles trying to stop the light coming in. And the table, unfortunately, is kind of a white colour. It's a creamy white. So when the sun's hitting that, it's glaring. The papers that I'm using, obviously, are white. So just looking at the papers and trying to write something down, it's so bright. And a few people say, well, what about some sunnies? Sunnies just don't work. It's difficult with sunnies because then you can't see the screens. Anyway, Challenger Division, we talked a bit about this before. I'm expecting Malta to go well in Group 1, and I'm expecting Estonia to go well in Group 2. But Estonia, as we said before, with the Isle of Man and Guernsey in there, and the likes of Luxembourg, Serbia and Turkey could always produce a bit of an upset. I think that's going to be a very tricky group. It's hit down the ground and hasn't hit it well enough to create an opportunity there for Shahid Hussain maybe to get in and a catching opportunity. This is Mufis Uddin. Now, I did mention that Uddin, he did have a good match with the ball last time round. Let's see if he can do the same here for his side. That's been hit well. Maybe it's an opportunity. I don't think so. The fielder has to watch that go over the boundary rope. It's a good shot. Ali Raza, he was fantastic the way he batted yesterday. What I liked about his batting yesterday as well, when he scored that 71 and helping his team to a point, is he did play shots to most part off the ground. He played that kind of shot really well. He played for the covers, and he was pretty brutal on the short delivery. Raza, on this occasion, he does play the wrong shot. He needed to be looking to hit this straight, but you see he's trying to hit another one out of a cow corner. He would have been better off going straight down the ground. Uddin gets a dot ball in, and he comes again. It's chipped over here, but into the hands of the fielder. There will be a wicket. It is going to be the captain, Mushur Rahman, who holds on to the catch, and Ali Raza is, after hitting a boundary and swinging and missing, he's going to give his wicket away. That's a big wicket to take for the Italian Riders. It's one of the key batters back. And the Tatu Wolves don't have too many. Ali Raza is definitely one of them. The other one is Mohammed Usman Sr., who's still out there. So a good time to get a wicket. Ali Raza will go for 11. 11 of just the 7 deliveries and caught well by the captain. So Rahman doing his job. And Udin, well, he does his job again. Udin has been very reliable for his team. So well done. New batter comes out. And is Jazib Sawa, who's the captain in the match. And he's going to get a little bit lucky here. Now the running is a little bit chaotic. But Sawa does respond to the call. We'll get to the other end. So he gets a little bit lucky there, Sawa. Let's have a look at this again. Sort of gets a bit of luck. The fielder does well. But good running in the end from the batters. But it's a good early call there from Mohammed Usman Sr. Gets to the other end. And gets there quite comfortably. Let's see how he goes against Udin. He gets a bit of width. Draws him out. Sneaks it in. It's a good over. Well bowled. And Mufiz, and will go for 8, but he does pick up another wicket. So he's had a good day so far. That's his 3rd in the day. And at the end of 2 overs, it's 17 for 1 as Vinny Sandy joins me back in, well, quite a warm igloo.
Yeah, so it's a beautiful day, and I think we're getting this like the start of the microwave igloo effect.
Yep.
The greenhouse effect, if you like. Yeah, nice to be back. Yeah, I was off last game because I was just in a couple of planning meetings, which is always interesting to see what's happening behind the scenes. But you can see there the table. After this, everyone will have played 3 matches, and you can see that these 2 are the only 2 without a win so far. So it's kind of a must-win for both of them. I think particularly for the Riders, who, to be honest, they were in a winning position earlier. Felt like they were anyway. And they ended up failing to take a single point out of their clash against the Strikers. So, Tanvir Ahmed, I like him bowling 1 and 3, don't they? He's going to bowl the 3rd. First one's a little whip away, but into the gap. So he should just be a single. What about the Hippos, though? I mean, the 12 on the shelf, as I like to say. The 3-4 pointers just gives them such a cushion, even over other teams that have been winning games.
Yeah, big time. I remember they got a big one coming up later against the Stallion. It'd be interesting how they go. I mean, in that last match, I know you caught some of it, but they didn't use any of the key bowlers. And even when they did use Dave Robson, he just bowled a bit of spin, but it was still good enough to get them a comfortable victory. That's kind of nicely played away by Usman. He'll just get the single.
I remember the Robbo spin in the ECC Challenger last time when Greece were just murdering any seam-up bowling, and he came on. He actually was quite effective.
He was effective, you're right.
I think like a lot of left arms, I'll name a couple of others. Oh, he's got him. It's just slid off the back pad there, and it's going to be the end of the Wolves skipper. Tried to go leg side, so Tanvi is brought back, and he picks up the first wicket for himself. It's the 2nd of the innings. It's 19 for 2.
Yeah, good wicket to get. Like I say, there's not too much depth in the batting from the opposition here. And we saw that yesterday. So Ali Raza and Mohammed Usman Senior, the key batters. Nobody else really tends to click with the bat. We saw that a little bit earlier as well when they really did struggle to get any kind of runs on the board. 56 for 5 is what they managed up with. So getting that wicket there of the captain, the main man who's still there, of course, is Mohammed Usman Senior. If they can get the back of him, then the Tata Wolves are really going to struggle to maybe even get to that 80 or 90 that I thought. That is what they'll be looking to try and get to try and put a bit of pressure on the Riders.
So here's Furkan Manzoor, and he's going to just elevate quite stylishly, actually, mid-off up in the circle. We're still in the power play. He's off the mark in style, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. He doesn't try to overhit it. He backs himself to clear the fielder that's in the ring, and he does it quite nicely. It's quite a handsome-looking shot, actually. It's a nicely timed, gets 4 runs.
Even though these 2 teams have had 2 losses, I think the Wolves have been a lot more impressive in their losses. They've picked up a point each time. They've scored 137 and 113 in their 2 games. By contrast, Riders haven't picked up a point at all. Well, that's a cracking shot as well. Just waited and timed it all the way through point. It's still going. 4 carreras más.
Well, where they've been hiding this guy, Furkan Manzoor comes out and he's played 2 beautiful shots. The first one, he uses his feet lovely and plays it over the top of the short mid-off. And now he plays a classy shot through the offside. Cuts that for 4. That's a delightful hit.
Brilliant shot. Yeah, we did see Furkan last year for the Wolves. 110 runs, top score of 38. But, yeah, a couple of really classy shots. Let's see if we can turn it into something more. Still plenty of time left in this innings. Marginal favourites here, the Wolves. That's going to be 4 more. So, geez, Manzur hitting him like that. You start to think maybe he could even go up a slot or 2. And it will be the end of the 3rd over. Not a happy end for Tanvir. And after 3, it's 31 for 2.
Yeah, valuable. If one batter, you know, when you've got 2 teams that are struggling like this with the bat, if a single batter can go on and get you 35, 40 runs and the other sort of chip in and you get yourself to a scrappy 110, 115, it could be enough. So this is a good start for Furkani. He hits his first 3 deliveries to the boundary. And, well, it's a hat-trick of 4s to end the over after Tanvir Ahmed did take a wicket. It's 31 for 2. And that's the way it looks at the moment at the end of the 3 overs.
Yeah, so still a little bit unders. But, yeah, like I said, I mentioned the Wolves scores just a lot better than the Riders score so far, 137 and 113, whereas the Riders have only scored 78 and 83 in their 2 completed innings. So, yeah, big game for both these teams. Is Mafisuddin, who's going to come back. They both openers out. So obviously trying hard to get another breakthrough.
Yeah, they definitely are. Now, this is, you've got to be careful how you use your bowlers here. Sometimes it's an idea just to keep one of your main bowlers bat, because if you get to a point where you've used all the good ones, you're going to have to go to somebody new. We've seen it already a few times in this series. That hasn't always gone to plan. That's nicely played. Just gives himself a little bit of room. That's the sort of delivery that Sawa managed to get back onto his own stumps. But that's well dealt with by Mohamed Usman Senior. You can see that he's looking to get a good knock in here. And, here he is once again back on strike. And Udin with the ball. Can Udin get another? That's worked away out on the leg side. They've set this field pretty well, actually. They know where the danger is. They're outside that power play now, and straight away they've deployed 3 men on the leg side. It's a straightforward field. Basically, everybody, all the boundary riders are in front of the batter, 2 in the offside. A very straight, long off and long on, and then mid wicket and square leg in play. So if you want to get funky, it's a good time to do it with nobody behind. The wicket keeper, that's just going to be chipped up in the region of that mid-on and will just be a single.
Yeah, Goldilocks zone here between these 2 teams. Udin, he's been pretty tired. 1 for 12 of 10 balls bowled. Love it to grab a second wicket for himself here. I won't do it with that. That's a really nice bit of footwork from Mohamed Usman Senior. It goes Maximal, finally breaks the shackles with his first boundary, and it's a 6.
Yeah, when you see that ending up at the foot of the sight screens, what a lovely shot this is. He's a dangerous player, and he seems to be biding his time. I love the way he uses his feet there down the ground, doing a little bit of dancing. And a good hit for 6. Ends up by the sight screen. Udin, 18 with the ball to go for his spell. Goes for the slower delivery, which is beautifully picked up. That's a great bit of fielding.
Oh.
There's going to be a run out. And, well, now then. The 2 batters here, they're trying to pretend they're friends and buddies. They're not buddies. There's going to be a wicket here. Now try and work out which one is out. That's the question.
Oh,
this is going to be interesting. I mean, the fielding here is quality. This is class. What a pickup. He gets a throw in. And now let's see where the batters are here. I mean, the fielding's done there by Chandru.
Yeah. Oh, geez, that's a nightmare. Well, he steps out, so he'll be out.
Yeah.
Even though, as long as
when's the bail's on?
Still
the bail's
out. No, still going. Is he stay? He's not moving anywhere, so he'll be out on the left.
Yeah.
So last in, worst dressed, basically. Geez, what a great bit of fielding that created that run out of nothing.
Incredible.
Out of nothing. Even didn't need to throw it that fast, but just threw it what seemed like blindly and hit the keeper. Again, so the way to think about this is whoever's last in is out. See, he was probably first in, then the other guy was in, then Mohamed Usman, stepped out again, which meant he was last to the safe end, which means he ain't safe. He gone.
He ain't safe. Usman is disappointed. I mean, Furkan Manzur, he's on 14 or 5. I know Usman just played some nice shots himself, but I suppose at the end of the day, you don't want to lose either batter. I think if Furkan had if he'd been pooling around on a couple of runs, he probably would have said the right thing to do would have been for him to go. Now they're asking the question here. The wicketkeeper likes it. The bowler, the captain, Rahman, likes it. But you can see there, Miguel Stoneman says, nope, nothing on this. I think he's right. I think the noise you probably hear is probably the bat just catching a little bit of the artificial surface. We may get a chance to look at it here one more time here. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I don't think there's bat on this at all. So it will be just the dot ball, and you can see that Michel Rahman just wants to move his field a little bit. So Furkan Manzoor now becomes really the key batter. He started playing some nice shots. He didn't want to leave his crease, did he? He said, I'm staying here. Sorry, Usman, you're going to have to go. Let's see if it's the right choice.
Can I tell you an idea I've got as well for a fun rule?
Go on.
After this big swing and miss. If both batters are at the other end, they should each get 3 minutes to plead their case to a jury of 9 of their peers. And then they vote who's out. Coming soon, it's Batting Run Out Survivor, only on ECN. Imagine pleading your case. Maybe you get 3 minutes each, and then you get 1 minute rebuttal time.
Yeah, but...
Would slow the game down a bit.
It would slow the game down a bit,
and
wouldn't
the
it?
captain gets a hammer, or someone basically...
I thought you were going to say they just do rock, paper, scissors or something out there.
I'd like to see them plead their case. Well, there's a series of challenges that they have to complete.
Oh dear.
We have seen it a few times, haven't we? The two at one end scenario. Chaos cricket is always gonna be a thing. Margie faces up for the first time. He does get a piece of this one. Oh, it's excellent fielding. Just put his body on the line. There's not much of his body either out there. That's Chandrappa, hasn't he? Been a weapon in the field so far. Created something out of nothing there. Almost created a catch.
Yeah, good work from him, and it's a good start, because that's one that you got to have to literally. You say, oh, I'm going to have to wear this.
And he's bowled him. It's gone straight through him. A perfect Yorker from Rahman. So he chips in just when his team needs him. And the Wolves, well, they're backs against the wall here after the first 5 overs. They've just slipped behind in the percentages as well. It's 43 for 4 after 5.
Yeah, well, this is the wicket. And now, you know, when they go back, there's going to be some discussion. I think Mohammed Usman Senior is going to be saying to Manzoor, hey, you know what it says under my name? Senior. I'm the senior. Next time, you step out of the crease and let me stay. Well, that debate is going to go on. We'll welcome you to our igloo, where it's very hot at the moment. It's like a bit of a... I think we definitely are having the microwave effect.
Beautiful. I mean, look, soon he'll be able to put it to the jury. And if they believe the senior should stay, you know, I worry about some aggressive characters in the team. Just... You wouldn't want to vote him out. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo Rico, full with you. Let's get back to the action. Yeah, it's hot in the igloo. And it will be. Margie, he just pushes and doubles his score here. Manish Gupta is the new batter coming out at number 6.
Yeah, let's see how Gupta goes. I mean, Margie, we know he can... The thing is, all of these guys, we know they can play a few shots. The question is, who can stick around? That's what we're talking about. Who can stick around and score that 35 runs, if you like, and make the difference, because that's what they're needing. Somebody can stick around, score the 35. We thought it might be Manzoor the way he started. I get the feeling he got flustered by that run out. Well, this one is going to go to the boundary. Well, that will be handy. Gupta gets a nice shot in here. You can see that the wicketkeeper there, Cyrus Guys, saying that you need a fielder out there, Captain. Captain top of the fielder. That's a lovely shot, actually. Beautifully played from Gupta. So both these guys, can they get a partnership going? Yeah, I was going to say Manzoor wasn't able to do it. I think he got flustered. I really do. I think that run out flusters him, and the next few balls he's swinging wild, and he ends up getting himself out. It's played out onto the leg side. It'll just be a single that gets taken.
Well, someone's after us in the chat here. Gods are saying that we said they won't score 80 runs. Do you remember saying that?
No, I don't remember saying that at all.
I've been deep faked. Anyway, it's going to be up and over the top. Here's a foot fielding attempt coming up, and it's going to be an own goal. Saw that coming a mile out. He's put it away for a corner, maybe. The 50 comes up for the Wolves. This is one where I do think it would be easier. It's like fielding on a cloud here, to just hurl your body at the ball, but instead he's getting the old left hoof, and Mofuzudin kicks it over the rope. And no body language expert, but I don't think the bowler Shahid Hussain enjoyed it.
No, well, Gupta and Margie.
Oh, fingertipper for the bowler. Check the fingernails.
Heard it as well. heard it as well. That's definitely caught the fingers. And, well, we've seen one great caught and bowl from Savachon today. We almost saw a even more spectacular one from Robbo, diving one-handedly to try and take one. Unfortunately, it didn't stick. That would have been a good one as well.
Flicked away. This should go as well. Chase is on, but the ball wins the race. So Hussein goes for 15 in the 6th. And the Wolves, after 6 overs, are 58 for 4.
Yeah, good over that in the end. They needed it after the last one from Rahman. Only went for 2, and they lost a wicket. And a key wicket as well, that of Furkan. So now that's a bit better. And Marji and Gupta, are they going to be the batters that are going to help them get to a score? And now, one thing I was saying is that I think the 80 might have come about when I was saying that the talent riders would want to restrict the Tatu Wolves to a score around the 80s and 90s.
You got us in trouble.
Yeah,
I mean, I was just stating a fact.
Restrict to around 80 and 90s, and that gives them a chance.
78 and 83 so far, the riders.
Yeah,
that is.
so
I mean, you know, but it is 2025. You can choose your own facts. That's the way the world's going. I'm going to think they're going to score 96. And do you know why I say that? Because I defer all numerical decisions to the supercomputer.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that. You said it went 96. Let's see what they end up with. Let's see where they get to.
Well, that's an Australian thing. That's the host of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Have you ever seen the bloopers? Do you ever see the bloopers of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? You know, with the really easy questions.
What, and they get them wrong?
Yeah.
No.
There's some I can't repeat. Well, they're happy with it. As this one is lifted up. Fielder goes right back to the line. And, well, there's no ball. There's no catch. I have no idea where it bounced, so let's have a look on the replay.
I think he's left the field to play as well, actually. Keep an eye on his feet. I think as soon as this ball touches him, it's probably going to be 6 runs. I'm pretty sure that at one point he had 1 foot out, but let's see what
well, that's another issue.
Up.
But let's see. It's easy if it bounces over, because if he touches it and he's already over the line.
Yeah, I think the back foot comes from over. And where does that ball land afterwards? Does he?
Also, did he touch it? Because if he touched it at 6, because he's got 1 foot over the line, it's been given for.
Maybe he didn't touch it at all. He definitely had 1 foot.
So by missing it completely, he's saved 2 runs. Good fielding. I love ECS. Oh, you gotta love it. Yeah. So, Akka Khan says he loves it when commentator speaks Punjabi. I believe he's talking about you, and I can say Aja, 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 come, or Gandhi ball.
Gandhi ball. Yeah, I think all of our commentators say Gandhi ball
that's
now.
True.
I think that's caught on.
It's up in the air, but won't carry. Eventually, he didn't make his way to the ball, just a single. What else do I know? Chuck the fat there.
Tell me something not to
Ludus.
do. Huh?
What were the big arms again?
Laddus.
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 And my father speaks fluent Punjabi.
Well, me and your father have had plenty of conversations.
So have I told you, when I asked him,
I
said, Dad, you speak 5 languages. Why did you not teach me any of them except English? He said, hey, you never asked. It's such a sad thing to say. He never asked. Oh, sorry. As an infant, if I should have been more expressive. Because it would be very useful. Yeah, no, he's very lingual.
End of the over, 66 for 4. Hey, let's take a look at this. And we were talking about this a bit earlier. So, of course, we've still got, after today, 5 more days here.
Mm-hmm.
And then Romania starts. I'll be making my way to Romania. And
I'll be calling the Medina Cup.
You'll be calling the Medina Cup.
Which actually has Belgium playing at home. But their women's team are playing Switzerland, which women's who have never played a T20I. It'll be their first ever. So there's another country you can put into the mix.
Excellent, yeah.
And Belgium actually have never won one in 7 that they've played. They played,
so
4 in Austria in 2021, and they played 3 when Luxembourg came to them.
So that'd be a bit like here. One of those 2 teams will win their first T20 international match.
The difference is that Switzerland have never played. I know Bulgaria had played a handful before last week. But basically, you should seek out other teams that haven't won one. That's the smart thing. So check out. They still haven't won one. Belgium haven't. Switzerland haven't. Bulgaria haven't. There's a 4-way series waiting to happen. All right, in the air. And can Moyes get there? He's put in the big ones. Oh, he can't. And in fact, it'll take a while for him to pull up. credit to him. He gave it his version 100% to get into the circle.
I gotta say, this is Moizuddin. Maybe after lunch he had too much pudding. He couldn't get there. He did try, but that's what happens if you have too much pudding.
The thing is, a dive. That's the difference, isn't it, between this and next level up? And the field in the next level up is comfortable diving, and dive you need to plan 3 or 4 steps out.
Oh, well, he's clobbered this. This is lovely jubbly right out the middle. That has gone a long, long way. I have to say, as we have a look at that shot again, you expect the standard to be different, but the fielding in Jersey was just out of this world, wasn't it? It was out of this world.
Yeah, some of those things were incredible. And the thing is, I know a lot of people say, the boundary size and all this, but some of these balls, one ball went over the club rooms on the full, never touched. As this one will test Moyes. Well, this one will hold up a little bit. I knew he'd get beat to the ball. I knew it. They're going to get 2 anyway. He's happy to let it go.
He says, you keep munching on your pudding, Udin. I'll come and do this one for you. In comes the fielder, comes in and does the job. And that's Anand Chandrappa.
Still fumbled it.
Yeah, but he still got there.
Jersey. I haven't had it. Yeah, I talked a little bit about Jersey earlier. I mean, hopefully you get to go when we do it again.
Oh, la la la.
Good
but it's a fielder, and he's messed it up.
Yeah, I mean, it was belted. We'll give you that. Didn't get the elevation to go for 6. So they're rallying, aren't they, here? The Wolves. And remember, the Riders, it was 83, their top scorer in the series. So
this is where Ronnie Zaman is going to be so annoyed, because that's where he fields. So he's come off that position to bowl, and the man has replaced him, has a chance to take the catch, and messes it up. He's going to get through him. He goes for 4. 80 on the board.
My 96 is looking a bit thin now. It's down the ground, hit very well. Out of the ground, Maximal. Gupta playing a good hand here. The Wolves are on the prowl at the end of the 8th over. It's 86 for 4.
Well, Manish Gupta, what a little innings it is from him. I said it at the time. One batter, if he gets into the 30-35, can make all the difference in this innings. And the same when the Italian Riders are up there. And it's Manish Gupta, who's 35 of 12. What a good knock from him. And he's been well supported by Sanu Maji, who gets set to face the next over. So 12 balls to go in the innings. 86 it is. The 96 is probably, well, unless there's a wicket or 2.
I would like to revise my guess.
Nah, you can't do that now.
I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if I end up only making 96, knowing ECS as I do. We've had a few very late overs, haven't we, as well today? Let's go back to Jersey, though. There are a lot of 6s. All right? The style was different.
What was the number of 6s per innings out there?
I'll tell you exactly. I know the average score was 153, I think, in the wash up. This is Liberation Series. Of course, it finished on Liberation Day, which is a huge day. Yeah. And quite a big night, actually, I think, because it was also finals day of the ECS. But yeah, 6s was off the charts. But I want to dig a little bit deeper. This is the 9th, by the way, with Chandrappa. Heavy kind of ball. Just be happy with 1. So the numbers in the Jersey series, 153 average score.
Yeah.
So 152 after that, to be exact. 13.46s per innings, 10 4s per innings.
Okay.
And 4.8 wickets per innings, which is a little bit on the low side.
That's
but
lower,
they're still taking roughly 5 wickets in innings. And a lot of that was due to the good catching. But I want to talk about how I'm happy that no one ended up... no, I don't want to go. Let's just say there was the part of the field that Danny was calling the adrenaline zone, the part of the spectator area, because we were at a very straight mid-on, close, 3 meters close to the pitch. There was a funny one where one got drilled along the ground at us. That's flicked away. That'll beat the fielder. That'll be 4. So Gupta continues keeping on here. Batting 6 seems pretty low in a team that certainly haven't necessarily set the world on fire.
Lovely shot this is.
Timing, isn't it? Yeah, anyway, so I got hit on the ground. So I was worried it was going to hit the rope and jump up. So I kind of sprung into a catch, like a fielding position. But just then Danny skipped to the right and put his foot under mine and I stepped on his foot. Quite badly, like heel first. Because I was just worried. Rule 1, protect the equipment.
Yeah.
And I think the ball did end up crashing into his ankles under the table. There was another one.
But Danny did get his one of his laptop got struck in France, didn't it? Before I got there.
But the thing is, there were a lot of balls hit up under the hill, and most of those people were expecting it.
Yeah.
There were kids for a while. They were pretty good because they weren't going to get hit because they were watching. But it was almost like we had 10 extra fielders, and they were honestly, it would be like 6, and they'd run after it and they'd throw it back, and then they were fielding.
Yeah.
And they were basically fielding on the hill. Oh, that's highish.
I mean, it's the catches drop, but I don't think it would have counted. This looks high to me. I know it's pace off from Chandarapa, but it just looked high.
Step out of his crease. I might let that go, because it is a slower ball. Maybe it's 50-50. I feel like he's so far in front, they'll let it go.
Yeah.
But the kids, and they were ready for the next ball. Went, and we're talking about the women's as well. In the weekend, the balls just kept disappearing in a similar area. But then there's one more thing I want to say. Clever bowling, this one from Chandarapa. And he'll only go for 9 in that over. 9 overs down. It's 95 for 4. But there was also, they put some kids' play equipment up in front of the club rooms. And to be fair, they put a big net up, which is great. Protects the kids. That's the idea. One issue was when balls were getting hit over this net, hitting the club rooms and then bouncing back into the kids' area. So they actually had to put the kiddie play equipment away on finals day because... a couple of close calls. A couple of windows. Had a car windscreen hit. We had a couple of windows hit. And these weren't like reinforced windows. I went up because it took the Grizzly. And I was like, hold on a second. And it's a beautiful ground with a cafe restaurant inside. Everyone's just sitting watching it on TV. There were certainly some people watching it on TV in the club rooms. And then, push. There was once Alex got hit in the second story. The our director, his window got hit. And, of course, he was actually watching on 3 or 4 second delay because of some issues we had. So, of course, he's seeing the ball getting bowled just as the ball got the shock of his life when the ball hit the window next to him. But it was great. And the Jersey series, I would hope anyway, that it would become a bit of a fixture with their Liberation series around Liberation Day and that week. Anyway, here we are in the 10th over. And it's going to start with a ball which is sliced up. They will get back for 2, or they should. Did start with a wide, actually. And then that 2... It's all right. Well, my 90, what did I say, 96?
96.
That's gone.
Gupta's on for a 50 here, isn't he? It's a great knock from him coming in, like you said, and number 6.
Yeah. Love the interaction in the chat as well.
Being Jersey, I bet the teas were good.
Yeah.
I bet you didn't have too many dinners. It's a great shot. It really.
I mean, had a fielder there. Ostensibly for something like that, i.e. the ball getting hit to him. But unfortunately, it spurs through his hands. We'll say these aren't as easy as they look on TV because sometimes the ball holds up in the grass, sometimes it skids on. This one does a little bit of both. And the result is 100 coming up with still 4 balls remaining.
Yeah, 102 now on the board. 4 to come, as you say. Gupta on 47. Let's see what happens here. And we'll go back to T talk.
T was good. Because the dodgy second. Terrible throw. He's almost got 3 if he got past the keeper. Teas were good. We had a mixture of things. But because of the games were 2 hours, we generally just had a good lunch. And there was a kitchen there, and we got to order what we wanted. And on Liberation Day, I got to admit, we stayed behind. We socialised a little bit, and then we walked back into our hotels about half an hour down the hill. All right, probably got to run hard here again.
Yeah, go for it. I mean,
it's going to be 50 for Gupta. Let's give him that. I think
well done, Gupta. He's just going to get the nod at the moment. And, well, nobody's told him anything yet. But I don't want
to rattle him. I don't want to rattle him. There
well batted. There he goes. He gets the nod in the end. That's got to be his first 50, I think, on the network. So, Gupta, well done. And he batted really well. And he's done exactly what I thought was needed. One batter had to stand up and do something. Sanju goes big. It's Udin. He can't do nothing about it. It's going to go all the way. Bolle, Ginna, Sona. And the Wolves, well, they're fighting hard and they're coming back strong at the end. That's the 111 on the board. There's still 1 ball to go.
They've rallied, haven't they? It looks like I'm way off. Gupta, by the way, his previous high score was 18 against the Hippos last year. Quick shout out as well. But first, we'll watch this ball get hit, and guess who? Udin 6. I don't think he was going to get it anyway, but he backed all the way back to the line. And Maji, he's going to come to the party. I was a bit worried because I thought Gupta was the in dude, and they were happy with one, but Margie said, well, it's my time to shine now. So he goes 6 and 6. They finish 117 for 4. Yeah, my shout-out was going to be for Rashida Akhtar and Brendan Fernando. I said, you guys rock, because they said that we are good, unlike someone that accused us of saying a low score earlier. But if you want to go back and check, I always said 117 for 4 off the 10 overs. Can I tell you can make up your own facts. But let's have a look back at the highlights of the first 10 overs of this one, with the Wolves winning the toss and electing to bat. And to be honest, Rico, they have put on a score, despite a few wobbles, that has not been reached by the Riders so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's been good from the Tata Wolves. Remember that, I think the opening batters, or the top 4, really, I think you've got to say they're a bit disappointing that they never really rallied around. I was surprised with this shot here from the captain, Sawa. He just gets one onto his pads, goes onto the stumps. That was a lovely shot. I mean, there was 2 back-to-back shots here from Manzoor. First, that one down the ground. Then he played his superb cut shot as well. That's probably next one coming up. Then we saw one hit down the ground. These 2 were going well, but then there was this run out. I mean, that is magnificent fielding, though, from Managaran. That is just superb. Has the fielder at the same end. They were then fighting it out. Who's out, who's in.
To be honest,
Great
I
fielding.
kind of love this soft body language Manzoor, who he said, look, I'd love to be the one out, but I really don't want to. Just kind of headed back. But it kind of made sense because he looked to be good. He hit 3 boundaries, didn't he? Then we saw a foot fielding fail from Udin. Usman didn't stick around a lot longer either. After that run out, obviously, we saw Manzoor go, got bowled. So it was this partnership, wasn't it, for the 5th wicket? They came together at 43 for 4 with innings at a bit of a crossroads. 43 off the first half. You wouldn't expect with 4 wickets down that the second half would go for a lot more. Went for 74, and the Riders, again, they just kind of fell off the horse, didn't they, a little bit in those late overs?
Yeah, they did. But his partnerships are everything. That's one thing that we've been saying all the way along. And we've seen a lot of good opening partnerships, of course, in that last match. Stephen Gooch and Stuart Hook getting the 121 unbroken. They needed to get the win. And in this one, it's a partnership towards the end. 2 batters just came together and thought, you know what? We're going to do this. We're going to get ourselves to a score. And they have got themselves to what I think, and they will believe, especially if they bowl well. We know they've got some good bowlers here. Now they'll be hoping to keep the Riders nice and quiet. But the Riders have got a couple of batters, if they click, and can be very different. A personal best then for Manish Gupta, 50 of 19 deliveries. He scored that at a pretty good pace as well. And Sanu Manji, he's got the personal best of 25, and he wasn't far off from that, but not out in a very good partnership between those 2.
Yeah, and look, it's the kind of score, a bit like I said this morning against the strikers for the Riders. 124 target this morning, and said this kind of game, if you want to be competitive in this series, these are the kind of games you want to be winning. They certainly haven't been battered out of it. 118 against a team that hasn't won a game yet either. So, yeah, a real opportunity for them in the second half. As far as their bowling went, I mean, they had some pretty important performers, didn't they? Especially early. I think Moshe Rahman, 1 for 10, kept things really tight. Mofis Udin, 1 for 18. A wicket for Tanvir opening the bowling. And then, Zaman, he was pretty expensive, wasn't he? Went into the naughty 40s. And Shahid Hussain and Chandrappa not able to take a wicket. Although Chandrappa, to his credit, kept it single digits. We'll take a break. Back in just a few minutes, and we'll see which of these 2 teams will have their first win of this ECS. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Pleasure to be with you. Keep the interaction coming as well in the chat, and we'll be back soon with more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back as the players are making their way out into the middle on this day in 1943 in Trinidad. One of West Indies' finest wicketkeepers is born. David Murray was a soothing presence behind the stumps in 62 tests between 1963, when he made his debut at Old Trafford, aged 20, and snared 24 scalps in the series, and 1980, when he was left out of the Trinidad Test following the winter. Locals boycotted the match, and the pitch was vandalised, as well as many demonstrations. But in the end, the totally reliable with the gloves man was fantastic. He was a hero to those in Trinidad. And though he never managed a Test 100, he made 11 50s, 4 of them in Australia in 1975 and 76. That's Derek Murray, 1943, born in Trinidad on this day. One of the finest West Indian cricket wicket keepers that we've seen. And we'll talk about more wicket keepers in a moment. What about the Sarah Taylor, 1989, was born on this day and was naturally gifted. Who burst into the scene as a 17-year-old in 2006 with a run of ball 61 for England against India. Maiden century followed early the next year against Australia in Chennai. And Taylor was part of the England side that won the World Cup and T20 in 2009. As well as a keeper, she claimed some sharp dismissals standing up to the stumps. And after the 2016 World T20, she announced she would be taking an indefinite break of the game. But at 26, he returned a year later and win, as this one gets played away, the World Cup at home. That's born today, Sarah Taylor. And of course, before that, born in 1943, Devick Murray. Two very good wicket keepers. 82 becomes the important target, I suppose, in terms of at least trying to get your first point on the board. But they like to do it in style. I think they like to do what Tallinn United have done. That's nicely played away. It's going to be probably just a single. Too bad, it would have liked to have doubled up on that, but they're not going to be able to. There's Ananda Chandarappa opening with Mushur Rahman, his captain. This is Mohammed Sumran with the ball. Bowls well, Sumran. I think he does have a little bit of pace about him. So first one on the board after the first two deliveries. Now bowling to Rahman, who you got to feel is probably one of the key batters. He plays that well pretty firmly, but there is a sweeper that's patrolling the boundary, and this is where you can see that the fielding team have got their lines right, though it does get through the infield. The sweeper is there to keep it tidy and just to a single. So a good field deployed. You can see nobody on the leg side field. They've got a very straight and long off who is probably hoping to cover both sides of the field. That's Ali Raza. Pushed out, they'll take the single. So they know that at this moment in time they need to go around about the 12s. They go at 12, you win the match. It's simple as that. In comes the throw. The batter does get in quite comfortably. Ali Raza just wanted to make some changes in the field. He wants another one to go across on over onto the offside. World Flower Day today, also Red Trainers Day, all about making people aware and educating people about allergies. Oh, that's wild. It's been called by the umpires on the field of play and will go to the boundary as well. That's going to be 4 runs and the no ball. So that's a minimum. Far too high. Called on the field of play by the umpires. Wind just picking up around the ground, and seems to be there's a little bit of work that's happening around on the road infrastructure, pavements and bike lanes being put in. So when it gets pretty windy like this, often you get a lot of that dust and sand blowing around, and I think we just had a moment there where a load of it came over. I can see it coming right over the field, and it's ended up, beg your pardon, here in the igloo as well. That's going to be too wide. Gets some movement there, does Sumran. Yeah, what else? So Red Trainers Day, all your sneakers, the red shoes, it's all about raising awareness about allergies. Over 250 million people around the world affected by that. World Bee Day today. It's all about learning about how bees are important to us. Bees and very important pollinators, of course. They think about the run. It's not on there actually, and they are definitely attacking the stumps, aren't they? I'm liking this from the Wolves. So that's amongst some of the days that are being observed and celebrated today. And of course, for me, bees also produce honey, and I've got to say I'm a big lover of honey. That's a good delivery, bit of a in swing back into the batter. Now this one could have been close actually. The bowler feels it would have been close. Let's have a look at this again if we can. So a little bit slow to go. And then he's given up. Yeah, look, he's given up already. He said, if it hits, I'm gone. But, I mean, why do batters do that? I never understand it. If he keeps running straight, he gets in. And it's almost like he's saying, well, I'd rather be out than hit by the ball. I know what I'd rather do. I'd rather get myself in and run straight, run hard. And if I have to slide in. 61 matches now since the golden ball. No, the man is joining me back into the, well, slightly dusty igloo at the moment. Has had a few golden balls the last few outings you've had.
I was going to say, can I have a bite of your sand sandwich? Sounds like you're having a bit of a rough time there. Sawa, the captain, bowling for the Wolves. First one's hit pretty hard. Gets a bit of a Tortuga. Does well, actually, in the end. Ali Raza to stop it getting past. Yeah, good game, this one. Not far out of the Goldilocks zone. Obviously, Riders underdogs to chase it, probably based on the fact they haven't gotten close to a score like this so far. But now's the time. I just feel it could get either one of these teams going for the week. Tries to go over the top this time. Doesn't get all of it. Let's check the bounce. Holds up a little bit. Good running that time. Good running, I mean. They make it. And it's 2 runs to the score.
Yeah, hustle. That's what you got to do here. Hustle. First over from Sumran going for 10, so just a couple of short where they want to be. But if you keep going at 10, you're going to be there or thereabout, especially if you keep those wickets in hand. That's going to be pretty key. Captain Sawa with the ball. Beautifully guided away off the pads. It's going to be a chase. They should be coming back for 2, and they will. So that's well run. Well played as well. Couple more.
Yeah, just round about the rate at the moment. I know it's early days. Gives me a quick chance to say hello to Lithium, who's in the chat. Hello to you. Hello to Johnny Heesum as well, to Kroom. Glad to see you, Kroom. Just misses the outside edge of Chandrappa. Just need kind of, I'd love just someone to really click here, the Riders, and the rest to kind of bat around them a little bit. Still unclear who that might be. Looks like Tim Harmer's come in as well. Hi, Tim. Hopefully you're well. And, yeah, of course, Kroom, I'm sure he'll be getting down to Hornchurch for that 2-week series. Just finalising the roster with Tina and Nish doing the bulk of it, and potentially Charlie to be able to do maybe a couple of days. It depends. Busy guy now. So is Nish, but Nish has taken a couple of weeks holiday. That's how much he loves commentating. So he's on holidays from his other work. He said, no, please, I'd like to do it.
That's really good.
He's doing that Nish thing where he says, I don't need any days off. Give me every day. And I say, look, Nish, after I get right now, I think he learnt it from Corey, because Corey comes in real hot, as you know.
Yeah, and
Corey
then
says, you know what, I don't need
fades
day
away
off.
though, doesn't
Let me do 5 weeks and I'll do every game. And Nish, to be fair, is not as bad as Corey, as we get to the end of the over 17 with that loss. But I think there comes a time where I've got to say, Nish, take a day off. Just, you know. Because
he just loves it.
It is. I mean, just like you.
It.
I mean, someone's got to force you to take a day off, because we love what we do. But it's just, you know, keeps us fresh, keeps that enthusiasm up. And then, of course, I quite like being a spectator as well. Then you can watch and you can enjoy the way everyone else does. You can see after this, everyone would have played 3 games. Hippo's up in front. Big Hippo-Stallions clash coming up to finish off the night. So
massive
do not
match.
go anywhere.
Massive match that one is. It'd be interesting to see how the Stallions bounce back. And that really, I mean, a lot of people are already feeling, I mean, could that be a bit of a preview of what could be the final later? Stallions, of course, are the reigning champions. They, if you remember, they had an interesting finals day last year, didn't they? Because they got absolutely annihilated in that qualifier. That was a match when Asad Amjad scored that 183.
Yeah, crazy.
And a record of the most 6s in an innings by an individual. And of course,
what goes up must come down.
Yeah. but then in the final they only made 72, I think.
Yeah.
Got blown away, and then of course the Stallions got the better of them yesterday when they started. But let's see how that goes. The Stallions, they'll want to show that it was just a blip in the defeat that they had against United. You thought they were going to get a comfortable victory after United only made 101, but the Stallions themselves, 83 for 8, they fell short by 18 runs.
Ahmed Usman Senior here. Keeper up to the stumps. He gets the gap. Outfielder has a bit of work to do. Had a bit of it, but not the whole lot. That one sneaks over the rope for 4 runs. Badly needed at the moment for the Riders.
Yeah, Ali Raza, not sure what happened here. He's got it. He's kind of gets it into his hands. And I was just about to say, I'm glad he's gone with it with his hands and not his feet here. But he gets it, and then somehow it comes out, ends up going back through his legs and over the boundary for 4.
Yeah, 254, which is what the strikers struck in qualifier 1. That was the... Well, wait for this, because this is going to be up and over the top. Maximo Rahman does get going right on cue. Lifts it up. There's no long on, so it's a pretty safe shot. Gets 6 runs. But I was going to say 254. It's the highest score ever on finals day. In fact, 3rd highest score ever for a team. One of only 3 250s we've had. Of course, we had the 244 last year as well. I mean, will we get these kind of scores again? I'm going to go out on a limb and say no, and I'll tell you why. But you'll have to wait for this ball, which means you might have to wait a while because there's still some discussions.
Yeah, they're trying to get the lines right here. The bowler in conjunction there with the wicket keeper. It's Usman Senior bowling.
Couple to come in the power play. Decides to go a little bit of touch here. Push and run.
There's a direct hit. They're asking the question here. I think they might even just go and check this upstairs.
He's fairly safe. I'm even going to say he's very safe. But again, no harm in checking. Let's have a look. In.
Yeah.
But I just think also you've got 6 teams here rather than I think it was 12 last year. It's definitely, I'm trying to think how many teams there were.
Yeah, because you had that 2 rounds, didn't you?
You had 10 teams last year, down compressed into 6. Having said that, I mean, obviously the 2-5-4, that was in finals day when you had the top 4 teams involved. But my main reason was I just think the bowlers have gotten a little bit smarter. Maybe only a little bit. but I just don't see batters racking up those kind of numbers this year. I mean, we could get at 200 at some point, but I just think the bowlers should have learnt a lot out of that last year.
You would feel that, but you know when you have a look at some of the chases. I mean, the Hippos chased down yesterday some comfortable scores with ease, didn't they? I mean, they're looking good. They scored 163 when they batted first. We saw the Stallions put 187 on the board. And I just think, from what my observation so far is, and of course, both Stefan Gooch and Saifur Rahman have scored centuries, and Gooch scored another 70 here to date. So I just think they've struggled to bowl at the left-handers, and I just get the feeling that, again, another left-hander could put big runs on the board. And you've got some hitters like Sahil Chauhan and Arslan Amjad are just a bit out of touch at the moment. If those two get going, you never know. You could get some more big scores.
4th over here. First one's a out swing. It was heaved to the leg side.
This is a crazy field set, actually. It's got nobody.
Where is everybody?
Nobody there. I think they must have made an error here.
Still couldn't get a 4.
It still doesn't go 4. There's nobody square leg on the boundary. They had a long on that had to run all the way around.
Well, let me count them.
To get to.
They got 6 on the offside, including a deep cover and a really straight long off, which leaves only 3 on the leg side. So you've got to go left here. Well, it goes to one of the fielders, or does it? In fact, it will just creep over the top. I think that's gone for 4. I just think the fielder might have run under that a little bit.
It looked like 6 to me. I think it looked like 6 to me. No, you're right. It just bounces. Well, yeah. But the thing with that is because they've got only 3 on the leg side, Ali Raza is dead straight. He's trying to cover both. So even if they had an orthodox long off in there, catching opportunity.
Ooh, catches him in front. Umpire has a good look. So, give him a leg by. So no bad in it. Let's have a look. I think it's just nipping back and going to just miss leg stump.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. You can see the umpire also gives a little signal.
Might have been a factor as well.
Little signal to say no, going down the leg side.
Yeah, good decision. Umpire's been great, I've got to say. Rahman. Just again brings the bottom hand into play here. Picks out one of those 3 fielders. One I was going to say, I know we were talking about Jersey a little bit earlier, but one reason for those high scores is actually its batting technique. You know, I know there's many different ways you can excel in T10, but I think, when you can build on some pretty solid batting techniques, and of course that's why we see teams, no surprises in the ECC Premier, England, Netherlands, and players have played a good level of cricket. I think this is going to be a no ball. They're going to have a look at it. Just got a feeling it's high, but we'll wait and see what the third umpire decides. But I think this is waist or above. He hits it at his body anyway, so we'll know.
Yeah.
Yep. So that'll be no ball +1, so free hit to come. So, yeah, I think that just showed what was possible, honestly. With a lot of hitting on the offside, a lot of hitting over cover. Luckily, as I said, no one got hurt badly. Although there were a couple that wore a grizzly. Well, it's a free hit, so it doesn't matter. Probably no one knows. Good catch. Problem is, it's not out, and I don't think anyone knew that in the fielding side at least. But it seemed pretty cool. That's where you'd be a bit worried, wouldn't you?
The fielder, I mean, look at the fielder here. Takes the catch, does, you know, he's like, takes the catch, he wants to celebrate.
Actually, a really good catch.
Yeah, it is a good catch.
I would have been backing off, just taking it on the bounce. He looks chuffed. And then the little panic underarm comes in.
Just look how quickly that...
Brilliant catch. Hey,
the emotions
Jamal,
change.
well done. You might get another opportunity, you might not. Right. Okay, this has gone right into one of the caps. He's got the Bermuda Triangle. One corner just gave up and hit the deck. Didn't want a piece of it. A real lucky moment, really, for the riders as this falls into open space. You know what that 6-3 field does, though? It does encourage the batters even more to hit across the line.
Yeah.
They feel, okay, 3 fielders over there, 6 fielders over there. I'm going to take my chances. That way, that time it gets away with it. End of the 4th over, it's 43 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, it's a... Well, they get 11 off that over. It's not bad, but it's a field that you can set to a particular bowler that seems to be bowling a very good, sort of slightly wider. That off-stump line has got the good carry through as well. I just think that Asif Sata, who I know is a good bowler, he was their leading wicket taker last year with 9, but he's not that kind of bowler. And I think when you look at where the balls landed in that over, there was one that went to a routine, I would say, long off catching opportunity. That one there probably to a routine mid-wicket. I just think they're better off having a standard field here and take some of those chances that come your way. All right, here comes the next bowler. This is Jamal.
He just took a good catch that didn't count, but this will count, unfortunately, for him, as it is heaved away to the leg side, just behind square. That's going to be a maximal 6 runs to Chandrappa.
Yeah, well, Anand Chandrappa is being given the opportunity to open up with the captain, Mashur Rahman, and at the moment, these two are doing well, and it'll be interesting. Look at those percentages, by the way. We are definitely in the Goldilocks zone.
Ian Smullen's got the golden ball tingle already. Can understand why. This partnership making a bit of a difference.
It's another full toss. I think this one again is one the umpires may want to just check. It looked okay.
Yeah,
It looks like the batter
for me is just
charged at it.
On the front foot. That'll be okay, I think. No, but it wasn't all crash and bash. We had one real low-scoring thriller on day one.
Ooh.
Had a couple of that. Well, I'd say that one's gone pretty wrong, and it's even taken a Tortuga. Well, describe this, because I'm out of words.
Well,
it went wrong from the moment it left the bowler's hand, and nothing ever went right again.
the ball was terrible. I'm a Jamal.
It beats one.
Keeper couldn't stop it. And then here, it just gets booted over the boundary for good measure. And
I mean, that's like something, you know, the people that do the football tricks.
yeah,
That was like something.
that's the captain as well.
I'm out. Your score is worse. The scary thing is, that was now Jamal's thrown. It looks like a medicine ball back.
Oh dear.
But Jamal just took such a great catch down there at deep third, and then his replacement has basically kicked it over the line. Have a look at this throw, though. That reminds me of Fletch all the way back at the Carden Oval back in the day.
I'm just trying to think. Is this? Oh no, that's now. Does that hit the lid? Has this hit the lid?
No.
Are you?
I think it went over.
Well, it's definitely a no-y. And, well, there's a lot of things to check here. But it's definitely a no ball. But where does this hit?
I don't think it hits the... It bounces over the lid.
Just bounces over the lid. And it keeps going this time.
And then...
Here's the throw.
Is it? No, he's safe.
He's safe. So free
And then
hit
how do
to
you
come.
get a direct hit? Oh, this has been a weird over. Jamal will get pinged for a second
I
full
get
high
the
one.
feeling, Vinny, that Jamal was the guy they gave the last over to yesterday.
If I'm Jamal, I'm sending this one straight over his head and walking away with 14. No more damage. Somebody else take over. Because he's on his second and final warning.
Jamal came at a ball yesterday when United needed, I think they needed 11 off the last over. And it didn't go well. And I think it's this time they've said, we'll let you have an over a bit earlier, because he said, you put me on and there was too much pressure. Well, at least Jamal shown he can pitch it up.
I mean, he's riding the high of the catch that didn't count, but then he's had one. He's basically Rick Vaughan in Major League, the movie, just without quite the velocity. Pretty sure that's, second and final warning. So second no ball.
All right.
I don't think you need to check that one for height. All right. Well, maybe it's only the first, actually. Well, I think there was one last over. That was his first for height. Anyway, gets it online. All you can do, we see it in all different types of cricket.
Oh, no, he's just got... How many things can happen to a guy? He just got slapped by the Grizzly now, right?
And Miggy's just taken his position there.
Top of the budget here. Ah, look. Aye.
Is that hit him or the umpire?
It's hit him on the side of the chin, and now...
Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Isn't it the stumps, has it? He's played it for a metre outside his legs, and it's hit the back of his bat, and it's almost bowled him. Maybe Jamal's just a misunderstood genius. It almost hits the helmet as well. Oh, what an over.
Oh, look at this. Look how close this is to the lid. And in fact, the wicketkeeper probably
finest
stops
of glances. And now it'll be worked away. And then we see some Taekwondo style fittings, the flying kick. That's still on the field.
What's that? No, it's 4.
Did that hit the rope?
It hit the rope. What's happening?
Can we even trust what we see anymore? It has
What?
been given 4. I thought so, but then I started thinking maybe it's just like burned around the grass. Have a look at this.
Oh.
Goes the flying kung fu style. Boy. And yeah, assume it hit the rope. Yeah, somewhere along there it hit the rope.
It's a rope. Well, this over just...
63 without loss after 5, but there's 5 pretty interesting overs coming up. Jamal ends up going for 19. That certainly gave us our money's worth as far as entertainment goes. Tour of Estonia, of course, started with Bulgaria's first ever Tour of Estonia with T20 IWs and an ECIW series as well. Now we're into the 7-day European Cricket Series, which will finish on Sunday. So we've got Monday to Saturday, 5 games a day, and then top 4 play on Sunday. Simple as that. It's exactly the same format, by the way, as Romania, which starts on Monday.
Okay.
6 days, and then finals day Sunday. All right, here's Margie. Pretty good start. They won't get a run.
No.
I still think it's 50-50. Riders, I think, computer can't perceive emotion, and riders, I just think they just haven't had anything go right so far. They're almost expecting something to go wrong. This is up in the air. It could go wrong. It will be caught. And there you go. There's the wicket. Margie comes on. He's been pretty important. And Rahman is going to have to go for 23. Riders lose a first. It's 63 for 1.
Yeah, and it's Mohammed Usman Sr. who holds the catch. Good positioning, and you can see there's almost like a chair of relief from the fielding side. They break this partnership. 63 it was worth, and it is going to be Rahman, the captain, who's going to go. A good knock from him. 23 of 17, 1 6 and 2 4s. So now is that the wicket that could change the way and change the pattern of this game?
Time will tell, I suppose. It's just need to steady here, don't they? They've got that rate down. I say down. It's at 11.8, which is exactly where it started. So they're right on the rate right now. 9 wickets in hand, but you got to question what some of those wickets are worth based on what we've seen from them in the series so far.
Left-hander coming in. Left-handers having a good time here in Estonia. Both Centurions have been lefties, and gets a fair bat on this, and that's going to be 4 runs. So it's a good start this for Shahid. I think it's the first time we've seen him. I don't think he's played in any of their matches so far, and he starts with a boundary.
Yeah, just made good contact, didn't overhit it. His field is pretty fast. Margie, I think he'll quite enjoy bowling to the left-hander as long as he can get the line right. Maybe trying to push it across, trying to force him to hit on the offside. It's funny, if you ask me which team I'd rather be right now, I think I'd still rather be the Wolves, even though they're slight underdogs.
Well, let's see how it goes. A good start then from Shahid, and oh well, he's hit this one right at the penny stop it.
Oh yeah, I think that's okay.
It's Jamal,
unless
isn't
he
it?
Thinks he's Jamal's Mr. Kamikaze. Let's have a look at this. I actually don't think he touched the rope, but I'm not 100%. I had a good look at it. First he wears it.
Let's have a look, and
I never see the rope move. I never see the rope move. It's been given 4.
How? I don't. Where? How? Where?
On feel.
I don't think it's 4.
I don't think it is that either.
No.
And you're meant to be positive.
I don't think that's 4. And can you see he was about to go over the rope and step on it, and he really stopped himself. I don't see that rope move.
A test when you pulled over at 4 in the morning, they make you walk in a straight line. He was struggling with it, but he just passed.
Oh, poor Jamal.
Poor Jamal.
I don't Ah, dear.
Yeah, I always look for rope movement there.
Mm-hmm.
His shadow was definitely on the rope, but you're allowed to have your shadow on the rope. Oh, boy. End of the 6th over. Margie only goes for 9, though, in the over. Does pick up a wicket. It's 72 for 1 after 6.
It's an interesting game. Where is this going to end? And a lot of people saying golden ball maybe, but we are due one, aren't we?
So, obviously, Marco's having a day off today. I hope he's enjoying it. I know he's kind of getting a good mix of tourist time. It's nice with the 3 of us here. We can share it around a little bit. I wonder what he got up to today.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I know that he did enjoy the Eurovision the other day, and maybe he's enjoying some of the spa treatments. 72 for 1, swings and misses this one, and he would have been better off probably staying, letting that go for a bite. He hasn't had too many matches on the network. This is only the 6th match he's having, and well, I suppose it's going pretty well for him so far because he's already got his highest score on the network. Last time we saw him, he got just the 3, and
Good bottom hand, hey. I just like the way he whips it through. So that's a pretty good leg side hitter. He's not someone I want to be giving too much length to. Good fielding that here. This is the sun zone as well at this time of the day.
a lot of instructions being shouted out to the fielders. Now it's the right hander, of course. Those guys are coming into the circle, so they do now have 3 on the leg side. It's more of an orthodox field here now.
Full toss, whipped away, work for the fielder, does well. But it's a nice little whip away. This is what I mean. You go for a Yorkie, you don't quite hit it, but low full toss doesn't always go. I think they go less often than balls that are kind of 1 metre short of a Yorker that top order batters can swing through, drive on the up. Good game this. 44 off 21 required. And drops and picked up and not thrown. That was I suppose a half chance really at this level because he did give it something here, Shahid. When the catch goes down, he's dropped on 10.
Yeah, it's his shot, isn't it, Shahid? They set the field pretty well to him, but weren't able to hold on to the catch. And that is definitely an opportunity. You has scored a miss. Let's see how many more Shahid will end up with. Chandarappa, he's just going to leave that alone. The wicketkeeper does well to make that stop. That's Furkan Manzoor. So 62% now goes in favour of the Wolves. And,
Told you, I'm ahead of the computer for once. But I reserve my right to change my mind again.
Chandarappa's still there, though. That's the key, I think.
There you go. A lot of bottom hand in this. It's going to sail out of the ground. Maximo! Right on cue. Just as the rate was starting to creep, puts him back in the mix and up into the grady 80s.
Yeah, look, they've still got batters. I know Chandarappa is very important. He's got to play the same sort of role that we were talking about. And that was well played there by Manish Gupta. But he's still got Ronnie Zaman to come in now. He's somebody else that can still make a difference. So they've got batters. They've only lost just the 1 wicket. So, and just look at the difference one shot makes. It's quite crazy. It went to 60, what was it, 60 to 40. One shot and everything changes.
Now that's a good shot. Actually, he's run at that. He's kept his balance and he's nailed it straight over the umpire's hat. A Maximo to finish the 7th over. So what? Doesn't have a great finish. And the Riders, well, now it's their game to lose, really. 7 overs down, 88 for 1. Yeah,
that's 2 top quality hits, actually, right towards the end of that over by Anand Chandarappa, and that will really put his team in a good position. So they're needing just 30 runs of 18 deliveries, 3 overs to go, so they needed it 10 and over. It's going to be a close finish here. This next match, well, it's going to be special, I feel. The Stallions looking to bounce back up against the Tallinn Hippos.
Big game coming up with the Stallions. I'm a bit surprised they elected to bowl, and they kind of got the yips on the chase earlier today. I would have thought they would have wanted to bat, but they're happy with that, and the Hippos will get the chance to bat first in that match, which starts in about 40 minutes' time. Do not miss that one.
Yeah, I think that's a dangerous call. Hippos are batting so well at the moment to give them the opportunity to go out there on a lovely afternoon to put the runs on the board. Well, talking about runs on the board, that's probably going to be Could be
still
4
going.
buys. It won't be. He gets stopped. The batters
Guess who?
will come back for 2. Is it Jamal again?
Pretty sure. You know, it's a long way from us.
And they're moving him around all over the place, aren't they, Jamal?
Again, keeper stops that, saves you 2 runs.
Let's see if it is Jamal. It is Jamal, number
I
13
know
on his
he's got
back.
a
Of course it
certain
is.
way that he runs, which I would term non-standard. But it was effective. Took that great catch earlier, but it didn't count. Right, there we go. Finally, they do hit one. It's going, and it's gone. Maximo Shahid. One that he needed, I think. He was 11 off 9 before that. They just seem to be getting these bombs when they need them, the Riders.
Cracking shot. Shahid, remember, he was dropped on 10. And now he's rubbing salt into the wound as he gets that away. So they're getting there slowly but surely.
Yeah, better ball that time. They'll have to settle for 1. So, yeah, I mean, 21 off 14 feels like a done deal, doesn't it? But I just think that ain't nothing a done deal here until the deal is done. Chandrappa 42 is a bit of a key.
One of these teams will get their first win. And, well, one of them, at the moment, it could be the Riders. They're looking to get their first points on the board, and it could be with a win. Oh, that was hit pretty well, wasn't it?
I think that might be a drop as well.
I think it is. I think that carries all the way.
Just manoeuvred it around the corner. I mean, if this is away from the fielder, it's 4. So it's probably not the worst result that it's a drop, but you would have loved to have held the catch. Did get there, I think. Yeah, it's Asif Sattar. Puts it down. I suppose saves the boundary, saves 3 runs. Last ball for Mohamed Usman Senior. And we'll get through the keeper as well. So, yeah, I mean, I still think you'd have the keeper up, but I can understand how sometimes if you feel like you're missing too many, that you might go back. But will be the end of the 8th over. 99 for 1. Off 8. Can I just tell you something?
Go for it.
Tingle City. That's where I am right now. We haven't done a golden ball together for a while. Maybe.
We haven't done one in a while, actually.
The ECL golden ball, there was the OVs versus Wolfgang Optimists. That was one that we showed actually when there was a short rain break in Jersey. But yeah, have a look. They're pretty close to that golden ball line, just ahead at the moment.
And they keep their nerve, that's the thing. 19 to win, that's it. There's 12 balls to come. This over becomes hugely important. Here we go.
Biggest over of the game so far. It amplifies these stops as well. That time just a single. So you got basically 7 plus 7 between runs and balls. And the longer you can maintain that, and the more friendly equation it is for the fielding side. So yeah, 18 off 11. Chandrappa will face up. The 100s come up after that one as well. Margie, thought he was pretty reliable earlier. He's bowling the 9th. Pretty good location, but pretty good cricket shot. Somehow gets through the field, and that'll go for 4.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, I told you all these things are amplified at the moment. That gets the Riders 4 closer.
Yeah, I mean, this must have struck him. But it goes to show just how powerfully this is struck, because I think this does come off the fielder. Have a look at this. So I think that gets caught by the fielder, probably some part of the body.
It bounced just before him, just burst through, didn't it? Like, you don't quite know what that first bounce is going to do. So the Riders catch a break. Now they get a wide. So 13 off 10.
Margie, the bowler. Sumran is the fielder, that the one who went through him pretty quickly, but it's a great shot. Chandrappa, 47 of 23.
Well bowled. Well bowled. That looks out.
Ooh.
Looks like it wasn't even close, actually. It's a good bit of fielding. And I have a feeling Shahid's in trouble here. We'll wait for the replay. Just never saw him really making an effort. Yeah, he's gone by a step. Andrew Winter gives the third umpire something to do, but that's a pretty easy call.
Yeah, he's not in the pictures. It's calmly done also there by Mansour. Good bit of fielding, good throw. It's into the gloves. Look at the keeper saying, "Here's me gloves." It wasn't quite in the gloves. He still had a bit to do, Mansour, but no issues there at all. And he's going to be given his marching orders there. There it is. He's got to go. You're on your way. So that partnership comes to the end. Shahid will go, but he's made a good contribution. And let's see if the next batter who goes in there, that's Sahid Ashkar. the wicketkeeper batter can stay out there and bring his team home for a victory.
Twisty, and he's going to be on strike, the new batter as well. Let's have a look at this one again. He didn't get the greatest start. You can see he's actually looking all the way. Is Shahid kind of willing himself to run faster, but it wasn't going to happen. So, Asghar in the hot seat. 10 balls remaining, 13 to get. This game could still go a number of ways.
Just tidying up that field a little bit there is Maji.
He wants to play it a bit safe. Fair enough. Make it
Yeah.
someone else's problem.
I think that's
Chandrapur at the other end.
Yeah, that's a bit. I see that bit of an error there for me for the Wolves. You've got a new batter that comes out. Just put a little bit of pressure on. Could have had the mid wicket up and a short cover. That's it. Up in the air. It's going to get past the third. He's chasing it hard. Needs to get a flip back in, and well, Jamal this time doesn't get it.
I would
get it wrong. Gets the footwork right this time, Jamal.
We should just have a camera on Jamal all the time because he's a lightning rod for action. Decides to give it the hoof.
Glad.
Luckily, it stops just in time.
Glad
And I have a feeling when he throws, he's got no idea where it's going. He just heaves it. All right, back to live action. Oh, keeper likes it.
I think the foot, for me, it's worth having a look. I think he does keep that foot down. But
Keeper really
let's
likes
see.
this. Well,
Keeper really likes
anyway.
it.
And
Manzoor
also
loves
the
it.
umpire went straight away to the umpire, so to the third umpire. He does take a little step.
Let's see here.
He is just not out. He's got the foot back.
Yeah. Only
In
just
time.
there. It was all about whether this foot got back down, and you can see there the toes down, the foot's down. So though it is good work from the keeper, he thinks he's taking the barrels off
And
as
it's
the
close.
foot's still in the air, but it's going to be not out.
Yeah. To see what the umpire sees, that's why it is. It looks like one of those ones that, oh, maybe on the replay it's out. Because have a look, this is what the umpire sees in real time. See, it's definitely close.
Yeah, very close.
But it just got back. Anyway, so that's the end of the over. 108 for 2 after 9. Oh, Rico. 8 runs off this over, which I'd say is a very high frequency number in these conditions. Two teams that, let's say, have had their issues. If the actual average run rate of the riders so far in the series is 8. So here we go.
Well, 10 is it 10? It's 10 to win, isn't it?
It's
10 to win.
It's 10 to win. Yeah, you're right. So 9 for a tie.
10 to win, 9 for a tie.
I'm
So
up. I think we could be in GB territory now. They've got lots of options to bring back.
I don't think it's Jamal.
No, they haven't brought Jamal back. They will go to Mohammad Sumran.
He bowled well. He
Bowled
went
1
for
over,
10.
none for 10. He bowled the
10.
first
He went
over.
4-10. All right.
All right, strap yourselves in. ECN Classic, live from Estonia. 10 to win, last over. There's some. How many? Gets past the fielder. Running. Great stop, I think.
I think
We'll
it's
have
good.
to see.
I think he's done well.
Did they run 3 or 2? I've got no idea.
I think they won 3 because Chandrappa now ends up on strike. This is good running, but let's have a look at this. Does he just flip this back? Let's see here. At the
Okay,
moment
so
is
far.
good. That's great.
Great fielding.
Great
I lost
fielding.
count of. I assume they had time to run 3.
Yeah, well, Chandrappa's on strike. It must be 3. They ran
Yeah.
more than 1 for sure, so they've run 3 there.
Yeah, great work. Yeah, he was the protagonist for the 3, wasn't he? Okay, genuine 3 time. Oh, now we'll bring up his 50 with a French cut. And that could go, I guess who? It's another big chase for Sata. And have a look at Sumran. He's inconsolable out there. So we had the rare triple and the not so rare inside edge for 4. And now the Riders are only 3 runs away. 3 required of 4 balls.
It's pretty cruel, isn't it? It's pretty cruel. And he's celebrating his 50 as well with that boundary. Chandrappa, 53 of 27. Well done. Second time he's got a 50 on the network.
All right, can bring it up with the boundary. Goes for it. Oh, did that get caught? I thought he might have accidentally caught it on the way down. They will get through for 1. He put his hand out like almost like Oliver Twist. Have a look at this.
He didn't move though.
And that's why I was just like, would this lodge? Just didn't stick.
Well,
All right, now you got to bring the field in. I think you got no choice now. They need 2 off 3. Your best chance is to give Asghar the spooks And for him to miss this one and to be on strike last ball, I think if Chandrappa is on strike last ball, you're probably going to lose. This is your best chance to win.
Yeah.
Is to risk losing here. Just my opinion here.
Yeah, I think you even bring, I think, the straight man. I mean, they're keeping the straight back, but
Askar's happy with a single. He just wants to be down the other end. He's had enough.
you can be even tighter, more tighter on the offside. There's still.
I like this tactic. All right, 2 to win. Here we go. Oh, not a good ball.
That's a wide.
Ties the scores. Oh, everyone was in position. Now you might as well bring everyone in because any score wins it now. So scores are tied. So a 1 and it's game over.
Yes.
You need 3 dot balls now to force a golden ball. Here we go. Askar to win the game for the Riders. Pushes and will get the win. It won't quite go for 4, but it won't matter. They'll touch for 1 and it's game over. The Riders, after getting double donutted in their first 2 games of this European Cricket Series, they do pick up a win. A last over thriller here in match number 9, but the Riders will get over Tartu with 2 balls to spare.
Yeah, congratulations to the Riders. It's a victory that they thoroughly deserved. And undone. Chandrappa, 54-28. Well done to him. He just paced his innings to perfection, was given the chance at the top of the order, and he does the job for his captain. He stuck around with a good partnership with Rahman first off. He made 23 of 17. But when his captain went, he knew that he was a key player, and he done his job. I think it was always going to be a tight match between these 2 teams, the Wolves and the Riders. And what we saw in both innings, that at least one player did stand up. Gupta, he made a 550 for the Wolves, but it wasn't enough. The 117 wasn't enough, and it was the Riders that come back, and they are the team that registered their first victory. That means the Tartu Wolves are still searching for a victory themselves.
Yeah, definitely. Stallions Hippos, great way to finish the day. We're about half an hour away from play in that one with the Stallions winning the toss and sending in the Hippopotamuses. Not really their name, but I sometimes like to think of them that way. But let's have a look at this chase. And yeah, it was a funny old one. They kind of stayed on the rate. Yeah, you start to look at every single piece of cricket, then don't you, when it does go down to the wire. Yeah, but credit to the Riders. They've really played themselves back into contention for the first win.
But there was probably Jamal thinking he's finally got a highlight when he took a catch, but unfortunately it was off the free hit. He didn't know it. Some of the fielders didn't know it. The batters at least did. And then Jamal coming on to bowl. I don't know if that was the smartest move, really, when he went for 19. It wasn't going his way. Then he got slapped on the face by the Grizzly as well. Then the only good bit of work he did do, we thought he saved the 4. It was given 4. How important could that be, by the way?
Yeah, that's actually true.
I mean, this
was given 4, and to be honest, I never saw the rope move. And maybe they saw something that we didn't. This one went down. So certainly with the Tartu Wolves, they would feel there were moments they could have made a bit of a difference, and they just didn't come through in some of those key moments. But I think you got to give credit to Chandrappa with his 54 being the critical innings, because through all the chaos, he just kind of stayed there. He seemed to come up with a couple of big hits when they needed to. This was a good bit of fielding, wasn't it? It was the end of Shahid, who just never got off to a great start. He got run out. Then we had some more foot fielding. You see a lot of it, don't you? This was Summer Jamal back to it. This was a tight one, but rightly given not out towards the end. Then I love this. Even though it only saved 1 run, everyone was making a difference in the last over. So we had the unusual 3 and the not so unusual French cut for 4 that brought up his 50. So it wasn't the most dignified way, but it will take the runs there. Chandrappa brings up his 50, and then the win was brought up with 2 balls still to be bowled in the game. So yeah, really good game, close game actually between 2 teams that didn't have a win, but now it's only the Wolves that are winless here in this European Cricket Series. Yeah,
very good game between 2 teams that have been struggling a little bit, and we thought and we knew that moments of class and magic from one particular player, whether it was in the field, whether it was with the bat or with the ball, could be the decider. We thought maybe Manish Gupta's fine 50 coming at number 6 could be the deciding factor, but in the end it was another batter Ananda Chandarapa, he opened the innings, batted all the way through and did the job for each side, getting his team to a win with 2 balls to go.
I mentioned one other thing though, extra 17. I mean, it's just one of those things as well. It's better teams just don't give that many away. Margie with the only wicket that went to a bowler. He did have a run out in there as well. So did Margie, probably the best of 1 for 18 of his 2 overs. We'll take a break there, back in about 20 minutes. Stallions versus Hippos. Which animal will win? And whoever wins this, I'd say they're favourites for the competition, although the Hippos will be hoping to make it a sweet 16, but will settle for the win, I'm sure. It would make it 4 in a row. Can the Stallions get their act together after their early upset loss here on day 2? Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll take a break and be back with the exciting conclusion of day 2 when we return to Estonia for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Time for the last game of the day here at the Estonian National Cricket and Rugby Field. And this is a real doozy coming up between two hard-hitting teams. It's the Talon Stallions take on the Talon Hippos in match number 10. Let's see what happens now at the coin toss with Tyrone Peters and the two captains.
The Hippos to call. Heads to call. Ooh. Tails. They're going to have a bowl first.
So Stallions winning it and wanting to bowl first. Got to say, it kind of bucks the trend. A lot of teams have wanted to bat first, but there's been mixed results, I think, so far in the series. But the reason that surprises me a little bit is because we saw the Stallions faltering on the chase earlier on in a bit of an upset loss. So an opportunity for them to put that right, I suppose. They're 2-1 against a Hippos lineup that have taken all 12 points out of their 3 matches so far. So that's 12 on the shelf. They'll want to put away more here. And they'll know if they can win this game, there's a fair bit of breathing space between them and the pack. So plenty of big wickets in this one. I'm going to focus on one opener for each team. Saifur Rahman for the Stallions in the second half. He is going to be very, very tough to keep quiet. Remember, he went for a duck earlier today. I'm sure he's keen for some big runs. And don't forget Stefan Gooch. Another big score from him today. He's just been on fire along with Stuart Hook for the Hippos at the top. So, well, could be some big hits in this one, guys, but I actually think the bowlers, whoever gets that right, might just make the difference. Whoever can ask the right questions here in match number 10. Rico full standing by. Let's enjoy this one because this is the last one of the day. Maybe some random questions, maybe some food chat as well. Over to you in the igloo as we get ready for the start of the last game here on day 2.
Thank you very much indeed, Vinny Sandhu, and what a match we've got lined up here as well. Two teams that yesterday were unbeaten, but we did see that the Talon Stallions, they did kind of lost their way a little bit, didn't they, against United. It was a defeat after they were chasing just 102 for victory that nobody quite expected. And it's all about how they're going to pick themselves up and come back after that. Aditya Panwar comes into the side. Now, he bowled very well the other day, so they've got a good bowler coming in. And we've got Priyanga coming in for the Hippos, Priyanga Damaratna. See if he can come get going. But I think Vinny's right. Stefan Gooch and Saifur Rahman are going to be pretty key. Two left-handers. And I think one thing that we've seen is that bowlers just haven't got a bowl well to the lefties. But I'm looking forward to some of those top batters facing up to some of the good bowlers as well. I think Dave Robinson, we saw him bowl a bit of spin in the last one. I think he's probably going to go back to steaming in and getting his pacey deliveries coming in. So we're going to see a good end to the match. It's good to see that you're all joining us back in. Hello to Thomas Martinez, Sasri Kal to Sanveer Singh, Kidna Theek Thak Aja, and hello to SkyQuest and Monteluce in there as well. So I think we're all getting ready for what should be quite an epic battle in here from two top quality teams. I am a little bit surprised that the Stallions, that they have put Hippos in, but I think this is all to do with the fact that they're feeling that maybe they're going to challenge themselves to get the chase in, something they couldn't do the first time round. So it's interesting. We remember when we did see them bat first on day 1 against Tartu Woods, they put 187 on the board. So be an interesting one, but they've got to find a way to get some of those early wickets. And one man that they've got to see back in the shed pretty early is Stefan Gooch. He's been in very good form, and he's been in aggressive form as well. And he's not been waiting to get going. He's been on the charge straight away. Here's Panwar team first up. That's well bowled. Nicely played away. Good start from Panwar. I like the fact that he's staying over the wicket as well. A lot of bowlers have automatically decided to come around the wicket to the left-hander Stefan Gooch, and I think Steph, he's milked that when that's happened. So Aditya Panwar, good start from him. That's the ball in good areas to start with. And this is now Stuart Hook. These two have put in some good partnerships. 120 run partnership in the earlier victory. 121, they put 126 together in the win against United yesterday when they put 163 on the board. That's played away nicely. The fielder doing a bit of aerobic stretching will get there and get the ball back in. So another single, both openers off the mark. Almost gets away from the fielder. You can see just at the last moment Just slipping backwards as he was trying to get that ball in. And pretty blustery out there in the middle right now. It looks glorious on your screens, but just have a look at the shirts at some of the players and the jacket there, the umpires. It's a pretty full delivery. Gets a bit of it there, Steph. I like the way that the bowler's at least trying to get that ball falling outside the off. Steph gets another one away. Yeah, just have a look at the shirt there, Stuart Hook. And you can tell it's cold because even the umpires have gone back to their black jackets they were wearing and supporting the trendy ECM blue with their grizzly shirts, but they're back in the jackets. And fortunately, we don't quite feel that wind in the igloo. Well bowled again, nicely pitched up. So Edita Panawar coming back into the side, and you can see why he's important to them. Good bit of bowling again. And interesting that the Stallions are opting to have them like Panwar in the side. Pranay Giwala, who we know is the national team player, a very good bowler himself, didn't have the best of games yesterday, and they've left him on the second time running as the 12th man. So whether that's whether he's not 100%, maybe he's got an injury, maybe he's feeling a little bit poorly, but not playing as yet. I'm pretty sure we will see him out there in the middle as this series progresses. Tidy start so far, one ball to come in the over, still no boundary. Panwar will be looking to keep it that way. Stefan Gooch will have other ideas, I'm sure. Panwar again. And that's hit down the ground. That's going to go a long, long way. And this time Gucci does what he does really well. Comes down the track, meets it on the full, and he crunches it. And that sounded good as well. Here he comes. And when Steph is coming down the crease, that is when you know he's at his best. And that's been properly clobbered. It's another one that ends up in the area where the nets are. So the first over comes to an end. There will be a boundary right at the end of it. 10 without loss after the first. As Vinny Sandu joins me back in, well, the safe, calm cube. Outside this cube is a bit blustery.
Yeah, it's true. But we were just talking about this a moment ago off air about how we're going to get to all these places and who's going to go where and how where I'm going to go, where you're going to go. We're crisscrossing the continent, and it's just so great actually. And we have to do 2 columns now. If you know, last year we did
yes.
kind of 2. We were able to get it on kind of 1 column because we're generally doing 2 weeks everywhere. Here, most of them are 1, kind of between the majors at least. So, yeah, you can see we've just got 1 week here, 1 week in Romania. England, exceptions, I think mainly because it's such a rigmarole to leave this Schengen area these days. So, you know, you need some sort of extra papers now or something.
There's some sort of thing you have to get complete. Did you not have to do anything?
Luckily for me, I'm a British citizen. Unluckily, Brexit happened, and so basically they don't care in Europe anymore. But anyway, I know I don't sound like it. Here's Hook, who's going to go straight, and Mr. Muscles is back in action. Maximo! Beautiful straight strike from Stu.
It's a lovely shot. You can see that Ramakrishnan, after getting too much swing in the first ball, he tries to go a lot straighter, but this time round, you can see the ball doesn't swing. Now, whether he's held that differently to try and stop that swinging so much, I'm not sure, but it's being crunched by Hook. It's a delightful shot.
Beautiful shot. It shows me that he's in a good place. You know, and he also, I don't know, he's made of tough stuff. You know, when we've seen him playing for Estonia, I mean, not necessarily always the prettiest, but he digs in, doesn't he? He's brave. Good leave. Hey, hippos, I know they look really cute on the logo. So you look at the logo on the left, little pink. Have you ever seen a hippo close up? I was at the zoo for my birthday last year.
Mm-hmm.
They're killing machines, Rico. They are killing machines.
I think it's a well-known fact that they probably, in terms of all the kind of animals you have in the sea, that hippos are ones that cause more fatal injuries than any of the others. That's another great shot. Talking about fatal, well, this is fatal. Hitting at the moment from Stuart Hook. Gets another one hit straight down the ground. Every time Ramakrishnan tries to get it a little bit straighter, Stuart Hook, he's not in the mood for messing around. It's another straight 6 down the ground. 6 more to him. Lovely shot.
Yeah, beautiful shot again. I think you got to push back the long off now. Because now what you might do is you might tempt him to go over mid-on and just play across a little bit because mid-on's up in the circle. So I like this field change. Let's see if it makes any difference. Yep, but he hit that as well. Maximo, 6 more to hook.
I think that one just bounces before actually, Vinny.
Was it? Okay, I
let's
just
just
assumed
check.
it was 6 based on the sound.
Let's just
Didn't
check.
actually watch it.
Let's see where this goes.
Yeah, I think it might be
Just
4.
before the
But
rope
still,
4 runs.
Actually, credit to Stu there because they tempted him to change direction. He did, and yeah, he's still got plenty of contact.
Here we go.
You don't really see it bounce, but I think you can join the dots. Back to live action.
Goes for the shorter one. Doesn't really get the extra bounce. There's Krishnan, but he does do enough to at least get a dot ball in there. He's gone for 18 in the over still.
But you know, after that 2020 series where I gave him the nickname Mr. Muscles, do you know that he got given a bat as a present that had engraved on the bat Mr. Muscles?
Is that right?
Yeah.
It's worth an appeal, actually.
Close, I reckon Kroot think that's really close, but he just got done with a lack of an appeal.
I think
it might just be missing.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he's really crouched down. Might just be missing. It's definitely worth a shout. Remember, only a little bit of the ball has to hit the stumps. But I think in the end, the benefit of the doubt goes to the batter.
Yeah, you just see Kroot here just at the last moment saying, yeah, just for him. He's just missing a little bit. But good change of pace, though, from Krishnan. He gets out of the over without going magical. So a good comeback. Couple of dots to finish. 28 without loss. Then after the 2 overs, that one goes for 18.
Hey, to anyone that wants to improve their cricket, do some umpiring. Because look at Gucci. He's seen so much cricket, you've probably seen it. So I do that. He's seeing the ball. He's watching the ball really closely all the time. And I'll be honest, he doesn't get too much time to practice, especially last week he spent in Landskrona. And, well, we didn't spend any time practicing there because he was busy reffing everything. And he just came out and whacked 100.
That's right. That's why
it's nice. I mean, they handicapped it so he only had to deal with 9 fielders, but still, he still made runs when there were 11
he
fielders.
Still made runs. He made runs afterwards and also today. There you can see the Hippos. They're enjoying their times at the moment. Stallion slipped up earlier, so they've been wanting to come back strong in this one. That's a good delivery. There's a bit of movement there. It's up in the air. Could have gone anywhere, I guess. Good movement. I'm liking this over, or this spell from Punwai. He's getting that ball to move around. And what he's done is what a lot of bowlers haven't been able to do. He's bowled well to the left-hander.
Yeah, I think to Steph, you're better off just make him play away from his body. Don't give him that leg side. If he's good enough to hit you offside, then just kind of tip your cap. They got the keeper there. They got the kind of floating slip in place. They got a backward point. Make him reach. Right now, Hook has been aggressive.
And he continues to be aggressive. He's just hitting straight down the ground for fun. I think the fielding side here, the Stallions, have got to seriously consider just having 2 men straight, because at the moment that's where Stewie is hitting them. They're sticking with a backward point out there, but I really think you've got to bring him up. You've got to bring him up into the circle and get 2 straight.
Yeah. Power play only has 4 balls left. So I think they're sticking with this strategy of leaving mid on up, maybe encouraging him to try and go across the line slightly. He's hitting well straight.
Oh, that's very unlucky. I mean, he's just middled this, and it's gone straight to the field. I'm expecting this to be going into the car park, but he's found the field. He can't believe it. Have a look at this. He's creamed it out the middle, and he's thinking, no way. How does that go straight? And look at him. He's saying, what's he doing there?
How dare you? How rude. Beautiful pickup, though.
It was a lovely pickup.
That's Ankle Patel.
Straight to the fielder. Well, this time we'll go to Saif Rahman, who does the fielding.
Talking about Saif, I was having a bit of a chat to him and know him pretty well, obviously. Play we have seen a fair bit on the network. I know Rhino's nicknamed the Baltic Boss. I love that because he's very Chris Gale-like in his mannerisms, and he's left-handed and he likes to hit big sixes. But he's travelled around a bit with his cricket. I know he spent a lot of time here. That's why you see him for the Stallions, and he's turned out for them for a number of years. But currently he's actually living and working in Ireland. He told me. Yeah, and he's been playing.
Well, that's right in the hitting zone for Steph. And he hits it, and it stays hit. It goes all the way. Shaba, Shaba, Ginna, Sona, Shaka, Lagya. What a beauty.
So here's what you got to know. is Saif. Of course, they've never seen him. He's just working there. And he thinks he works at the university. So I think it's Dublin University Cricket Club, he said. And they've got multiple grades. They've got like 8 different grades,
Right.
8 teams. So he said, yeah, I'd love to play some cricket. And they said, okay, well, we've never seen you, so we'll put you, down in 8th grade or 6th grade or something.
How long did he stay there?
Well, he just told me he only played the one game on the weekend. So he goes, yeah, did okay. Wait, you love this as well.
That's a good delivery.
So he's come out in like 7s. And he's hit 211. and apparently, end of the power play, by the way, a good finish from Panwa, who battles none for 24, 42 without loss after 3. They said, yeah, scored 211. He said, apparently it's the first time anyone scored a 200 since 1870. So how about that? And the other thing with Saif that cracks me up, because, he does travel a bit, I know, with his work. And, but like I say, he plays here in Estonia because he spent a lot of time here. So obviously, gets invited back to play for the Stallions. He had the residency, so he's even played for Estonia. We've seen him in ECR cricket. But I'm just checking. He also sent me a scorecard. This is just before ECL in 2024, which I think in the end he couldn't play because of some paperwork issues. But he was playing for... This is a great scorecard. From the 8th of March 2024, he's like, well, if I did come, I was in good form. He was playing for Alcaram 11 versus Pindi Smasher. And in a 20-over game, he hit, opening the batting, Saif scored 279 off 72 balls, unbeaten.
20 overs?
With 35 sixes and 13 fours.
Oh, my word.
Striking at 387.5. Scored 279. The team scored 403 for 5.
Oh, my.
Off the 20 overs.
Oh,
I'll ask him. So I wonder if Saif remembers this 279 not out. Well, give us the thumbs up if you remember it, Saif. I bet he does.
He's focusing.
But, we've even had a 250 on the network. Do you remember Ataullah in Cyprus when we were showing the T20 in the Wild West days? You didn't? Did you? So this is when we were showing... 2020 was a weird time. So we were getting requests, show this, show this. So we're doing like a lot of our T10 cricket, but we'd also occasionally do some T20 cricket. We'd show established competitions. Cyprus is one of them. All right, little sweep shot, which is a bit of a top edge. Spinning away towards the boundary. Oh boy, get a shovel and dig that one out. Ahmad Khan just stomps it into the surf.
Half of it did vanish. Half of it disappeared. Watch this ball vanish. Well, now you see most of it.
This makes me so nervous. If you've ever rolled your ankle stepping on a ball, that makes your eyes water. Yeah, so Ataullah scored 251 not out in Cyprus in a T20 that we showed. So technically that's the highest score on the network, but it was a T20 game.
I don't remember that
they
at
scored,
all. In fact, I've even
They
heard
scored
of it
311 for 2 versus Riyan, I think, against the Limassol Gladiators.
Yeah.
All I remember is they were going to run out of balls because that ground in Cyprus, you know what it's like. It's at Ipsonis.
Yeah.
And I just remember it was also like just like a hot wind going. You could back in those days, 2020, our TV coverage wasn't quite as polished as you see today. It was like it's just kind of it was just that the whole time, and him just smashing sixes. Anyway, here's Gooch. Probably likes this matchup.
Well, he wanted to play that slog sweep shot, gets a bit of an inside edge onto it, back onto his pad. Field is set for him.
Speaking of high scores, you do get some high ones. There's one that we have talked about a couple of times. But have you? I think I've talked about this with you next to me, Rico. But Pranav Dhanawade. If I said that name to you, would you have ever heard of him? Probably not, right?
No.
He's 25 now, but about 9 years ago, he's playing for KC Gandhi versus Arya Gurukul in an Indian school match.
Yeah.
And he recorded the highest score ever by an individual batter in any cricket, any organised cricket. Oh, another one that's going to sneak away. Bit of a test. Probably goes for 4. I think it does. So Hook gets a bit lucky, and Santos a bit unlucky here, to be honest, in his over. Having said that, he only goes for 8, and that was the only boundary that came off it. The 50 partnership comes up. Yeah, I love it. They moved the fielder there just before the ball. And so guess where it goes?
Yeah, would have been right into his hands.
All right, have a guess what he scored.
Was it
it's big.
I'm trying to think. Was it something like 600 and something?
The old record was in the 600s.
All right. Okay.
It's more than that.
It's more than that?
I'll give you one guess and I'll tell you.
Okay. You're going to tell me it's like 1,000.
He scored 1,009 not out off 327 balls, striking it just over 300. He hit 59 sixes, 129 fours. There's a whole article about this. The game itself, Arya Gurukul batted first, were bowled out for 31. Casey Gandhi English School then batted and scored 1,465 for 3 declared. And I love it that they didn't think they had enough at 3, 4, 5, 600, 700. Obviously letting him go. So they amassed a lead of 1,434. Setting them back in. Would you believe it? They bowled him out for 52.
Yeah.
So they won by an innings and 1,382 runs. But that's one thing. But the story of it's quite good as well.
It's up in the air, catching chance and taken. They get the breakthrough, they get the wicket. Stefan Gooch will depart for 16. And it's just good, tidy stuff. So it's Junaid Khan who gets the wicket. They have got the field set there. The 3 men were in the area, and it's been well taken. Good catch, and you can see that's Panwar, isn't it? He's played well already as Panwar with his bowling, but now gets the wicket. So that will be the end of Gooch, and that's a good wicket for the Stallions to take.
Yeah, handy one. He's picked out the fielder, didn't he? And not an easy catch this time of day. So the dangerous Gooch has to walk back for 16. Well caught by Palmer in the deep. Junaid with the wicket. The first one falls for the Hippos. It's 50 for 1. I suppose one thing is with the Hippos, middle order hasn't had a lot to do so far. I know they kind of got into him a little bit yesterday against the Riders, but they went under a lot of pressure, I think, with Gooch still there.
Well, Bilal Masood has spent a lot of time with his pads on, not doing a lot. Of course, the last match is a good example of it. So he's probably quite relieved, I think, to get a chance out there. Let's see how he fares. Yeah, so tell me more.
So his dad got called and said, look, your son's on 300 and he doesn't look like he's slowing down. So this was when he was 16. But the team they were playing against, this is where it gets a little bit comical. But I don't mind. First, let's have a look at Masood, who's facing up to Junaid Khan.
Oh, they like this one, you know. And, well, the Andrew Winter.
Saying there's an edge there. Because I reckon this is dead if there's not. Let's have a look. It must have been a little edge.
Well,
and I think that's heading leg to leg. So I don't think it's missing for me.
Yeah, only the umpire will know that. I mean, there's a big appeal that gets diffused pretty quickly. I mean, there might have been there. There's the appeal.
He didn't really try to sell the edge either. So, okay, umpire must have heard 2 noises. Fair enough. Well, given the benefit, he's in the best position. Hook gets a strike back.
Well, that's well bowled as well. Junaid's got some pace, hasn't he? If he bowls well and bowls good line, I know that we saw him bowl very well in the very first match. He bowled real good pace. The last couple of times, he just seems to have lost his way a little bit, maybe being a bit erratic, but this is a good start from him. And having taken the wicket of Stefan Gooch with the very first ball, you know he's going to have his tail up, and he's the fast bowler.
I'm going to give you the rest of the 1,000 story after this ball, which is going to be driven pretty well. In fact, that could beat the fielder, and it will. So Hawks really stepping up here. I love his decision making in this innings. I just think his shot selection's been good. He's manipulated the field well. This is a safe shot as well. You know, it's through the line, it's across the ground, lets the ground do the work, catches in a boundary. Yeah, so basically he was 15 at the time, almost 16. A lot of the other team, their kids had exams, so the kids that were left were kind of like 12, 11, 12, which is a big difference at that age, right? Cool. Hook gets done. Good comeback from Junaid. Avoids a broken foot though, does
I like that from Hook. You know, he's such a lovely guy. It's a good delivery. Look, he gets in and then he's applauding Junaid here. Says, "Hey, buddy, that's a good delivery. Well bowled."
Reverse sledging. I like it. And the other thing is the boundary on one side, I think, was 35 metres. the old record was 654 or 628.
Yeah, I remember that one. But I think I do remember hearing about it. It's a good delivery again. So he's decided not to give Hook any room outside the off, and he comes back with 2 very good deliveries. So It's an even one so far,
Yeah.
55 for 1 at the halfway point. We welcome you into the commentary position here. We're in the igloo.
We
and
are.
we've got an igloo with a view.
Yeah, we do. The igloos actually protect us from the wind pretty well at the moment
It's
because
doing
I
its
know
job.
it certainly is sweeping across this ground. It's just like a plane. I know there's some grounds, for example, the ground in Jersey had trees across one side. It kind of protects you from the wind a little bit. But certain grounds like here, like Seban, for example, in Austria, just and Vinoš is another one in Czechia. You really feel the wind, but great to be back here in Estonia. Vinny Sandu here with Rico. Marco will be with me for the next couple of days because Rico has earned a couple of days off. And I know you're talking about maybe making use of the spa
Has
and
to
the
be done.
sauna. It's very big up here.
Has to be done. I was reading a little bit about this one in the evenings where I think they sort of beat you with some plants or something. And I don't know what that's about. I might be keen to find out.
Well, try everything once, Rico. You never know. Might like it. Anyway, here's Zahan coming on.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, wow.
that's
What a stumping.
incredible work. That is superb from Vimukti. Well, we know Vimukti was doing a bit of umpiring himself, Hetarachi, and now, well, you don't need, I think, the umpire to give this out. You can ask Vimukti. He can give the decision. That is excellent work. I mean, it doesn't tell you the story from there. He's a fair way away from the stump. If you look at this from the other angle, I mean, he's definitely out. But I don't think he would have been able to reach it. He doesn't fancy himself to do so, so he throws it at it. Look, there you go.
It's a great bit of improvisation because you would never plan that. It's not in the book. But he just knew that he didn't have time to get back. His internal clock said, hey, this is your best shot.
Yeah.
Take it. So, yeah, Hetarachi with a very, very skillful piece of work behind the stumps. And, oh, the luckless Bilal, he was very close to LBW first ball. He gets stumped off his second ball, which actually doesn't count for him because it's wide. So he actually goes for a golden one. And the score is 56 for 2.
Yeah, great bit of work from Vimukti. Well, he had plenty of camera time when he was the umpire. Did a great job in those T20s and T10s, and now here he is doing brilliant work. Now, that could be pretty close as well, you know.
Oh, must have hit the bat again. If it didn't hit the bat, Robson's a dead duck. Watch this.
Yeah, they didn't use Zaha. Yeah. Oh, well, I tell you what.
Bit of inside edge. I saw the deflection.
You can see Robson saying, what are you beating for? And in the end, Zaha Khan says, all right, apologies, well, this one is being hit pretty well down the ground. And Robson says, well, what about this one then? Yeah, Zaha Khan just puts that one in the slot for Dave Robson, who gets it away. Yeah, look, winds himself up, crunches it pretty good, and he goes all the way. Shaba, Ginna, Sona, Shaka, Lagia. 6 runs to Robson.
Final words. He went past the 628 not out, actually, of Arthur Collins in 1899, and he also broke the Indian school record in minor cricket held by Prithvi Shaw, who's played fairly recently. That was 546. But are you ready to hear some bowling figures?
No.
You know you want them.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Go on, tell me.
And they battled. So they had to bowl. There was 94 overs in the innings, which meant they were going at, to be honest, our kind of pace, about 156 pace.
Okay.
Okay, 15.6 and over.
Yeah.
Best of the bowlers, Ayush Dubey, 2 for 350 off 23. Not bad.
That's going to be work to be done by the fielder out there in mid-wicket. Does well. It's just going to be
Other
a single
wicket
this time.
taker, Harshal Jadhav. All these players now have cricket info profiles, by the way. 1 for 281.
But how
spare a
old were
thought
these
for
kids? 12 and
11 or
13?
12. They couldn't even count this high as they got hit for. Spare a thought. The opening bowlers didn't have a great time between them. Okay, so Salunke, none for 284 off 20. And Pratik Badeka, none for 241 off 18. But the real luckless story, I think, goes to poor Tejas Misar, who bowled 6 overs, none for 142. And
you get to a point where you think some matches and some, like this one you're reading out, I mean, does it justify going into kind of record books?
But I mean,
Because
record's
it's
got to be, you got to draw a line somewhere. I mean, it's not like a backyard game. It's a hard ball game. And, it was an organised game, 65 for 2 after 6 in an organised competition. I think it's like, as we know, sometimes you need to perfect storm of things. So, like, for example, that 2-5-7 score we had Jaguar against Sohail Hospitalet in Barcelona in late 2023, you had a team that already was struggling, that had lost all their bowlers due to injuries, playing the Spanish openers, basically, that also were intent on getting the record. So normally they'd be like, oh, well, you know, had our fun. You know, they were ruthless. Well, Mohammad Waris went for 30 first over, got brought back, went for 43. He got none for 73. Even if you get hit for 6 every ball, you still won't concede that many. Yeah. I'll give you my favourite as well. As we're going to see Santosh coming back.
It's in the air, and that's a very, very good catch. Excellent catch. Well, in these bright conditions, you need a nice pair of shades, and that's exactly what Zahan Khan has got. He's got the shades on, and he takes the catch. Diving forward, these ones are never easy. Dave Robson's hit this pretty well, but look at this, good technique, and I like the way, look at the way he keeps that ball off the ground. He puts the left hand down, but the right hand, the important one, that's holding the ball, is the important one. David Robson disappointed with himself. He's going to have to walk off only with 7 to his name, thanks to that really good catch from Zahan Khan.
Yeah, and Robson just doesn't get the timing at all. Kind of almost ballooned out to cover point. You can see that, so it wasn't a very difficult catch. I suppose the fact it was low down made it slightly tough, but it's a comfortable catching pace. So we'll get Damaratne, who's come into the side for this game. A lefty.
We're going way down the leg
second
side.
inning. Okay, I'm going to leave this alone after this, but there were 8 ducks in the second innings for Arya Gurukul. Salunke carried his bat for 20, and Tejas, who just went for 6 overs and 142, he actually battled for 16. The only other batter to score a run, and then there were 8 ducks and an absent hurt. Enough's enough. At one point, they were 10 for 7 in that before Misa saved the day. So, yeah. I mean, yeah. They've had school cricket for a while.
Yeah.
But this, again, perfect storm of this one was, you know, the older kids couldn't play, small field. Someone must have told them about the record, so they're like, right, we're going for it.
I think if I'm in that position, it's the school game. If I'm the teacher, the sports teacher, I think we'll forfeit this match. Thank you very much.
I think that's part of the story. They had to be convinced to keep playing the other team because they're like, hey.
You can imagine.
Yeah. That was in Mumbai.
Oh, they're taking this on. They're stealing. Yeah, it's unfortunate, actually. It's a good bit of fielding to start off with, but the ball hits the stumps and diverts away, and the 2 batters say, look, let's go again. Here's the throw. It's not really too much into it, but really I think Vimukti this time, in comes a throw. He does try and get behind it, hits the stumps, diverts away, and the 2 batters say, you know, come on, let's go again.
That was in the Bandari Cup. I have to do some more looking into that. But I mean, a lot of people then said, oh, you know, is he going to go on to professional cricket or anything? Obviously didn't quite.
He's not broken through yet then.
He's 25, still got time. But I mean, I think at the time, obviously, for him, let's be honest, probably going to be the highlight of his life. And, you know, I think he got to meet Sachin Tendulkar. I think, you know, it's a big deal for him. So it obviously was worth it.
How big were the boundaries again?
35 metres. But he's a kid. Yeah. But I think might have been a few tears in the fielding side. Tested your love of the game.
You got to remember, 35 metre boundaries. He's a kid. So junior balls. You've got to next tell me he's probably used a proper, like an adult bat or something, and the ball was pinging off it.
I've got a rule as well. 70 for 3 after 7. First, let's have a look what's happening tomorrow. And Rico, I know you're going to have a couple of days off. You deserve them. You've been working really hard. So we've got United versus the Riders first up. And you can see pretty much every team in action every day. I think that's the idea. But we'll early start, I suppose, by our standard. 6 a.m. GMT, 8 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 11:30 in India. It is 9 o'clock here in Estonia. So day 3 continues. Does anyone have a day off tomorrow? No, everyone plays at least one game.
Yeah.
The Stallions play only one. The Hippos play only one. So every other team will play 2 tomorrow.
plays that away. He does go pretty down when he plays that. I don't think the height is a problem.
I kind of like
pretty
that
low down
with these series. So we are seeing, because it's a 1 week series, so every team we see every day. And so it's not always like that. There's pros and cons, I suppose. I know in Landskrona last week when we had the 5-day series and there were only 5 teams, each team always gets a day off, which again is kind of nice for them. But then it kind of depends on your timing your day off. Sometimes it's an advantage having it late in the piece versus early, for example. But in the end, we just do what we can to bring you the cricket.
It's going to be a real test here from here on in from the Hippos. At the moment, they're around that 100 mark. Gives himself a bit of room, does well to at least get back onto that as Damaratne. He'll get just a single, so Stallions, but they've been here before, don't forget. They've been here before.
Can lightning strike twice? I will say the Hippos will have a fairly testing bowling attack.
No, it was a big shadow. No, well, I think if you go straight away here, you press on the fielder, you probably do get it. But I think here probably Stuart Hook, who's screaming the no, he's feeling that he's got to try and stay there, get something going. He says that better. Well, he gets a nice full toss. It's a no ball called. It's not a good delivery. And Zahan Khan apologises straight away to the batter, Stuart Hook. But I think he should be apologising to his teammates as well. They've just got the Hippos on the back foot here. A free hit like that. First a no ball, which gets put away to the boundary. So that's going to be a minimum. That's 5. And now a free hit to follow. It's a good opportunity for Stuart Hook to go big. He's got the licence to go the full Monty and bring up a 50 for himself. Well, there's that fielder who keeps moving. He keeps going from left to right, from left to right. He's gone back right. Oh, goes for it, but misses it. He's disappointed with himself, Hook. And misses out on the free hit. And that kind of is a little bit criminal, isn't it, for batters?
I suppose since the end of the power play, he's probably not seeing as many gaps in the outfield.
Oh, no, that's another one. Well, I don't know what's going on here with the fielder. At least this one with the bowler, actually. At least this one goes to the fielder. But that's another free hit. Now, that's his last and final warning. If he bowls another one of them, he's out of it. So I'm not really sure what's happening here with Zahan Khan. He's got one more ball to bowl, and it needs to be a good legal delivery. Otherwise, he's going to be off here. Good work there done, at least by Panawat. He saves the boundary.
Last ball of the over.
It's hit pretty well, and it's going to be a desperate effort, and well done by the fielder. I think that's probably Krishnan who's out there looking at the hairstyle. So good work. Makes a stop, and he's going to get high fives all around. Good bit of fielding, this.
Yeah, so saved a couple. End of the over. The score is 82 for 3. And yeah, Hippos, I mean, even with a good finish here, I mean, even if they go magical, talking kind of 120s, which it would feel it's a bit under in this contest. So, yeah, we're seeing a real trend that it's not quite as high scoring as last year. I think it still is reasonably high scoring, I think, with these top teams. But I also think the bowlers just have learnt a little bit. They're at least kind of changing things up. They're changing the mode of bowler as well a little bit more. I think they've done that pretty well in this innings, kind of turning to spin at the right time. Let's see wickets in the last 3 overs.
2 to go then. 12 deliveries expected about that 106. They will go back to Junaid. Now, he's certainly got some pace, but that might be something that Stuart Hook likes. Let's see how it goes.
I'm glad I've gone down this rabbit hole. I was trying to work out how did they convince them to keep fielding. It said the match organising and officials from the Mumbai Cricket Association were present and reportedly stepped in. They urged the fielding team to continue playing, explaining the historic nature of the innings and encouraging them to see it through for the sake of the record.
That's nonsense, isn't it?
There's speculation there was pressure from coaches and officials combined with media attention outside the ground. It helped it going. And then even police were called towards the end of his innings. Anyway.
Well, we know.
I mean, if we had a 50 over, can I be honest? If we had a 50 over game, I think we would see a team getting 1,000 as a team at one point.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's 20 and over.
Yeah.
So especially you've got just the right mismatch with 10 overs. None for a lot. None for 200 and something.
Well, it was some of the guys that we see in some of the innings. Yeah, you're absolutely right. At the moment here, Junaid Khan, well, he's not in the mood of allowing batters to be hitting him.
I don't think a batter would get 1,000, only because that's the same as getting 200 individually in a 10 over, which we've almost seen done. I mean, Hamza could have done it, actually. He was 189 with a couple of balls to go. End up going .4. So I can't imagine if that. But you would see someone, I think Brian Lara would be history at 5:01.
Yeah.
See you later. Anyway, back to the game here. And they've done a good holding job here, the Stallions. Junaid Khan bowling. I think you might have to consider giving Dhammaratne a bit of a break, just because it hasn't happened for him. And with only 8 balls left, might be worth just trying somebody else. I know it's tough. You brought him into the side and, you know, you want him to find some confidence, but just a long way behind where they need to be here, the Hippos.
Yeah, you still got some like Aditya Paul, you know, you can hit the ball pretty well, but you're just running out of time here now. So I don't know if they will make any changes. That's a good delivery. It's really well bowled. And we know that Stuart Hook, he does like a little bit of room outside that off. But the good thing about this delivery here from Junaid, he's right at him. He's right at his body. So Stewie's giving himself a bit of room, but he can't get that one away. Good, clever bowling from Junaid. I wonder if Stewie is going to try and get maybe a little bit funky here, because he might be thinking it's the same sort of ball again. Will he try and just get out of the way and flick this onto that leg side? Let's see. No, he goes the same way. He almost gives an opportunity. Junaid is flying through the air trying to take this. That would have been an incredible catch. Junaid Khan leaping through the air like a gazelle to get to this. Top effort, but he just can't reach it.
Wow, that would have been amazing. I think it was a fingernail buster, wasn't it? But Hook will retain the strike. He'll move to 48, and with 1 over remaining, the Hippos and lumbering a bit here in match 10. They're 85 for 3.
Cracking over though from Junaid Khan. He's got some pace, he's got some wheels, and he, you know, if you're a batter that doesn't like it short, he can trouble you. And I think Stuart Hook was troubled by those short deliveries straight at him. Just a 3 come off the over. So Italian Hippos, a team that have been scoring big runs for fun, at the moment struggling. 85 for 3. This becomes a massive over. And that's beautifully played, and it's going to go for 4 runs. Well, that is what Stuart Hook can do, and it's a glorious shot, which brings up his half century. 52 of 32 deliveries, and that's probably the best shot of the lot off the captain, Zishan Ali.
And it's been the glue that's held it together. He's a great backs to the wall kind of player as well, Hook. Loves that shot, doesn't he? That back foot drive really punches through it. Man, it's been a bit of a one-man band, hasn't it? That's the way it is sometimes. Your batting isn't going to click every time. Hook, I'd love to muscle a couple out of the ground here to get him up and over that 100. Zishan Ali trying to close things out for the Stallions.
And he gets hit on the money, goes a little bit wider this time, changes the angle, goes full. Zishan gets the wicket. How many times has he done this, the captain Zishan? And that's nice as well from Stuart Hook. You can see he's disappointed to have got out, but he will give high 5 to the bowler.
Yeah, it's a good comeback from Zishan, isn't it? And there's a lot of mutual respect between these two teams. See, Hook goes up and says, yeah, look, well bowled. I'm sure he said, well batted back. That's what cricket's all about in the end. But yeah, Mr. Muscles, he does battle for 52. He was in the fight, wasn't he? But yeah, 16 for Gooch. No one else has passed 7 for the Hippos. They're 89 for 4. Here's Aditya Paul coming out.
Yeah, so they do go with the Aditya. That's who I thought they would have gone with if they were thinking of any retirement outs. But let's see how he can go. He plays that away, but it's if it's a good throw, he could be in trouble, you know. I don't think he takes it. That's the issue here. Let's have a look at this. It's a diving, a desperate lunge.
I don't think he's claimed it, to be honest.
Let's have a look
here.
here.
I don't think he ever catches the ball.
In comes the throw. And he just needed to, yeah, he completely misses it.
Well, I think it's
more
the an optical illusion, but look at the hand hit here. But it almost looks like the ball hits the stumps, but I don't think so. I think that's the old two-dimensional camera tricks for you. Damn right, can he get one out of the screws?
Just a single. You can hear the Stallions saying, Ikia, Ikia, easy, easy. It's only one easy. They're not listening. They're still throwing it in and trying to take the kneecaps off the bowler. There's no need to. You don't mind, at this stage, you don't mind giving ones away. You don't want to be throwing the ball away and giving overthrows. Slower delivery, cleverly bowled. They'll just take a single. Quality bowling, you have to say, from Italian Stallions. From the way they started, especially the way Panawar bowled early on to the left-hander to Gooch. Ramkrishnan was a little bit expensive. He went for 18. That's why they don't go back to him. And Zishan backs himself to bowl the over. It's struck well, trying to get it in the gap. It's not going to get to the boundary, but you've got to try and come back for 2. In comes a throw, and they will get there. That's good work. It's another dive again. This time is Dharmaratna that dives to get it. And it will be the end of the innings. They'll get a couple more. Good work. Look at applause all around. Look at the captain there, Zishan Ali. He's applauding his players because that is a magnificent performance. But will they be able to click with the bat?
I didn't make that many this morning, put it that way.
Yeah.
And so they want to do something about that. But look, again, it's another one. I think when people say, oh, it's too easy for batters, sometimes a little bit of selective thinking about it. I think we have seen when bowlers get it right, they can make it difficult. And what they did well there, they built pressure, didn't they? They didn't give away too many extras. They held catches when they needed to, and that's the reason they are only chasing double digits here. The Stallions hoping to split their day after the earlier loss, and the Hippos looking like that unbeaten record is in jeopardy here in match 10.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, that was a lovely shot. I mean, Stuart Hook early on, some of the shots that he was playing down the ground were magnificent, and he was just toying around with the field. He hit it over long on. They moved the fielder. Then he went over long off. They couldn't quite get it right to him. And this one was probably a close one, but only just missing the stumps as we saw. Clever bit of bowling. Stephen Gooch, well, he played that shot magnificently well. Well, there was the good bit of fielding. It could have ended up being dangerous, but this was the one that got the wicket. It was Panawar that takes the important catch to remove Stephen Gooch. And then this was just brilliant from Vimukti, the wicketkeeper. Excellent stumping to get to Bilal Masood. Bilal, it's not the first time that we've seen him being stumped, you know, so that's something that he needs to work on. That was very, very close, but he gets a bit of the bat on the way. Then Robinson says, right, you want my wicket? Go for it, start one. I'm going to hit you for 6. But then there was another cracking catch, as we said. The catching was great, and that was Junaid Khan, diving forward and doing a brilliant bit of work to take the wicket off the captain. A couple of no balls then were creeping in from Zahar Khan, and even though with that, they weren't able to punish the 3 hits, and they only went for 12. That one was a lovely shot to bring up the 50 for Stuart Hook. But once he got his 50, he would have his stumps knocked over. It was a fine bit of bowling. And then this one could have been if it was taken cleanly by the captain. He wasn't able to take it. And it was almost a repeat again this time. But look at the dive and the slide. Fantastically done. A perfect whiz-away landing on that occasion from the batter. Gets himself in. But look at Zishan. He is very, very happy with the performance that his team has put in. And he knows that his bowling attack, with the support of the fielders, have restricted a very talented Hippos side to a score of just 94.
Yeah, and Hook was a fighter there, wasn't he? 52 off 33 balls, but just didn't have a lot of support that time around. I will say also, even that 52, I mean, it's an okay strike rate. I mean, 157, but basically he goes at the rate that everyone else goes. So, you know, he actually goes at around about that 94 pace, which, you know, again, if someone faces 33, ideally you want them to score a bit more. So he was even kind of restricted at times, and that all kind of fed into this problem for the Hippos. Bowling-wise, no one really let the side down there for the Talon Stallions. Wickets to Santosh Junaid Khan, who I thought bowled brilliantly, 1 for 8. He was my best. Zahan Khan with 1 for 21, and Zishan Ali also with a nice little last over there. Didn't let too much get away from him. He took 1 for 9. Just the 6 extras as well for the Stallions. We'll take a break, back in just a few minutes with the final innings of the day. Stallions looks like child's play, doesn't it? Let's see if they are Stallions or My Little Ponies here with 95 to pick up a win here on day 2. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. See you shortly. The exciting conclusion of a Super Tuesday here in the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Well, a bit of a low score there from the Hippos, just getting to 94, but we have seen, of course, many of low scores in history as well. Well, remember, there was a shock in 1965 for the members at Middlesbrough as Yorkshire was skittled for their lowest ever total. A pathetic 23 by Hampshire. That side included some big names like Boycott, Hampshire, Close, Sharp, Illingworth and Truman. But a sound start, Yorkshire tumbled from 7 for 0 to 13 for 8. Yorkshire also had been 47 for 7 in their first innings, and only a 55 from Truman got them anywhere near eventual first innings parity. Hampshire needed just 20 to win, and they scraped home in just 8 overs with 10 wickets to spare. Also born on this day in 1982 was Imran Farhat, who was a fantastic left-handed batter. Farhat was born into a sporting family. His father and one sister played badminton, another sister played hockey. His brother Hamyun represented Pakistan in cricket. Farhat made a century in his 6th test against South Africa in 2003 and another against India in a later tour in 2007. But he was overlooked by the selectors. He did retire but returned in 2009, where he scored an unbeaten century in Apia in his comeback series. That was Imran Farhat. And this one, though, here's the start. Robson, he's not bowling spin this time, but he's going to start with the big wide as he directs this in the wrong area. So the first run's on the board, and they come in form of a wide. Rifat Khan and Saif-ur-Rahman are the batters. I think you can see the plan here to Rifat. He likes the ball on the stumps. He doesn't like it when he has to play outside the off, and that's where Robson wants to keep him. You can see that's the areas. Stuart Hook once again. He is behind the stumps. That means that we might see Marco Vake with the ball again. We'll have to wait and see if Marco does take the ball. He did bowl well. He picked up a couple of wickets, didn't he? Yeah. Let's see how things go. That's up in the air. Fielder Kevin Patterson is trying to get there, but he can't. Just can't find it. Can't find it, can't get there. It goes right up into the sun. He's got the shades on, he's got the cap. But this one is always just getting away from him. Tucks him up with this one. Rifat goes for the shot. It's up in the air, but I think the wind is taking that as well. He can just never get underneath it. He's a little bit unlucky, is Robson. And a little bit of luck there goes to Rifat Khan. That's just going to be a single. So Saif-ur-Rahman on strike now. We've said before that he's a player. He doesn't mind taking his time if he has to. If he has to play out a few, he will do. And with this sort of score, he can afford to as well. Just gets a bit of bat on the ball there. He doesn't want to risk taking the single. So just play it out. I wonder if that's the plan here. Play out some of the key bowlers. I wonder also, be interesting to see if somebody like Stefan Gooch, who we haven't seen bowl as yet, they've been keeping him fit. I wonder if they feel that there is a need to perhaps get him to turn his arm over in this one. It's nicely played away. This time they will take a single. It's a one-handed pickup from the fielder. There we saw Priyanga doing the work. So Hippos, just before they went out there, we saw them in a big huddle. That would have been the captain, Robson, say, look, you know, we're going to fight this. We've seen them struggle with the bat before. That slower deliveries, hit that well, work to be done here. And an excellent bit of fielding, tremendously well done. That's sensational from Aditya Paul. Covers that area well. And he's prowling on the boundary, isn't he? And this is so well done. Gets down, look, gets the slide in. No foot stuck out to stop that one. He uses his hands, makes a really good stop. Excellent fielding. Really well done. And just also take a single, so it's a little bit of tiki-taka to start. Needing to go at under 10, so they don't need to play any big shots straight away. Edge, and, well, does this carry? That's my question. I don't know. I don't know if this carries. I think this might just might just bounce before the keeper. This is a big moment here. I think this just bounces before. Let's have a look. Oh, well, it's close. I mean, Hook thinks he's got it. Let's see this one again. Does this go into the gloves or not? Well, that's the shot. And what's the decision here from the umpires? I think they're still having a look at that. Looks like it's not out. I mean, it's a difficult one, isn't it? And looking at it first up, I thought maybe it bounces. I wonder if this one does or not. It's difficult to tell. Maybe just there, actually. Yeah, maybe it's one of those where the ball, you see, because he goes downwards, I think the ball is pushed into the ground. I think that's great work from the umpires. The umpires come together. They talk about it. They use the third umpire, which is Andrew Winter on this occasion, and Tyrone Peters. Not out as the call. Well, that's a bit of an ugly shot from Rifat Khan. So 4 come off that first over from Robson. And that was a close one, wasn't it? 62 matches since we've had a golden ball. This is now, well, we saw Dhammaratne with the bat. This is him with the ball, and a little bit short. That's played away. There is a fielder out there, though. So at the moment, every time the shot is played with a bit of aggression, it goes to the fielder. On this occasion, that's Bilal Masood, who is a cracking fielder. We saw him take a great catch out there in the last match. And looking the part as well with his shades on. Hello to Julian Dawson. And in the chat there with Thomas Martinez and John Hisham. And of course, it is the last innings of the day. So if you've got any random questions, fire them in. Maybe we can talk about some of the food here in Tallinn, in Estonia. Here comes the bowler in short, and that's the shot that got him out last time. But you can see this time, Zafar Rahman, he works to roll the wrist on it and keep the ball down. He doesn't want to give a catching opportunity. And he gets it in the gap as well, 4 runs. But of course, in the last match, he went without scoring as he played it straight into the hands of the fielder. Some discussion here now between the bowler Dhammaratne and Robson. I think he's just suggesting maybe a field change, but Robson's quite happy to keep that fielder mid-wicket. And that's what he was after. But really, as probably Robson will point out, even if you do put a fielder back on the boundary, shots like that are just going to clear him easily. But maybe it might be enough to stop Zafar Rahman playing it. He knows there's nobody there. If he gets the elevation in, he's going to clear the boundary quite easily. And that's exactly what he does. Nice shot. Shaba. He clears the field quite easily there. And it looks like do they make the change? Doesn't look like. Looks like that Mislapu does come back into the circle. So they're keeping a very straight long on and extra cover on the boundary. That's well bowled. That's better areas, isn't it? It comes back. Dhammaratne with that Yorker length delivery gets blocked out. It is the end of the over, and 2 overs complete, 15 without loss. So that the rate just creeps up a little bit, but stays around 10 and over required. So the Stallions, if they keep their wickets intact, they'll be more than happy with where they are at the moment. As Rifat Khan gets ready to face the next delivery. You feel that the Tallinn Hippos will feel that if they can pick up 3 wickets and pick those 3 wickets up pretty early, then they could do what we've seen happen to the Stallions earlier today. And remember, when they were chasing 101, they were restricted to 83 for 8 by Tallinn United, and that's the plan. Right, Henry Paddington gets the ball, sticking with a bit of pace here, Paddington. And, well, they're going to run hard here. They'll take the single. Paddington, like all good young cricketers, spent some time also in the nets practicing. And he's just keen to play. He just wants to be out there playing. Paddington back to his mark. Same kind of field really set here to Rahman. They've got the extra cover back. They've got a very straight long on. Saifur Rahman will be once again eyeing up the hit over the short mid wicket. It's on the 30-yard circle. That's nicely bowled, respected this time by Rahman. He just shows the young bowler Henry the maker's name and just keeps that out. He just blocks that out. He's happy to do so. It's a little bit too wide on this occasion. You can see what he's trying to do there. Pattern in his, they're slightly slower delivery as well. I think if you see this, he takes a bit of the pace off it, and you can see he wants to entice Rahman with this slower ball, and kind of sort of does it, but he goes too wide, misses the wide line, and has to be called. Have to bowl that one again. Goes for the same areas, but this time misses that spot again one more time. So you can see there's definitely a plan there in place. The only thing about this plan is, I think I would, if that's the idea, I certainly would have maybe, I mean, they've got a third in there, but he's on the circle, but he's a bit deep. I'd probably have him in a bit up on a catching position and maybe get a backward point in there who ends up being a bit deeper. Same again, and the same call again. Another wide, just goes a little bit fuller. I suppose by now that Saifur Rahman kind of knows what that plan is going to be. Manavat, I'm told, is a very traditional Estonian comfort food. Manavat, or semolina foam. And we see this actually a fair bit. That's well bowled. Good straight delivery, respected again. We see this actually quite a bit in at the breakfast time. It's like a sweet mousse-like dish made from semolina, milk and sugar, and often incorporates fresh berries. Yeah, one of our. It's very nice as well. First time I saw it, I thought it was like a bit of porridge, but no, it's nice. Semolina. Wow, that is a Gandhi ball. That's going to be a 7-up, I feel. It's a slower delivery. It's absolutely whacked. And this one, I don't think it's coming back. This might be going into the Baltic Sea. He's absolutely clobbered it. It's gone a long way. Let's have a look at the height on it. My feelings were this was too high. I know he comes down the track to this, but I mean, let's see how high it is. Yeah, that's got to be called, and I think it is called by the umpires. So 7-up. Henry Paddington, I think on this occasion, whether he goes for the Yorker and gets it wrong, or once again he just tries to get that slower ball to get straighter. But Rahman smashes it away. Now he gets a chance to do the same to the free hit. He hits it hard, and he's going to get 4 runs out of that as well. There's the straight long on. Can't get there. Cuatro carreras más. Henry, it's been a long over as well with the young bowler. With that 4, 15 of it now with a still got a couple of balls to come from it. Let's see if Paddington can get a little bit of success in the over as well. Can he take the key wicket of the powerful left-handed Rahman, who plays that nicely? That's a great bit of fielding though. Good throw, well done. Well, are they taking another? No, I don't think that's on. That would have been suicidal actually. And a classy little shot there played by Rahman, but some very good fielding as well. Just have a look at this. He plays that well, fielded us superbly well, gets there, makes the stop, and that's our friend Romeo. I remember he had a bit of joy earlier himself when he took 3 wickets for 24. That's played away, but this time the fielder has been moved from long on. and is there to make the stop. That's going to be the end of the over. It's quite an expensive one there from Paddington, and he does keep it under the 20. Fair play to him. The 3 wides and the no ball certainly didn't help. So 17 off the over, and the score moving along quite nicely now for the Stallions. The 32 without loss, and with that over, they've taken the rate down a notch as well, needing 9 and over. I'm quite surprised actually that Robson hasn't fancied coming back to bowl his second over. And, who they will go to is Aditya Paul. So trying different bowlers to see if somebody can get some success. Yeah, Robson there, see, only went for the 4. 11 came off the next second over, then 17 off the third. So Aditya Paul ready to come in. I'll tell you who else comes in at this point as well into the igloo. Here's Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, good to be back. Rifat wants to get a move on, I think. Aditya with the ball. There you go. Gives him something. But Saif, yeah, he's not a guy you want to bowl kind of belly button high full tosses to.
No, he's not. He's
I
going to
often
put
think
that
if the
away.
New York Yankees are watching, are they just thinking, right, who is this guy? And let's get him in. Because he's absolutely whacks it, doesn't he?
That ball is probably still heading somewhere.
Send
He
him a
was
scorecard of one of his 200s.
And that is in the slot for Rufat Khan. That's where you don't bowl to him. I think the Italian Hippos and some of their players, I know that David Robson will know, you don't give it on the stumps to this guy. If you do, it's got to be Yorker length. That's his shot. That's where he likes to play. Keep it outside the off. Keep him outside the off. You keep him quiet. But give him a ball like that with a little bit of length to work on. He's going to smash it down the ground. And ball comes back. The fielders make a slight change. Well, Stefan Gooch comes across onto the offside. So just the 4 men on the leg side. Gooch pretty close on that offside. It's a slower delivery, and he misses out on it.
This is the end of the bat, actually, because it looked pretty straight, and I realised probably hadn't hit the leg. Look, right off the Q end, chalk it up. I got to be careful here not to get donutted the Hippos. 57 of 21 for the 4 points here. Wouldn't that be a way for the Stallions to come back after that disappointing loss this morning?
Well, that's hit flatly. Robson does the fielding, bowls it casually back into Aditya Paul, just a single.
With Robbo, when he was playing for Estonia in, I'm going to say it was 2023, might have even been their first time on the network as a national team, playing in Sweden and Mashta, and there were some pretty heavy hitters in that ECI series. Robbo, off his own bowling, took one in the shin. I think it was the shin or the neck. I think it was the shin. The leg.
Yeah.
And he said, to this day, I always check, every time I see him, like, how's the leg? And he's like, still not back to normal. That's 2 years ago.
Really?
He wore one in the bone. Anyway, plenty's happened since then. And he's actually got himself into pretty good shape, Robbo, these days. An athlete.
That's going to be in that vacant backward point area. 4 more runs. It's going to get away from the fielder. Cuatro carreras más. It's not the worst of deliveries, actually, from Aditya Paul. He does draw safe out, but he just has the length to get enough over it. And that's going to go over Marco Vate. Marco was he was doing some celebrations in the last match.
Yeah,
and,
true.
There's the story behind that as well. Because what he was saying to me is that before he left, he did say to his son, he said, I'm going to play cricket. And he said, I'm also going to have a bowler, not keeping wicket. So his son said, well, if you take a wicket, will you do a celebration for me? More after this. It's nicely guided away. Well, here he is. This is the man we're talking about. So that's Marco Vate. We can stay on him for a minute. And I know Rasmus, his son, is watching. And Marco Vate did do some lovely celebrations for Erasmus when he took those wickets. It was kind of the old, because his son said, do me like a clown dance. And I think Marco was saying, I don't really know what a clown dance is. So he did the kind of, I don't know.
For me, it'd just be
it was the old
dancing.
moonwalk.
Oh, really?
He did the old moonwalk, and he took a couple of wickets.
Yeah, I mean, He'd never
And
bowled
he
before.
took a couple of wickets, and he took 2 catches, and he made a brilliant save in the boundary. So that's why he's not behind the stumps. I think Dave Robertson says, well, how can I put him behind the stumps? He's a bowler now.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I mean, Stu does a good job behind the stumps as well. You see him doing it quite often. Stu took a one-hander, I remember, back in the 2020 series that made our highlights reel for about 3 years. I had a question about Henry as well. Henry Patton. How old is he? Is he young? And yes, he is young. In fact, he's only just 15 years of age.
Yeah, 15 years.
Typically, you need to be 16 to play ECS cricket. Unless you've established you're kind of at the level, it's not a safety risk. And yeah, he's certainly able to compete at the level. In fact, he took 10 wickets in last year's series, Henry, and he did that as a 14-year-old. 14 is kind of as young as you go.
Yeah.
No matter how good you are, I think you wait till you have to play 14. Seems to be the dumb thing in cricket these days. Anyway, here's Ramesh Tanna, who's going to bowl.
Cut away. That's going to be 4 runs. It's in the gap. Beautifully played. Lovely shot from Saifur Rahman. There's some random questions in there as well, Vinny. So we'll go to those. I've seen one there from Kroom who's saying, what's the food you miss the most from home? And what's the Estonian equivalent?
Wow. What a question.
Very good question.
What a question.
There's some others in there as well. We'll go through them one by one, I think.
Yeah, food I most miss from home. Okay, this is going to sound very... I could just go like Vegemite or, I'm not going to do that. Can I tell you honestly? Nando's do paella in Australia. That's nothing like paella. It's not, but it's like a spicy rice with chicken in it.
Right.
Right? You want to ask me an honest question? I'll give you an honest answer. So it's not paella. They call it that, but it's not.
But it's not.
I know what paella is. I've been enough times to Spain to know. But the Nando's version, you get various levels of spice. There's extra hot, which is what I go, of course. Wait for this ball, which is going to lift it up in the air, and it's going to get dropped, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo. Oh. That was a finger stinger for Aditya Paul on the boundary. It could have been the end of Rifak, but instead it's going to be 6 runs.
Oh, that's such a pity. Romeo picked up 3 wickets, 3 for 24. I thought he was going to get player of the match in the last one, but in the end they went for Dave Robson, who took 2 for not too many.
Who you know, right? Everyone knows. Robbo's one guy you want to get on side.
Oh, that's a pity. Now he gets replaced straight away. Maybe he's hurt himself a little bit, Aditya Paul.
He's been gooched. It's probably.
I think he's hurt his hand.
He's lost 2 fingers. That would explain it. Anyway, luckily this doesn't go to Gooch. It's going to go out to the leg side, and it'll just be a single. Yeah, proper finger buster. I mean, they've got a pretty good bench, the Hippos. I would have thought maybe you try and give them a spell. But anyway, yeah. So Nando's paella. No other countries they do it. I don't know why. That's what I miss from home. What Estonian food's most like that? Probably the fried rice we had for lunch today.
Mine is, that's well bowled. Almost gets through. Mine is going to be, that in Spain you have the patata bravas, right?
Yeah.
But in some places you have the patata bravas, which has all the sauces, but it has the serrano ham, as that is going to be 6 runs. Shaba, that's been mullered away. That gives us a bit more chance to talk about it. Has the serrano ham, it has the melted cheese, and then to top it off, it has 2 fried eggs sunny side up. It's I miss that. I really do. And if I can travel around places and get that dish, I'll take that any day. And in terms of the Estonian equivalent, I suppose they do like their potatoes here. And they call it pork and potatoes, which is a combination of pork and obviously potatoes, which is a comfort food. If you start, I'll get a raw potato. You behave yourself.
Wow.
Now I know your weakness.
Rico's in charge of the labelling of the jar.
Now I know
pork
your
and
weakness.
Potatoes, ingredients.
Now I know your weakness. You're in trouble. But basically, the potatoes are made with like sour milk, and the meat is stewed, put all together. And with a bit of sour cream, it's supposed to be lovely.
Huh? I like
so that's the equivalent, if you like.
Spain's a bit of a home away from home for me because we spend a lot of time there. And so for me, definitely so I've probably got a better answer from Spain, where I spend more time than Australia because I've been there for years on a permanent basis. And it would be the arroz negro.
Yeah, you love that, don't you? You do like it.
I love that one.
You just don't wear white or anything like that when you eat it.
No, definitely. You know one of these like American barbecue restaurants where they get to give you a bib? I need one of those. These Americans, they got an answer for everything.
62 without loss. So these two put a 51 partnership on. And next bowler, it looks like we're going to see Namaratne to come on again. There was another question in there from Wayne as well.
Keep them coming.
And he was saying, what's your favourite word? So he's saying that people have favourite numbers, colours, etc. What about favourite word?
I've got a favourite word in Spanish.
Have you?
Yeah.
Go on.
Which I wouldn't use it. Actually, I would use it the same amount as the word describes. Let me see if I can get it right. It's intermittentemente. Intermittently. Just means intermittently. Like, like now and then. Sporadically.
Okay.
Intermittentemente. 17 letters. It's awesome.
Oh, that's an umpire killer. How's this missed the stumps and missed the legs of Krut Patel? I'll never know, but this was absolutely cream-crackered. This could have done some damage. I thought it was going to be shattering.
Well, how has Krut got out of the way of that?
How has he missed this?
Oh, he's Keanu Reeves, just wearing about 38 jackets. How has he gotten out of the way of that, Krut Patel? Play of the day, Krut.
That's brilliant.
Not getting a ball hit through him.
Well, that's played away. It will be stopped.
I still don't understand how he bent his spine backwards to
I don't know
get
how
out
he misses
the way.
the stumps. I thought that's shattering into the stumps. Misses the leg stick. Misses the leg of Krut.
I know sometimes they call Krut the third sight screen, but that's just taking it to extreme measures. I say hit the sight screen.
You
when
do
you're
know
batting.
he's
friend of the show. Krut. We love Krut. He's actually in pretty good shape.
Krut, don't worry, Krut. I have a bag of potatoes for later, as that is going to be clipped away, nurdled off the pads. There's going to be 4 more runs.
Look at the BP here.
Yeah,
it's in play, isn't it?
It certainly is.
They've only had 4-pointers so far, the Hippos, but they've been on the right side of them. 23 off 9. Yeah, what's your favourite word?
I'm trying to think. Favourite word.
I mean, I could say Maximo, but that's a cop out.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to think if there is a favourite word that I don't know.
One thing when you're commentating, right? Hashtag real chat.
Yeah.
You do have to really sometimes listen back and stop yourself from saying the same things.
Repeating words.
Yeah, and that's
correct.
sometimes a habit, especially when we're not 100% concentrating. Which sometimes you wouldn't believe it, but there's all sorts of people in our ears and things like that, and distractions and things blowing over and whatnot. So yeah, there's sometimes you do need to mix it up, especially not doing as much.
Another Spanish word like igualmente.
Igualmente.
Igualmente. It's a nice
igualmente.
word.
Me too.
You say to somebody, muchas gracias, and they igualmente.
Igualmente is nice.
That's a nice word.
Yeah.
It's got the...
Que tengas una buena noche.
Igualmente.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Steph is behind this. Can he take the catch? I think he stepped over the rope. Oh, he's disappointed. It's a tricky one because it's one of those where you know the rope is there or thereabout, but I don't know if he's caught it and then gone over or he's over the rope already. Let's have a look. Here's the catch. I think the 1 foot, look, the left foot is already on the rope. So that's going to go down as 6 runs. So Rifat Khan gets a little bit of luck. This over's gone for 17.
16 off 7 for the bonus point. That's a handy one, actually. Well, you got a battle now. You got to bowl your best bowler. Last over to save your point, basically. 79 without loss after 6. They need 16 off this over. So 7th over coming up. Can the Hippos get a point? Still very early in this tournament. Each team plays 10 matches. This is only the 4th for these teams. So yeah, I mean this point could be crucial because I could totally see these two featuring in the pointy end, but they haven't taken a wicket yet.
It will serve them well after not getting after being beaten against United. If we could come back. Hey, we talk about all kinds of sports. I know we spent a lot of time talking about junior cricket and world records. Here in Estonia, they have some weird ones. How about this one? Wife carrying is a sport.
Oh, I know this. I've followed
seen
wife
them
carrying.
doing it in the town hall the other day. I was wondering what's going on.
I've followed wife carrying.
Wife carrying.
Sensational sport.
Oh, okay. Watch out. That's somewhere near us. I'm pretty sure it is. What did I hit?
It's the peril of the igloo there because that could have easily smashed all our equipment and I never even saw it.
It's hit something. What's it caught? If it's gone over us, what's it hit?
Oh, hit next to us.
I think is that Diana's?
Diana's house.
That's Diana's. So Diana, go check the damage.
10 off 5.
Once it hit Diana.
Well, this one should be caught. Gooch is coming in with a get there. He will. Excellent catch. Well, he switched into that position. So it'll be a 6 and out for Saif. And that does throw the bonus point out a little bit because it'll be 10 off 4 for a bonus point with a new batter coming to the crease. Who knows? That might be the catch that gets the Hippos a point here.
Well, it was when he stepped on the line, gave 6 away, what we thought could have been crucial, but now he's come back and made up for it. What a great catch. We've said so many times that when you're in that position, you've got to come forward and throw yourself at it. Well, Stefan Gooch certainly does, and he holds on to it. So Saif Rahman will just fall short of his 50, 49 of 22. But it's a massive dot ball. It's a massive wicket. Robson bowling it to try and at least get the Hippos a point out of this. But Ankur Patel, now this guy, why he didn't bat in at number 3 in the earlier match and came in at 6, I'll never know. But he normally hits his first ball for 6. So Patel to face. Don't know what Robson was just saying there to the umpire. Was having a chat about something. But yeah, wife carrying is a sport. And you basically pick up your wives, you put them over your shoulder, and you got to run for several, it says several hundred meters with them on your back, with the legs over the neck and the shoulders. All right, there you go. That's what you got to do. And the track must have 2 dry obstacles and a 1 meter deep water obstacle as well. Hit hard. What did I tell you? This guy hits 6s for fun and normally off his first ball. And, well, Ankur Patel smashes that away. So now 4 runs needed.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, couldn't have even hit a beach ball if he bowled in one earlier on. He comes out and smashes his first ball for 6. So just maybe he's more of an afternoon batter. 4 off 3 now. Got to keep the ball in the field 3 times if you're the Hippos. There's strike 1.
There's some
That's
rules.
More like the morning.
There's some rules on wife carrying. Got to give you the rules of wife carrying.
Well, number
1, it has to be your wife. And number 2, at least 17 years old. All right, there you go.
Well, that's probably also a good rule.
The other one
it does discourage the use of legal loopholes to get a very young wife, only for the purposes of wife carrying. Okay, got to keep it on the field again, Hippos.
It's going into the catching area, but it's going to go all the way. And that is going to be it. It's going to be all the points for the Hippos. Ankur Patel, who mysteriously didn't come out earlier in the last match when they got beaten against United, comes out in his regular number 3 spot, and he hits the 2 big 6s, and that means that it will be a win for the Tallinn Stallions. They do bounce back, and it's their turn now to inflict defeat for the first time on the Tallinn Hippos. Well, the Hippos yesterday, they were eating. They were eating the octopus, weren't they? Well, today they were hoping for octopus to be on the menu again, but this time they get 4 points taken away from them.
Yeah, true. So it kind of counteracts one of their big 4-pointers, but yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a disappointing performance, to say the least. I mean, you got 10 games, they're not all going to go your way probably. But the Stallions, again, they're a completely different team when the top order fires, and they certainly did fire then. They made light work of that. But I think we also have to remember they set it up by building pressure in the first innings. Only Hook was able to stick around, and even he wasn't able to go up the kind of rate he would have liked. So the Stallions sending a clear message that they are the champs here in the Estonian ECS, and they're not going to go quietly. A bit of a reality check, I think, for the Hippos as well.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we know that they're telling Hippos that the opening partnership, Gooch, who's been absolutely fantastic, and Stuart Hook is key. Well, this time around with Stefan Gooch going early, Stuart Hook did stick around, but they never really got the power that they wanted in the hitting. This is what's coming up tomorrow. And, well, Tallinn United, they came back well after losing their first match. Have got 2 wins under their belt, 2 in a row. They take on the Tallinn Riders. And the Riders, they picked up their first win earlier on as well. We also will see the Wolves taking on the Strikers. That's going to be an interesting one, the Tallinn Strikers and the Wolves, because that's 2 teams that are struggling a little bit with their own form. But we can go back to that a little bit later. Let's take a look at the highlights. There was some superb fielding. That was a nice bit of work there from Paul. This one, we were thinking, was it caught, was it not? It's a difficult one, really, but having looked at it several times on the replay, I think the ball just does hit a bit of the ground.
I think they get it right, but I also can understand why Hook claims it, because he does get to the end of his gloves and he would have felt, hey, I've got something under that. But I think when you looked at the replay, probably got a bit of grass as it goes into his glove. So I don't think there's anything untoward there for Stu, but I just think the replay told a fuller story. But, well, Saifur Rahman, if you don't get him, he's going to hurt you. And I've got to say, the team's bowling was chalk and cheese in this one as well. I just think the Hippos, they probably gave too many loose deliveries to players that were always going to pounce. They never were able to build any kind of pressure. And for that reason, they end up going down not just for a 3-point kind of win for the other team, but they let the other team get 4. So the Stallions, and they kind of counteract their issues from before. I mean, still can't understand how Kroot avoided that ball. Had every excuse. And actually, you know, that hurts as well, doesn't it, when they go down just with a couple of balls remaining in the 7th. Dinah's house got a knock-knock. We were scared. Steph took a good catch and put him back in the picture for a point, didn't it? And, yeah, he's a very good outfielder, very good judge of the flight of the ball. But then, Ankur Patel came out and went bang, bang. Said, yeah, I'm back in form. I'm back in my position. And Stallions, they'll feel they're back where they belong with a big win over the Hippos.
Yeah, well done. This Dave Robson there just acknowledging the fact that on this occasion in this match number 10, they do get beaten by the better team. And the Stallions, well, they just showed us a little glimmer of just why they are the reigning champions. And they kind of did, I think, there for me, what they did on finals day last year. They got beaten badly in an earlier match, and then they showed us what they're really made of and came back and get that win. Rifat Khani remains unbeaten on 30. Saifur Rahman falls short of a 50 once again. We saw him get out on 47. This time we see him get out on 49. But Ankur Patel just comes out and he hits 60s for fun.
It doesn't matter with Saif because they don't clap his 50 anyway, so if he gets out for 49, it doesn't really matter. Bowling-wise, like I said, they weren't quite able to build any pressure for sustained periods. Although Robson did have the only wicket, 1 for 22. It was late in the piece. Damaratne, I like they gave him a go as well. They brought him into the side. He opened up, finished with none for 28. Again, not terrible figures, but obviously they didn't have enough runs on the board to carry those kind of numbers. And then Patton went for 17 at Ditchpaul with 12 and 18 for Ramesh Tanna. So just, I suppose it happens in T10 cricket. We know it's a kind of game where things can change very quickly in a tournament, within a day, within a game, within an over. So you just kind of got to roll with the punches. And that's a nice chance for us to welcome you into the commentary box, maybe, as we will get ready to sign off for the day. Any sound to hear, Mr. Maxwell, as you can see, Rico full right there. And Rico, you've done a great job, actually. You would have done 6 days in a row, so I think it's about time you had a break.
I think I will, and I know exactly what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be spending a bit of time in the spa. Like I say, I may look into some of the times of those ferries and maybe venture to Helsinki. Never been to Finland, so I may do so.
Warn you, if you do the sauna thing, don't stay in too long, otherwise your clothes will be falling off you.
Well,
you come back.
It's not a bad thing.
It's feeling pretty loose on me.
It's not a bad thing because I tend to eat plenty of the local food as well. So, no, I will do it.
That'd be great,
you have a great time. You have a great call with Marco.
Yeah, I will. I'm on with Marco next couple of days. I'm really looking forward to that. I know that he really also, his eyes were popping, I think, on day one of this, when the Sixers started flying. It's like, whoa, okay. Because that would have been some of the first ECS men's he's done at least. Now we had the seven games over the weekend. But I just want to remind all of you out there, if you are watching on YouTube, to like this video, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. Plenty of cricket still coming up. And we can actually show you one more time what's happening tomorrow. I will be back with Marco, with United taking on the Riders first up. Tartu Wolves, they'll feel it's time to get moving because they have a tough draw from here. Remember, they went down to the Riders earlier.
Yeah.
So they will play the Strikers and the Hippos tomorrow. So it's a bit of a crunch day for them as well to try and get something from it. But yeah, we do start fairly early at 6 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe, and 11:30 in India. Well, thanks so much for joining us. Hey, so great to see you.
It's been wonderful. It's always great.
The shit's in the night.
We spend such little time with each other these days that when we do get the time together, we of course enjoy each other's company very much indeed. And we've had a good day here today. What I liked about today is when we saw some of the matches yesterday, you started to feel, well, is it going to be another one of those tournaments where the batters are going to have it all their own way? You know, when they're going to be, we've seen centuries, we saw 70s, and we thought, it's going to be one of those. But what today showed that if you do bowl well, And if you apply a bit of pressure, then the bowler's going to have some success as well. And I think when you look at the scores here today, haven't been big scores. So teams, and especially the batters, they've had to work really hard for the runs. And I think that last match was a really good classic example of that. And I think you touched on it really well. We know that there's a lot of big scores being scored here in Estonia when we were here last year. But I think the bowlers are getting wiser. And some of those field tactics and placements are getting better.
Yeah, don't get bitter, get better. So it goes for everyone. What's your favourite word? Maybe let us know. Have a think overnight. Let us know in the morning. But for now, it's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maxo, on behalf of Rico Full and all the crowd here on the ground, all the blue crew, all the players and everyone here in Estonia. Stay happy, stay safe, stay sane. I'll be here with Marco tomorrow for a couple of days. Enjoy your weekend in the middle of the week.
Will do
Good
indeed.
luck no matter which country you go to. It's strange when you can just shoot off to another one.
It
And
sounds
then make
good,
sure
though,
you
doesn't
come
it?
back. I need you back because the next time you're with me is Peacock Friday. We'll see you tomorrow, though, here on ECN for more European Cricket Series. Enjoy these best bits of day 2. Thanks to our friends at 2 Circles. Vinny, hasta mañana.
Adios. Ciao.
My body back and forth. My body. my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body back.